morning, everybody, again, and good morning if you're watching our live stream from some exciting place around the world. Welcome to Prescott, our famous vintage meeting, which takes place in August every year, and is the only meeting of the year that uses the original short course at Prescott, which we'll explain a bit later if it's your first time here or your first time watching the stream. Guten Morgen, wenn Sie in Deutschland sind. Bonjour, la France. Bon dia in Portugal. I know we've got great friends around the world and we get lovely comments, so feel free if you're on live stream to add some comments, particularly if they're complimentary, but we can put up with complaints, that's all right. Just a very brief history. Prescott was discovered in 1937 by a great engineer called Tom Rolt, and he tried to convince the Vintage Sports Car Club to buy the estate, which had come on the market. Vintage Sports Car Club said, we'd love to, but we haven't got enough money. So they phoned up their rich young gentleman in the Bugatti Owners Club, who said, oh yeah, we'll have that. And they did. They bought it in 1937 and worked like Trojans to prepare the track and the grounds for the first meeting, which took place the following year, 1938. Then a full season in 1939, terminated, of course, on the 3rd of September 39. But the hill opened again very quickly in 1946 and has been growing from strength to strength since then. The short course, you can see a picture of the original short course, which turned sharp right at Orchard Corner. But in 1959, I think it was, the course was extended to go sweeping right round Orchard Corner up to Ettores, a right-hand hairpin. And you'll see that as cars go up the hill. And then there's a little downhill swoop and then straight on up to the next corner on the menu, which is Pardon. Here's Pardon Corner, which provides all sorts of excitements. Often people leave their braking too late and then go clattering into the kitty litter, but there is some rector-cell barriers to soften any hard landing. It does take a bit of effort to extract a car from the gravel, and then of course there has to be a lot of sweeping to make sure there's no gravel on the track for the following competitors. We're located near the city of Gloucester, the town of Cheltenham, in the sort of middle of the Midlands, in an area known as the Cotswolds, which is a range of most beautiful hills, and Prescott nestles in a little corner of the Cotswolds. And you see it at your best now with the sun shining. Yesterday the weather was absolutely dire. It rained all day without stop. But we managed to get a full day's worth of practice. So everybody had two runs, one in the morning, or some of them straight after lunch, and one a bit later on in the afternoon. But everybody had a couple of practice runs to qualify for the competition today.
Everyone had at least one practice one, because some people decided discretion was the better part of valor, Chris.
You're right, yes, sensibly. I think particularly the ERA drivers. Good morning, Guy, incidentally.
Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, are you on oxygen?
I am. I've just taken off my crampons and breaking out the Kendall mint cake.
We're talking to Guy Loveridge, who has been a long-time commentator for vintage events, and he's located in the original commentator's box, which is overlooking Ettores, Orchard Bend and Ettores, and that gets a good view up there as long as the hut doesn't crumble around him. I think he's going to be joined by the chairman of the club, Nick Upton, who again enjoys commentary on at vintage events, and usually is good for a couple of cake recipes. So if you're a cook who enjoys cake, be ready for Nick's annual recipe.
Yes, if you haven't been on holiday yet, Nick will give you a rundown of the good spots, and I'm sure he'll have been listening to Farming Today as well before he joins us.
Exactly. Today we're going to have a mixture of sunshine and cloud with possibly an occasional shower, we hope not. but although it does add a bit of a frisson to the activities when the hill is partly dry and partly wet, particularly up under the S's. If Rich can give us a shot from the S's, a lot of excitement happens up there, and as you can see, it's a right, a left, a right. It's named Tom Rote. Well, the exit is named Tom Rote Corner in honour of the great Tom Rote, who, as I just said, found Prescott. And he was a great engineer, great author, and was very much responsible for the restoration of the canal system in this country, which had suffered terribly during the war, and is now a great opportunity for a nice peaceful holiday on a narrow boat, and a lot of that is down to Tom.
If anyone watching or listening would like a large slice of immediate post-World War II rural canal-based Britain, Tom, writing his LTC wrote a wonderful book called Narrowboat, and it takes you back to those early navigations when, as Chris rightly says, the canals were falling into disrepair, and he and his wife took a journey just to see essentially if it could be done.
Yeah, and in the last few years there's been a change because the canal system was nationalised and had to beg the government from the Treasury for money. Now it's a charity and fully self-financing, and we've seen notable changes. The canals are looking much better. Good morning, Erich. Guten Tag, Erich. Germany is on board, and I think we had a message from Australia, which I was...
Struth.
Struth?
Struth, mate. All the way down there.
Oh, was it?
Ripper.
Good
yeah.
day. Tuning in from Sydney with the kids before they head to bed. Well, I hope the parents don't head to bed, because you've got a night of watching exciting hill climbing from the UK. From Bear and me, Munster in France. We always think Munster is in Deutschland, which it is, but there's another Munster in France, nestling down near Molsheim, where Bugattis are built, right in the corner. So, Tom, I think you're really an Alsatian.
Woof.
And I never know, Tom, whether we should address you auf Deutsch oder en français. You can tell us.
Absolument d'accord en français, pas du tout.
Now, all the way from Buckinghamshire. Wow, let's hope the sunshine stays all day, both at the track and here. Thank you, Tin Plate Geek 2.
What a wonderful name that is. How evocative of the vintage spirit. Tin Plate Geek 2.
That's great. Rich,
that's a question mark in it too. Who was Tin Plate Geek first?
Well, that was a great uncle, I think. Good morning, enthusiasts and drivers. Have a fantastic Sunday. I'm so very grateful to be sat here with a cup of tea in the Czech Republic, preparing to watch these incredible vehicles and drivers. I'm sorry I was unable to say good morning in Czech, but I'm sure you understand.
That is rather impressive that we are reaching out across the globe. And
yeah, how far can we go? Can we go to New Zealand or Jakarta, Indonesia?
If we're reaching Sydney, Australia, there's no limits. I know we have at least one enthusiast in Hong Kong, who are 9 hours ahead of us at the moment, I believe. So he's sitting down with a glass of something white and fruity and looking forward to the day's entertainment. Good morning from here, Ian. Enjoy your afternoons with us.
There's also a group, I think in Maryland in the USA, who at some of the live streams have got together for their breakfast viewing, and so if we've got viewers and listeners from the USA, hi there.
That'd be quite fantastic to be somewhere down home in Maryland, watching over cars and coffee, some grits, and listening to you and me and Nicholas talking utter nonsense over your breakfast. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Spike T is looking out for Patrick Blakeney Edwards today, watching from Aloro in Mallorca.
Wow.
Buenos dias.
Spike tea or spiked tea? Is it
yeah.
Earl Grey that's had a doctoring?
But Spike should have been here for the bike race, which we've just had up the hill, the traditional bike race with classes decided by age. They go up the hill. I always thought it would be more exciting if the race was down the hill, but I think health and safety decided that wasn't a good idea.
Imagine the bloodshed and carnage.
Hello from Great Hazley. Now, where's Great Hazley?
Sussex?
Peter, tell us where Great Hazley is. If you're here in person, good morning, and I hope you've got a programme, because the programme is a work of art. John Dunn, good morning from Guernsey, wishing everyone a fantastic day of racing. It will be fantastic. I should explain, and a guy will probably correct me, but the difference between veteran, Edwardian, vintage and post-vintage thoroughbred, because at this meeting we are limited to pre-war cars, but we don't have any veterans. Veterans are from year blob up to 1910.
It depends which definition of veterans you go by. The Veteran Car Club take them up to 1919, which is the start of the vintage period.
But we have Edwardian, which is,
yes.
what, 1910 to 1919?
Well, technically, and this is where it all gets fun, of course, the Edwardian period starts in 1901.
Yeah.
Because that's when Edward took the throne. So the Motorsport Association definition is the easiest one. Veteran cars are those that can take part in the London to Brighton Veteran Car Run, the Emancipation Red Flag Run.
That's up to 1904.
31st December 1904, although we do let some 1905 cars in under what they call grandfather rights, because they've done it before, back before the rules got a bit tighter. Then vintage, so Edwardian takes over 1905 to 1919. The vintage period is 1919 to 31st December 1930. Then it's post-vintage up to outbreak of the Second World War, although because there were still some motorsporting events happening, like the Mille Miglia, for example, we extend it to pre-1941.
We've got action starting on the hill. Class 1 is for standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars up to 750cc unsupercharged. Is dominated by Austin 7s, as you would imagine, and our first competitor, illogically, is number 3, Nick Coates, in an Austin 7 EA, and we were debating yesterday what EA stands for. Ever active, probably. But it looks as if it's got an Ulster body, slightly modified. Anyway, it's nice to see our group of Austin 7s appearing. I hope Mark Gold, number 1 on the Austin Chummy. I think actually I can see him in the paddock waiting to come out onto the start line. So it could possibly be that this is a practice run for Nick Coates if he didn't get 2 runs yesterday. We shall see.
Potentially. We'll watch the screens for it.
Austin 7, a brilliant idea in, 1923 by Herbert Austin to try and kill off the dreaded cycle cars, which were very popular both just before and just after World War I. Often extraordinary contraptions. There's one famous one which was driven, the back wheels driven by a great long belt, and to engage drive you pushed on a huge lever which shifted the back axle a couple of inches back and tightened the belt. And it also placed the passenger in front of the driver, right in the front middle of the car, and so that was known as the mother-in-law's seat. Apologies to any mother-in-laws listening.
The EA is really what an Ulster is.
Yeah.
Ulster became a nickname of the model after their success in the Ards TT in Ulster, Northern Ireland. Nick Coates goes through the minute mark. I'm still waiting for him to appear over my left shoulder. It's 65.38 for Nicholas Coates, and as you say, we wait to find out if that's his first run to count.
We've got another car on the line. 291 is Rob Armstrong. It's the Ford MP Special with the Ford Model A 3.3, well, in his case 3.5 litre 4-cylinder American engine, and I guess this must be another practice run.
I think we're clearing up those who thought the weather was too extreme to get their second practice run.
Yeah,
That would be my guess.
But I don't think we'll see our ERAs grabbing a second practice run.
That's a shame. That would be quite lovely.
We might
to have
do
3 or 4 ERAs going up one after the other.
But the MP Special, I don't know what chassis it is. Maybe, but it looks as though it's constructed from a lot of Ford parts, and I don't know who Mr. MP was.
I think it's substantially Ford based, yes.
Yeah, I think so. Here's number 1, Mark Gold. So I think this is our first competitive run. Mark gold in the famous Austin 7 Chummy, which was the four-seater version of the Austin 7. Now, this is an early one from about 1923, I think. Let's have a look in the
bit later, 28.
Is it 28? But it's still got the headlamps on the windscreen. So
they went back for 1 year in 1928.
Oh, is that right?
They'd moved forward for 26, then they moved them back again, then they went forward and stayed forward for 20 years.
I wonder why they moved them back.
Popular pressure. People didn't like them at the front.
It's funny.
And then the laws changed and they had to be at the front.
Yeah. Anyway, Mark sweeps the Chummy around Orchard Corner, into and through Pardon, going really rapidly round Pardon, a touch of understeer, putting him quite near the barrier on the exit, but all safe. And he's followed by number 4, that's Sarah Foster, in another Austin 7 body, the Nippy, which is a very popular one. I'm not sure when we see the Nippy following Mark, we'll try and work out what the hinge section at the back contains, whether it's a boot or whether it's got another seat in there. I'm not sure. There's the Nippy rounding Orchard in the hands of Sarah Foster.
Pure boot on the Nippy, there's no
it's a boot.
Third seat.
Oh, right.
There's nowhere for your legs.
But you keep the beer in there.
And your sarnies, yeah. Mark Gold, 73.75 on his first run to count.
06, Steve Jones in an Ulster Sports. There are lots of Ulster replicas because it was very easy to go to scrapyard, find a clapped out old saloon Austin 7, chuck away the body and make yourself a replica of the Ulster. But a lot of the ones here are genuine period Ulsters.
Sarah Foster, 64.88.
Here's Steve Jones into the S's, and on the line is another Ulster in the hands of Patrick Teague. We'll see that in a minute or two. One blue headlight, one white one on Steve Jones's, and Patrick Teague takes off with great elan from the start line. We have a timing beam just after the start line at 64 feet from the start line, and for the 3 people in the world who don't know what the purpose of that is, 0 to 64 feet in 2 seconds equates to 1 force of gravity, 1 G, as if you're jumping off a diving board. And it's one of the key measures, particularly on championship hill climbs. I think the quickest I've ever seen is 1.58, which is getting on for 2G. But here's the Ulster. And just to give you an idea, Patrick Teague, who we see on the screen, he got to 64 feet in 3.2 seconds. We also have a speed trap under the bridge there, and Nick Coates went through that at 36 miles an hour. If you come here for a championship hill climb, the really top cars are going under the bridge at about 120 miles an hour. It's a very quick sport. They're quicker than Formula 1 cars. Just to give you an example, one of the leading championship cars was timed at an airfield from 0 to 185 miles an hour in 8.7 seconds.
Patrick Teague finished with a 57.97. Julia Wolstenholme is ascending. We nick back to number 3, Nick Coates. Just wanted that extra rasher of bacon before joining the lineup for his start, and he achieves a 64.69.
Away from the start line goes Peter Howard in another Ulster. Julia is halfway up in her another EA Sports, and on the line we got car number 11. That's William Marsh in another Ulster, looking very period. In other words, with a certain, what the antique dealers call patina.
Is that him with the patina or his car?
Both, I think.
Splendid. Julia, a 59.53 for her climb. Julia Wolstenholme, car number 8.
Here's Peter Howard in the S's as William Marsh takes off 3.02 seconds for 64 feet. Actually, that's very quick for an Austin 7. Yesterday, the Ulsters, we had a very wet track. They were spinning their rear wheels like crazy. Do they have a 3-speed or a 4-speed gearbox?
Depends. You'd have to look in. Some running as modified may well have a 4-speed. Those running as standard pre-1930 will be sporting a 3-speed.
Yeah, on a steep hill like Chelsea Walsh around the corner, if you only got 3 speeds, the thing is struggling in third. If you've got 4, no, it's usually struggling in second gear. If you've got 4 gears, it's heaving its way up with not enough revs. Is that explained? I think that's a sort of...
I think you may have muddied the waters a tad,
I think
in all honesty.
My brain is a bit muddied. Now, as a change for Austin 7s, look what we've got on the line when it comes onto the line. Archie Collins is on the hill at the moment. Archie, who drove a 1903 Grand Prix Mercedes at Goodwood last year. He's been driving it since he was 14. But on the line, we got Michael New in a Mati Type P, a French sporty cars, familiar to Tom and Bayer because it's built down in Alsace, next door, pretty much next door to the Bugatti factory. And Mati's survived until about 1950, and indeed their early cars were designed by Ettore Bugatti. Here's the Mati under the bridge at 19 miles an hour. And this one, it has a certain patina, doesn't it? Looks, the Americans call it a rusto mod, don't they? They deliberately have a car mechanically fine, but with a very, what's the polite way of saying?
Veneer of
age.
Age, yes.
Yeah. Have we missed any times? Archie did a 54.69 on number 12. William Marsh did a 55.63. What was Archibald's handicap?
Archie is handicapped at 54 dead, so he's within sniff.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? The handicap for the Mati is 80 seconds. Handicap is mostly based on the car and driver's best time up the hill in previous events. If it's their first event, well, it's a matter of guesswork and intelligence by the handicappers. Another French car, and a lovely one, the Amilcar CGS, with its staggered seating, so that the staggered passenger can put her arm around the driver, which always encourages him. C'est la vie.
Avoids a left elbow to the ribs every time you change gear as well.
Yeah, and also enables him or her to tweak the driver's ear if he or she is judged to be going too fast.
That's a very symmetrical climb by Michael New, 101 seconds dead.
That's good, isn't it? Now, how's the Amilcar? This Charles Pither was responsible for partly the rebuild of this car, particularly the bodywork, and has done a beautiful job, as you can see. Looks absolutely immaculate. Amilcar were incredibly popular in France among the young sporty types. And they built a Grand Prix car, didn't they?
They did. They and Sampson led the line with that kind of sporting voiturette little car.
William Lowe is on the Vale Special. There's a famous saying that if you want to make a small fortune in motor racing, you start with a big fortune. And that's exactly what Viscount Pellew did. He used the family money to start a car company in London, making the Vale Special. They made 60 or so of them before the family said, hang on, we're going broke, stop this nonsense. But they were quite attractive little cars.
They were. They achieved notable success in trials and a few medal placings in high-speed trials at Brooklands in class. So they knew what they were about, but as you say, as with numerous other motoring ventures all the way through to things like the Strathcarron more recently and Connaught in the 50s, when your multimillionaire backer decides he's had enough and pulls the money out, that's usually the end of the game.
Incidentally, I should have told you we're watching Class 2, slightly larger engines, standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars, up to 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged. So times will be tumbling a bit. Daniel Hunter, 52.02.
William Lowe, 57.26. Dan Hunter, 63.02.
Followed by Mike Dull in the first of many of the famous Riley Brooklands model.
Daniel Hunter, you'd have to nip back to Class 1. He's a shared drive, so he's at the tail end of Class 1 with his 63.02.
Brooklands Riley, really interesting, was a project started... Oh, my brain's gone. Who started...
Parry Thomas.
Yes. Sadly, he died trying to break the land speed record at Pendine in Wales. But the project was taken over by Reed Railton at his factory down in Surrey and built the first few Riley Brooklands with their sensational revolutionary engine that produced prodigious amounts of power from only 900 or so cc. And then Mr. Riley, Victor Riley, #1, he saw it and said, come on Reed, we'll make these in the factory, which they subsequently did, characterized by very low chassis. If you see the chassis of this car, you can see how it kinks downwards very rapidly, and the test was, could you put the flat of your hand on the road, sit in the driver's seat?
Yes, it was, I'm not sure how Railton's employers at the time, Thompson and Taylor, took to the idea. I think they were probably paid a royalty for having Riley remove their little special from them, so they'd have been quite happy with it overall. Fascinating guy, Reed Railton. There's a brilliant biography of him by Carl Ludvigsen that's worth picking up if you can strap on your body belt and avoid getting a hernia, because it is a 2-volume set.
We're back to the double-driven cars with 2 drivers in Class 1, characterized by the number 700 number on their cars.
Yeah, Tom Reynolds in the Collings.
First of Tom Reynolds. Sorry, Guy.
No, apologies. We were saying exactly the same thing.
Okay. Now, there's a Riley Brooklands coming up to the start line. You can't really see because it's disguised by the exhaust pipe. So that's where the kink in the radiator is. So when we have a look at car number 30, that's William Renner, you'll see the drop-down chassis giving it its very low stance, low centre of gravity.
Hagen Krantz, 57 seconds dead. That's a healthy climb. He's exactly 2 seconds outside his handicap. Tom Reynolds, 58.67.
We're watching Charles Ping, but we're now watching William Renner on the 3rd or 4th of our Riley Brooklands. They're immensely popular. They sold like hotcakes pre-war.
Those watching the live stream will have to accept early apologies from Nick and myself, because we don't have the benefit of the screen. That is exclusively Chris's domain. So if it looks like we're talking nonsense because what we're talking about isn't what you can see, it's because we're looking at something live and the camera has decided to be elsewhere and we can't tell. So again, apologies for that during the course of the day.
You don't need to apologise because everybody in the world is used to you talking nonsense.
Well, that's very, very kind of you, Christopher. I appreciate that.
And they admire it, I'm sure. So, William Renner finishes with a 58.03 in the Riley. He's followed by Duncan Cartwright in a Riley Ulster Imp, which doesn't have the low chassis. In fact, I think is a modification or a replica built on probably a touring car or a saloon car. Although I might be maligning him because maybe the Imp chassis was used by the Riley factory to race in the Ulster TT, which is why it's called an Ulster Imp. So apologise if I got it wrong.
Post-war, people like Mike Hawthorne cut their teeth on Ulster Imps.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
TT Sprites and things, achieving great success before he was bought by one of his dad's mates, single-seater Cooper Bristol.
Back on the line is the Vale Special, this time in the hands of Raymond Knight, who is we most often see Raymond at the wheel of this car. The original Vale Specials had, I think, were they Singer engines, but the last half of the production run had Coventry Climax engines, not the Coventry Climax fire pump engine, which drove Coopers and Lotuses in the 50s, an earlier version.
Very tight line by Raymond through Orchard, likewise Pardon. That's the steepest part of that bend. Gets a little bit of wheel spin on the exit, but pushing along strongly. It's a nippy wee thing, is the
It
Vale.
is, isn't it? Surprising for 800 and something cc.
Yeah, they keep it buzzing up there in whatever the rev range is. It's always up there.
Off the line goes Clive Bergman, sharing number 33. .46 miles an hour under the bridge. And Clive into Pardon, through Pardon. Great hill climb champion Roy Lane used to say the right line around Pardon is about a metre in from the inside edge, but there are lots and lots of different views.
It very much depends on what you're driving. I'm sure of that. That if viewers get a spare moment when we finish, just go on YouTube and look for Morgan Roll Prescott, you'll find me commending Rob Pike on not adopting the right line, and then instantly he rolls it. So I stand by being able to judge which is the right line for the right vehicle. Clyde Berman, a 55.60.
So now we've got Nigel Fullerton on the line, co-driving the Riley Brooklands, sharing with Mike Dowell. We'll just see how Fergus Gunn gets on in his Ulster, 46.65, exit from the S's. And records a 56.88. He's followed by Nigel Fullerton, Riley Brooklands again, immaculately prepared, as is the one on the line, which is car number 35, owned and driven by Ian Standing. Absolutely immaculate. Although I suspect that Ian's is slightly non-standard because the tail seems to be held on by a series of rivets.
There's a lovely Riley 9 Brooklands at the corner of the Bonhams enclosure inside of Orchard, in the cream body with contrasting wings that's coming up in one of their future impending sales. A very correct car, proper history, a real car. Came from the States about almost 20 years ago, perhaps 2005, and has been lovingly cared for and enhanced by a notable decorated member of the Vintage Sports Car Club. And that could be yours if you like what you're seeing in this class and you think, oh yeah, I'd like to be a part of that. There's a real one there. They can do everything. Amelia, you can do Le Mans Classic. A really great introduction to proper historic racing.
So we're watching Matilda Jones in another Ulster. So she's genuinely in class 2 because her engine is supercharged. It's a blown car, as it were.
Yes, you increase the cubic capacity by I think 1/3 when you're supercharged.
Matilda has a couple of bites at the first element of the S's, while off the line goes Nigel Dowding in a... Is he descended from Air Marshal Dowding?
Sir Hugh. fighter command leader during the Battle of Britain.
Now we head into Class 3, kicked off by Roger Lear with a very attractive Alvis with the famous, I never know whether this is a Beetleback, but it's a two-seater Alvis sports car. Well, if you're watching online, we're watching Nigel Dowding in the Riley Brooklands. Roger Lear takes off from the start line in the Alvis. There he goes. Now, is that a Beetleback? Oh, you can't see it, of course, Guy. You'll see it in a second or two. Silence while Guy gets out his laptop.
Sorry, Chris, I was just dealing with the next refreshments run with my man here, Mr. Upton.
All right, I was trying to query whether this Alvis body, the two-seater with its sort of pointed tail, is a Beetleback. But I was going to ask you to identify it for us, but you were busy sorting out your
One has to maintain one's priorities.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it is. It's a Beetleback. As I see it in full profile as it rounds semicircle.
Oh, good. So, we're going back again to a double-driven car in Class 2. This is Rufus Flan in this very attractive and immaculate Ulster Austin 7. And he's going to be followed by the first of our Frazer Nashes. Frazer Nash, very popular in the vintage circles. Amazing how many of them have survived. But in the meantime, Rufus takes off very smartly off the line, 3.1 seconds for the first 64 feet. And if you're online, we're watching Colin Davis in an MGPB, very reminiscent of the Works team of Trials MGs called the Cream Crackers.
Which isn't Cockney rhyming slang in this context.
He's taken a sweeping understeering line through Pardon, but emerged fine. Colin Davis in the MG, 68.68 against a handicap of 67.
That's a reasonable first run to count. I've been joined up here by a renowned motorsporting author and photographer, Professor Dr. Philip Newson, who's bought me a cream slice, which will go with my mid-morning cup of tea, thanks to Mr. Upton. The day is getting better all the time, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say.
It's all very well. On the start line, we don't get cream slices or cups of tea.
If you want a venereal slice, I can arrange for a venereal slice to be sent down to you.
Oh, don't worry, I'm trying to lose weight. We've missed Jane Arnold Foster. Here she is in this very attractive Frazer Nash with the Anzani engine. That's a side valve engine, not producing huge amounts of power, but most of the early Frazer Nashes had Anzani engines, but it's a very attractive touring body. I'm talking about the car.
Naturally. And this has been in the Arnold Foster family since time immemorial, I believe. Jane's late father being a former president of the Vintage Sports Car Club.
We should explain for people who don't know that the Frazer Nash, pre-war Frazer Nash, transmission was by 4 chains to the back axle, and you selected the chain you wanted by sliding a dog across. I think a labradoodle would do nicely. But it was a very effective form of transmission, lightweight, very rapid gear changes, but it necessitated a very narrow rear track, so the rear wheels are very close together, which means that particularly if you watch Frazer Nash's racing, they tend to go around corners in a series of slides, which we describe as threepenny bit, but nobody knows what a threepenny bit is. We've got a time for Jane of 65.24, which is under her handicap of 66. Brilliant. Well done. John Wiseman in another Frazer Nash, he had a handicap of 60. He went up in 63.51. Now on the line, another change of make. Lee Francis, but we're watching Simon Coates in the Frazer Nash, again with the Anzani engine. They look so attractive with that split windscreen, don't they? We'll watch him going around the semicircle, and now we see David Johnson in the Lee Francis with a body by Cross and Ellis, who I think were Midlands based. Lee Francis cars were built in Coventry and were extremely successful. We'll see a number of them today, including the Hyper, which was the supercharged sporty version, but this is very much a touring version in the hands of David Johnson. And we've got a treat on the line we'll see very shortly, but let's keep an eye on the Lee Francis. They continued building cars and trying to sell cars up until I think the very early 60s, but then there was no way they could compete with the Jaguar, which was such amazing value for money. Now, an ex-works Aston Martin, Tudor Roberts in the LM2, very famous car. Aston Martin had a great success history at Le Mans in the 30s, and of course they won it in 1959.
Their one and only up to press overall victory at Le Mans 59, Shelby and Salvadori, DBR 1-200.
And the Aston Martin was surprising because it was only 1.5 litre engine, and it was quite a heavy car, despite which it had a great performance, as you can tell by Tudor Roberts hammering up the hill nicely. He's followed by Samik Mukherjee on Frazer Nash Boulogne. Frazer Nash had the habit of naming their models as a result of success, previous success in motor racing, and Frazer Nash sent I think 3 cars to the Boulogne Trophy where they swept the board, and subsequent sporty Frazer Nash models were called the Boulogne, and here's an example.
Yes, they had prosaic names originally, like the High Speed, and then they went off and won things like 3rd overall at Le Mans, and lo and behold, it's a Le Mans replica.
The way to this Mukherjee's car has got a meadow characterised by the 3 exhaust pipes coming out of the left-hand side of the engine, and you think, why on earth does a 4-cylinder car have only 3 exhaust pipes? Well, of course, the secret is that the 2 centre cylinders have Siamese exhausts. Don't ask me to explain what a Siamese exhaust is, but I'm sure you can imagine.
You're wading into potentially troubled waters there, Chris, aren't you?
I am, yeah, I know. That's the traditional standard sporty body, the TT replica, whereas Stuart Rich, well, appropriate that we got a GN, because GN were greatly successful building cycle cars, and when GN finally went bust, the concept was taken over by Frazer Nash.
And Mr. Godfrey, the G of GN, went off to do his own thing with 2 new partners, and they became HRG.
That's correct. Now the Anzani, most GNs had a V-twin air-cooled engine at the front. This one's got the side valve Anzani engine. He's followed by David Saxel in another Riley, but this time it's a TT Sprite. Another TT Sprite.
I was chatting over dinner to David Saxel last night, and he still has his famous yellow Riley Special, but instead of being a jack-of-all-trades car, that is now, he said, cosseted during the summer because it's exclusively his trials car for the winter season. Now he has the sprint car, as we see here, the lovely 2-tone cream and blue accent TT Sprite, and he also has a Talbot for the circuit races. So David has let go the purse strings in the last couple of years, and really enjoyed himself. A car for every discipline. And finishes with a 54.97 against a handicap of 55.5. So well done, David. He's comfortably broken his handicap time. He could be in line for an award there.
We're watching on the screen Mark Roston Edwards in a very rapid GN called Annie because it's got an Anzani engine, and he's rushing up the hill. He's got a handicap of 55 seconds, and he's 0.88 outside it. He's followed by Nick Lees in a very attractive Riley Sprite. This is the quite rare and I think rather Italian-inspired body on the Riley Sprite. We've got a couple of these here today.
That's the car famously photographed with the young lady in driving gloves and a rather Robin Hood-esque hat, making it look huge, but she was about 4'2" tall.
Which reminds me, do get a programme if you're here, because it's a collector's piece, no doubt. Andy Corley, Frazer Nash Supersports on the screen, going well and taking off the start line. William Lear again in the Alvis that we saw kicking off this class.
Do you think he's a relative or a descendant of the jet-making family?
No, but it might be a descendant of Edward Lear, who wrote some very funny books.
The poet, the nonsense
Yes.
writer, yes,
Yeah.
potentially, yes.
There's the Alvis on the screen, and we've agreed that it's a Beetle back. I've got a parish notice. If you're a camper on field 2 and 3, could you please leave by gates at the top of these fields? I think the bottom gates are probably a bit muddy after yesterday. So that's campers on fields 2 and 3. Incidentally, if you're watching on screen, one of the great treats of vintage Prescott is to wander around the car park, which is really a motor show of lovely vintage cars. We're watching Yushan Ung, who is always an enthusiastic driver. If you're watching on screen, you'll see the lovely oversteer that he conjured up from his Frazer Nash Supersports, but it's a Supersports. He's very quick. What's Yushan's?
54 dead.
54. He might well challenge that.
I think he will. He's through semicircle. He's there now in 45.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got a very good chance of beating 54.
And again, powered by the Anzani engine, which doesn't produce much power, but as he said last year, it's got a very powerful driver.
53.52. He
Brilliant.
does indeed. Well called, sir.
That's great.
But not by as much as David Saxon. So he isn't yet in prime position for the best handicap. Because we do a award for first and second handicap, as well as class winner, second in class, first standard vintage, second standard vintage, first modified vintage, second modified vintage. So there's a good chance that eight of these drivers can win a pot in this class.
Lovely pictures on the screen. Colin Pointer in Lee Francis Ulster. Lee Francis, as well as making touring cars, had quite a success pre-war in racing.
Kay Don was your man there, wasn't
it? Yeah, and we're also looking at Sarah Davis, who is sharing the MGPB that we described as Cream Cracker. That's not saying the driver is Cream Cracker, but the car could be a member of the Cream Cracker team.
For those with the programme, there is a supernumerary 742, doesn't feature in the programme, so you have to slaughter in between William Lear and CP Ellison. Well, you don't actually, because that Sprite had a whack oops last night.
Time for Colin Pointer on the Lee Francis, 55.78. Couple of seconds outside his handicap. He'll go quicker this afternoon. Up to the line comes number 60, another Frazer Nash Boulogne TT with the classic TT replica bodywork, characterized by the curved tail and the petrol tank underneath it. Classic Frazer Nash.
Sarah Davies, 65.07. James Roberts well through now towards Rolt.
James sharing the X-Works Aston Martin, characterized by brilliant road holding and excellent braking, and also by the front wings, front mudguards that turn with the front wheels, so you didn't get a face full of mud on the right-hand corners.
James Roberts, a 61.13 in the Aston.
Jonathan Miller in the Boulogne. We'll see Clive Fidgeon in what looks like a brand new Frazer Nash, beautifully prepared in the TT replica, and up to the line comes a well-known name in vintage racing. This is Joe Blakeney-Edwards in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. Again, Meadows engines. If we get a glimpse of Joe on the line, we'll see the characteristic 3 exhaust pipes of the Meadows engine. Look at this Frazer Nash of Clive Pigeon. Absolutely immaculate, classic TT replica Frazer Nash.
68.09 for Jonathan Bella, Boy TT. Clive Pigeon, 48.89. He's beaten his handicap.
And Joe rounds pardon. Look on the screen for the 3 exhaust pipes coming out of the left-hand side of the engine, indicating the Meadows engine. The Meadows engine was extremely tunable. You could get a lot of power out of them, and they revved like crazy, and they were a tough old engine as well. So Joe's handicap, let's have a look. 48.5, she's exactly a second outside. And on the line, this lovely GN with the Anzani engine, Annie, is a very late GN, so it really has moved on from its cycle car origins, but the chassis and the concept is pretty much the same. They got gradually a bit more sophisticated, and this is a lovely example shared by the Roston family. Joe has recorded a 49.5, I think we knew that.
Yep, exactly a second above her handicap, so she'll be improving later on, I'm certain.
I'm not sure why Bill is being held on the line.
There's no flags out at the 3-4 marshals posts I can see, so no, not sure at all.
You will watch people on the line pumping away. They've got a handle that they push in and out.
Changing their tyre pressure on.
Quite energetically, not to pump up their tyres, but to pump up the air pressure in their fuel tank, because that's, until they are actually going along the road, that's the way the fuel is delivered to the engine, by air pressure from the tank.
A basic forced induction, really, if you think about it, isn't
it? We haven't got a red flag.
No, and the marshals are showing the same air of anticipation that we are.
A couple of our illustrious photographers being ushered behind the fence, I'm not sure.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Mr. Staveley.
You can't usher John Staveley.
No, you can't.
This is John's 58th Prescott on the bounce today, this weekend.
Now listen, sir, you can't go down there, it's dangerous.
Your name's not on the list, you're not coming in.
But down you go, hand in your badge.
Never darken our doorsteps again.
Whereas poor old Bill Roston is left on the line. He's not pumping away, so he's got plenty of air pressure in the fuel tank.
There's often some delightful vignettes on the start line where people are held or waiting.
Engages a chain, takes the handbrake off, and leaves the line. Annie picks up her skirts and dives under the bridge at a speed of 43 miles an hour.
That's a respectable time for a GN, isn't it? Climbs well between Orchard and Pardon, takes the middle line in Pardon, the back end comes round in that distinct no diff way, and he's away through the trees.
On the line, Wilf Cawley sharing the Frazer Nash, modified by Paul Emery. But in the meantime, we're watching Annie hustling through the S's. We didn't have a camera on the exit to the S's yesterday, and we missed a few excitements because the track was incredibly slippery, because poor Singer motorcar engine exploded and deposited all its oil, along with pistons, half a crankshaft and all sorts of other bits and pieces, exactly where Wilf is now.
58.67 for Bill Roston. Wilf round semicircle now, going well, fighting soaring at the wheel there.
On the line, another Blakeney Edwards and another Frazer Nash.
49.94.
And yesterday, the car following, we got Simon Blakeney Edwards on the line, to be followed by Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who was very, very quick yesterday. And his Frazer Nash Supersports is a very, very quick car. But Simon's isn't hanging around. 2.83 for the first 64 feet. And how quick is he under the bridge? 52. Whereas Tony Wood was 58 miles an hour, which is one of the quickest speeds we've seen this morning.
50.12 for Tony Wood. 50.12. Simon Blakeney Edwards, of course, the new president of the Vintage Sports Car Club, so we should all be genuflecting towards his climb, no doubt.
We should be genuflecting. I hope we'll be genuflecting to Patrick if he puts up a quick time, which he will. Off the line now, 2.81, so 200ths quicker for 64 feet than Simon.
No sibling rivalry at all. According to the screen, this is Nick Finber, 766, but I'm struggling to find 766 in the programme.
No, he's absent, but I think you're right. Does that look like Patrick? Not sure.
I'm going to assume that the screen is not playing me false and add 766.
Good
Finber.
time, 47.88 for Nicholas. Weston Mitchell, another Frazer Nash, this time with a rarer bodywork, the Falcon, which I think was built, this body was built in-house at the Frazer Nash Falcon Works to the west of London. Not quite, the tail of the car, not quite as elegant as the genuine TT replica, and he's struggled a bit getting round Pardon. Maybe he was in too high a gear, but almost stopped on the exit to Pardon corner.
Popular culture has it that it was the Falcon Works because the pub on the corner of the road down there in Chiswick was the Falcon.
I thought I made that up yesterday.
No, I think that's factual. I think that's factual. There was a Falcon down there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nowadays, if you go on past what's a very swish Porsche dealership, go to the end of the road, turn left, past the Hogarth roundabout, you have Fuller's Brewery for ESB on your right-hand side.
Weston Mitchell, 58.35, followed by this extraordinary little BMW saloon of Richard Gatley with its straight six engine, and it's astonishingly quick, deceptively quick.
With Richard's arrival, we're into Class 4, which is standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars, 1501cc to 2 litres unsupercharged, and 1101 to 1500 supercharged.
And Richard is followed by Geoffrey Delaney in the first of our supercharged Lee Francis, which is why they were called Hyper. Didn't mean that hyper was their behaviour. What does Richard do? He's got a handicap of 56 and records a 57.5. Geoffrey Delaney, handicap 55 in the Lee Francis. And on the line, another Hyper Francis. As we said yesterday, with the great Jaguar test driver, Norman Dewis, he started his career in the army, but then his first peacetime career was with Lee Francis. And then Bill Lyons of Jaguar offered him 2 shillings an hour better, and he hopped over to Jaguar.
Richard Gatley, well, 57.50. That's pretty fair. Of course, we should mention, Chris, that despite the fact that everybody practiced yesterday, it's largely irrelevant given the utterly different character of the course today.
Exactly.
59.34 for Richard Delaney, a very famous family. especially in the Francis circles.
Richard Houlgate in the second of our hypers. This is a replica. Is followed by Eddie Williams in a TT replica Nash. He doesn't appear in the programme. He's number 76. Well-known car driver combination.
Just got his entry in a little late.
But the can't exhaust pipes, it's a Meadows. But it's the classic TT replica. It's a famous car actually, CMH 500. And over the line with a 54.37 to be followed by George Scoley going quite rapidly in the Frazer Nash. It's called an Emerson. I don't know what Paul Emery did to this car, because it looks pretty standard to me.
I know Paul Emery messed around with everything in the attempt to improve it. He'd have gone through the whole car.
I guess so.
Sometimes it worked, other times it really, really didn't. But a lovely footnote in history, the award-winning author of the complete history of Connaught motorcars, sent to Syracuse, Graham Rabaliati, is writing a biography of Paul Emery currently, so looking forward to that one coming out.
Here's a very famous and rare car, the MG Tigress, MG 18 Mark III. I think only 5 of these were built, and as far as I know, only 2 survive, but it was the sporty version of MG's saloon and touring car.
I think they're rather lovely, the Tigresses, the
it is.
18-100s.
But it reminds us that MG didn't just make the midgets, the small sports cars, they made some luxurious touring cars.
They do, in a VSCC context, because SAs are not allowed, they're big 2.6 touring cars, we just don't see them, except in the auction car park occasionally. They're not allowed to compete in the VSCC.
Followed by Ian Warner in a 3-litre Bentley with a rare body. Not sure who built this. I have a feeling it was Harrington, but it's a 2-seater and very lightweight Bentley. If Richard can focus on the start line, we got one of the most beautiful vintage cars of all. Leaving the line, Alex Pilkington in this glorious Alfa Romeo 6C with its straight 6 engine. And I don't know if this body was built by Zagato. A lot of them were. And the Italians have a lovely eye for line, don't they?
There should be a little silver Z on the scuttle side if it's a Zagato bodied car. Alex's sister often is out in the Zagato. I'm not sure this one is. Ian Warner, a 67.57 in the first of the 3-litre Bentleys. Struggling against a handicap of 66, so not far away, knocking on the door.
What's Alex's handicap?
56.5.
55.5. Oh, you.
55.5, beg your pardon, I haven't got my specs on. 57.91 is her actual time.
Yeah, so quite near. What are we following? We're following
John Poulsen.
John Poulsen, a great rebuilder of Talbot cars.
John still part of the Bonhams team, one of our principal associate sponsors, and running his own little brokerage and sales business, and grew up with his father Ian, IS Ian Poulsen, huge STD and particularly Talbot fettlers and restorers.
When we get to our Edwardians, we'll find a 1911 Talbot, and spent its life in Australia, but they discovered the original colour, and John Poulsen's restored it beautifully.
Lucy Delaney, now on the hill, 773, the family Delaney with the Hyper.
Hold on to your hats, because now we've got Patrick Blakeney Edwards chasing Lucy up the hill. How quick is he under the bridge? 55. Sorry. I'll be cancelled soon.
Yes, It's all in the culture, isn't it? 61.41 for Lucy.
Now, what's Patrick's handicap? It's 43.
Yes, not a lot, I was going to say.
No, that's right. What's the record in this class?
It's Patrick's, 44.27.
Well, that's a bit unfair of the handicappers to give him a 43 handicap.
I guess that means they expect him to shatter his own record, 44.91.
Now, the first of many Vauxhall 3098s, the famous sporty Vauxhall from the 19-teens and 20s. Everybody thinks of Vauxhall as producers of rather mundane saloon cars under the guise of General Motors. But before General Motors bought Vauxhall, they were renowned for producing very expensive and very high quality touring and sports cars, of which the 3098 was the best seller. Oh dear, our number 92 has left the line. That's Tamara Morley, and she tried to get second gear and came to a halt, but now she's got it, not a Bentley, in the Lagonda LG45. David Marsh heads for the finish in the Vauxhall. There's Tamara in the Lagonda. Remember that Lagonda won Le Mans, Hindmarsh in a Meadows-powered Lagonda, rather similar to this one. David Marsh time, 69.46. Such an elegant car, the Lagonda. The majority had either saloon bodies or four-seater touring bodies. I drove one to Le Mans a few years ago. It was quite hard work, and it had a centre throttle, which is always exciting.
Concentrates the mind, that, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Of course, Vauxhall's sporting heritage arguably started with the Prince Henry. The 3098 was the successor of the Prince Henry Vauxhall, which is an earlier Edwardian era.
But I learned something this morning that I'd never known, and that I'll recount it a bit later on. In the meantime, we're watching Michael Pallet on another supercharged Lee Francis, to be followed by Roland Deuce in the lovely 1930-something Delage. Excuse me while I sneeze.
We've dropped back into Class 4 with Michael Pallet, last of the Lee Francis Hypers.
But in the meantime, we're watching Roland in this lovely Delage. The sort of car that you drove at Le Mans, then you took the lights and the mudguards off and went Grand Prix racing. Big straight six engine, and a lot of them had the Cotal gearbox, which was a very clever quick change, had a little tiny miniature gear shift on the steering column, and electrics change the gears for you.
Roland Deuce, of course, is the brains, the finance, the force behind the new ERA project. We'll be seeing David Ellison with the first of those up later.
He also, I don't know if he still has it, owns the villa outside Paris that used to belong to the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, which was available as a holiday let, but I didn't dare ask Roland what the weekly cost was.
Yikes.
Here comes Henry Lees, rounding Orchard in another 3098. While on the line, we've got Tigris again. Makes a nice noise. $2.5 litre straight six. That's where the nice noise comes from. But in the meantime, online we're watching Henry Lee's classic Velox body which was the standard touring body on the 3098. The early 3098s only had two-wheel brakes.
We've missed Phil Dobbin. We jumped back into Class 2 there for a moment. Phil Dobbin with a 65.52 in his Austin 7 Ulster. So just for the complete freaks like me, if you're noting times down, there's Phil's.
Yeah, no, you need to. Thanks for that. Tigris on the screen. Yeah, we're talking about the two-wheel brakes on the 3098 Vauxhall. Then I think in about 1923 or 4, they offered four-wheel brakes, and you could, if you had an earlier car, go back to the factory and they would add a couple of brakes for you. The legend is that the cars with two-wheel brakes have much nicer steering.
It wasn't deemed necessary to provide you with four-wheel brakes, was it? The early 1919 TT Bentleys relied on rear-wheel brakes only as well.
I'm not sure if the 3098 had a transmission brake as well. But as Ben Collins told me yesterday, his father used to say, transmission brake serves to brake the transmission.
Well, the inter-family rivalry in the Tigris camp is currently very firmly in Andrew Radford's court, because he's 6 seconds faster than Jeffrey.
Now, this isn't a local resident returning from the shops. This is the Harry College in the Ford Model A Tudor. And Guy, you told me something yesterday that I'd never even thought of about this car.
It's a two-door. It's the two-door bodywork style.
I love that.
Tudor.
That's brilliant. But
say it in a Detroit accent.
Tudor.
Tudor.
Henry Ford was very, very reluctant when the team had come up with the design for the Model A. He didn't want anything to do with it because he thought the Model T would go on forever, but they eventually persuaded him, and the Model A was a bestseller because it had much more conventional controls than the Model T.
The key selling point was it had an electric self-starter. The Model T by the 20s, even Austin 7 had something you pulled from the inside to start it. And the Model T still, you had to get out and wind it up by hand. So the Model A, that was the key advance that Edsel Ford insisted it had to have.
The great thing
self-starter.
Yeah, the great thing about the Model T was it had 3 pedals. And if you wanted to stop it in a hurry, press any of them and the car would stop. The left-hand one was for low gear to high gear. The middle one was a brake. What was the right-hand one for?
To rest your foot on.
I think it was the clutch, go or no go. Although of course it didn't have a clutch, it had an epicyclic gearbox.
Yes.
Talk about anoractum.
This is impressive. Harry College achieved anyway a 60.05. 60.05.
But we just caught a glimpse of Annabelle Jones over the line at 61.43. Vauxhall 3098. Tom Duffin. There he is going around Orchard in another 3098, but this one with the two-seater body, which I believe is called a Wensum, named after a river in East Anglia. And I think most special or non-standard bodies on 3098s were named after rivers.
Later on, Rolls-Royce would name a whole range of jet engines after rivers, wouldn't they?
They had the rear mudguards designed to throw mud in the following car.
57.94 for Tom Duffy.
Where are we? Roger Thorpe in another standard Tourer 3098.
That's a handicap busting time for Tom Duffy, by the way.
Oh, well done him. And on the line we got the LG45 Lagonda again. Just rockets off the line. Nicely, smartly, 3.12. But in the meantime we're watching the Vauxhall Tourer touring up the road in the hands of Roger Thorpe.
If I had a Vauxhall LG of any sort, I'd make a BGT special out of it.
It's a long wheelbase on the Lagonda for only 2 seats, isn't it?
It does. There's a lot of chuck the front in and visibly, especially my angle onto Pardon, he turns in sharply, and you do literally have a beat where you wait for the rear end to respond. It's that long a wheelbase. Roger Thorpe, a 62.16.
When Bentley went bust, very sadly, and was snapped up by Rolls-Royce, W.O. Bentley was snapped up by Lagonda, and he designed for them their V12 engine, which powered their heavy limousines up to World War II.
Wasn't quite as sudden as that. Bentley spent 3 years hating every second of his existence working for Rolls-Royce as part of the deal. They didn't know what to do with him. He wasn't allowed to design anything. So he was a sort of roving troubleshooter for them, and thoroughly detested that existence, getting out as soon as he could.
It's a very sad and rather shady story how Rolls-Royce acquired Bentley.
Well, they wanted to stop Napier buying it, because they figured a Napier Bentley was a serious threat.
We're watching Robert Glover nearing the finish. We haven't run out of 30.98s yet.
57.98 for Rob Glover. Robert, another product of the Brooks / Bonhams Academy. Went out to Australia to run their operation there, then returned to the UK and set up his own business, which he's running successfully out of the Mr. Heritage site.
And we nip back to Austin Sevens, this one driven by Oscar Dobbin.
Yep, this is the shared drive with Phil. Phil was a 65.52. See what Oscar could do in the family Ulster.
Followed by Alex Peacock, 30.98 Tourer. Oscar heads for the finish to record a 66.13.
That class sponsored by one of our great and stalwart supporters, an essential ingredient to any vintage's life, Louis Latour, purveyors of fine wine since 1797.
Alex nearing the finish in his 30.98, followed by Erica Pilkington, not in an Alfa Romeo, but in a very pretty 30.98 two-seater with pointed tail, topped by marine ply. Looks very elegant indeed.
Is that marine ply? Surely it should be something like rosewood or mahogany for a 30.98.
Could well be. It's nice and shiny anyway.
It is. There's plenty of varnish on it, that's for certain. Alex Peak up a 56.18. That's a quick climb in this company, and is our fastest 30.98 climb thus far.
Jamie Quartermain set off from the start line. Meanwhile, online we're watching Erica in the Vauxhall with what looks like a Wensum body, two-seater. Whether that trapdoor in the tail is for the mother-in-law, I think it's for luggage, probably.
Has it got a padlock on it? If so, it's for the mother-in-law.
It's probably not politically correct to make fun of mothers-in-law.
What is politically correct today? Please explain.
Very
I don't
little.
understand.
Very little.
Jamie Quartermain climbing well. Erica Pilkington a 67.07. That's 10 seconds outside her handicap, so perhaps a small issue there somewhere, or else the handicappers have really been extraordinarily cruel.
And for a change from Vauxhall 30.98, we've got a Railton on the line. Car number 108. Railton really was devised by Noel Macklin because the Invictas that he was making were too expensive and weren't selling. And the Railton effectively is a Hudson chassis and engine rebodied in the UK. And although it was very quick and very comfortable, it was rather sneered at, wasn't it, by the Bentley Brigade?
It wasn't considered thoroughbred because it was one of those fangled American devices under the skin. Even though Reed Railton was probably the most advanced designer of the time, just sticking his name on it didn't convince anybody that he'd done an awful lot. I mean, he had engineered it, but he'd taken proprietary parts.
But it had a straight 8 Hudson engine, which meant it was actually much quicker than Bentleys or Vauxhalls.
What's your background, young man?
So they were very upset when they were overtaken. He's followed by Mark Brett. We'll see, there's Mark. Good to see him back again. He had to miss Shelsley Wash a couple of weeks ago because he'd wrenched his back lifting a heavy weight in the very well-known Ballamy Ford Special, which could be used for racing, hill climbs and trials, I think, as well.
I've certainly seen Mark engaging in all the disciplines of the VSCC, sprinting, hill climbing, circuit racing, and as you rightly say, throwing it up muddy hills in the wintertime. Great multi-purpose car with a fabulous story. The Leslie Ballamy story is one to read about. There is a book about it, so try and get a copy of that.
We're moving to the Edwardian class after Mark Brett, with Simon Scott's lovely 1909 Talbot 4AB, beautifully restored and painted by John Paulson. And Guy, this morning I I mentioned to him that we'd found out that a Talbot was a medieval hunting dog, and he was thrilled to learn that. I think he's going to find a stick-on hunting dog and put it on the car.
Perfect, and go off hunting lesser Edwardian prey.
And up to the line comes the Otav, which we must get a picture of when Simon gets past Pardon.
Oh, a big wobble for Simon in Pardon, and not because there was an excess of power, but because he dropped the front left wheel off the black into the rough. But he's got it all tidied up. Now, is the Otav going to make a stop and start cleanly?
Graham came to explain that they finally discovered why it refused to get off the start line yesterday from a standing start. We accused it of its advanced electronics being upset by the start line beam. He said no, it was a problem of a dog in the gear in the transmission.
Not a Talbot there, surely.
Yeah, a medieval hunting dog was getting in the way and stopping the engine.
Right.
Otav, Italian cycle car, but this one with a V-twin Jap engine and the most extraordinary transmission from chains from the engine to a transfer box and then a long leather belt back to the back axle. You must, if you're here, have a close look at the Otav in the paddock. It's priceless.
So, sort of semi-chain drive, but final drive provided by friction drive.
Yeah, sort of the origins of an automatic gearbox.
Yes, think DAF. Think belts.
Yeah,
going
exactly. Oh, wow. The chairman has delivered a mug of tea. Thank you, Nick.
He's left your cream slice up here, though, so sorry.
All right, I'll run up and get it. So how's the Otav getting on?
It's still going. Well, no, 77 dead. The clock has stopped, so 77 dead for the Otav.
Here's Hickey Hickling, who's been campaigning this Sunbeam, dated from 1911, for about 100 years, I think.
I think he bought it new, didn't he?
Sits in a basket weave seat.
Very comfy.
The car is showing distinguished marks of age and competition, and Hickey still he must be in his 80s, drives it with great panache, as does Roger Twelvetrees, who's left the line in the Wolseley 1620, again dating from 1910/11.
Hickey 70.88.
Wolseley company subsided into the British Motor Corporation and produced some relatively uninteresting cars, but prior to that they were famous for their sporty cars like the Hornet.
Think pre-First World War, and there were some fantastic Wolseley racing cars, Gordon Bennett contenders.
Now Hickey has completed the run with a 70.88. He's been rather strictly handicapped, 65 seconds. That's a bit mean, isn't it? Roger Twelvetrees heading for the finish, round semicircle, to be followed by Noel Runnels-Moss. It's another Vauxhall 3098.
64.33 for Roger Twelvetrees in that battleship grey Wolseley. Looking out of the window, for those of you here at Prescott, there's still plenty to be looked at, haggled over and taken home, having purchased in the trade village, in the tents down there. Some great books, some spare parts, badges, memorabilia, ephemera, cards, and we have the members of the Society of Automotive Historians in Britain, the SAHB, with us again today. They are set up in 2 locations, so go and have a chat with them if you like the esoteric and the historical side of these cars.
Off the line, the Hudson Super 6, beautifully painted, restored by Poulsen. This is in its original colour. This car spent most of its life in Australia, in Perth, I think, Western Australia, despite the fact that his right-hand driver, of course, Australian, and came over to this country 10 or so years ago, been subject to a long and meticulous rebuild, but it's lovely to see it. Hudson Super 6, this one dates from 1917, which is the year that Hudson entered, I think, 3 cars for Indianapolis. And in 1917 it wasn't the Indy 500, it was the Indy 300, because of saving money during World War I.
64.58 for the Hudson.
Followed by Robert Frankham in another Talbot, this one the 2550 from 1913. Talbot went on to have a complicated history, sharing with Talbot, with Largo. Don't ask me to recount it, because I don't think I can.
We won't. But of course it's...
Except to say that post-war, in the early 50s, there was a Grand Prix car, the Largo Talbot, which was surprisingly successful, mostly because it was more fuel efficient than the Alfa 158.
Yes, Mr. Anthony Largo, fairly shadowy character. The mainstream Talbot company was swallowed up by Sunbeam, who also took on Durac in this country, which is why you often see people proudly wearing a badge saying the STD register, which is an interesting idea.
So we're watching David Jones.
Robert Frankham, a 67.65 in the Talbot.
And here's the lovely Talbot in the hands of David Jones, absolutely immaculate, beautifully. And he's followed by Ron Burkett in the Dodge Hornsted. Dodge, American manufacturer, Hornsted was their UK importer. And on the line, a car, fantastic car, that we've never seen before. Hold on to your hats, because it's the board racer. Doesn't mean it's boring. Just watch Ron Burkett finishing his run, then we'll focus on Ian Seymour Smith in the Mitchell Special Board Racer. Ron 6120. Here it is with its extraordinary exhaust pipe going up and over and burning the driver's left shoulder. But board racing was incredibly popular in the States, racing on a circular or oval track constructed of pine planks. The only trouble was if you tipped your car up, which they often did, when it scraped along the planks, you got penetrated by a great many pine needles. Or
horrifically splintered, yes.
Splintered, yeah.
Andrew Howard Davis, the Scat Racer, 9.5 litres, dating to 1911.
And Scat won the Targa Florio, didn't they?
They did.
I'm not sure which year it was. About that one, I think, 1911-ish. They were built in Turin in Italy.
54.15 for Ian Seymour Smith and the board racer.
Oh no, Julian Gauche in the Vauxhall allows me to say what I was threatening to say earlier, which was that Vauxhall in 1912-13 were building powerboat engines, because powerboat racing was very popular And the first customer for a 3098 insisted on having a powerboat racing engine. That was in 1912, 1913, and this one, in the hands of Julian Gauche, is only the 6th Vauxhall 3098 built, and shows lots of Pomeroy Senior Prince Henry characteristics.
Yes, Julian Gauche, a former president of the Vintage Sports Car Club, an arch enthusiast and engineer, and a 5677. We saw him, of course, the other weekend at Classic Nostalgia up the road at Shelsley.
On the line, Ben Collings in this fantastic 1907, and he's been told to switch off. I'm not sure why. 1907, 120 horsepower Mercedes. He's leaping out.
No red flags down here.
There is a red flag. Something has gone a bit wrong, and
must be lower course. There's no red flag at the bridge or at Orchard, Pardon or Semicircle. It's down your end, sir. Red flags out now, and course car on the way.
Ben Collings just popped in to say hello. He's standing in front of the Mercedes. Les Parry, our first visit was for the Bike Festival earlier this year. We'll no doubt add various events for next year. Great coverage, informative banter. Yeah, sort of, but it's appreciated. I'm glad it's appreciated. Richard, here we go. Crowd of marshals surrounding the 1907 Mercedes. The Collings family, for many, many years, had a 1903 80 horsepower Mercedes driven by Ben's dad, Roger, former president of the Vintage Sports Car Club, and is still competing, as is young Archie, who drove the 1903 80 horsepower car. When Ben drove the 80 horsepower 1903 Mercedes at Goodwood Revival through the speed trap along the straight past the pits, he was going faster than the 1903 world land speed record. But that car is now at the Zinsheim, the famous Zinsheim Museum in Germany, which is a must visit if you're in southern Germany. It's a most brilliant museum of cars, trucks, airplanes, characterized, if you're driving past it on the Autobahn, by a Concorde and a Konkordsky, the Russian version of the supersonic transport, up on poles outside the museum. Just sensational. This car, the chassis was found in Berlin. I think the body is original as well, but it's built up by Ben and his team, and Ben actually constructed a perfect brand new two-room copy engine, including all the castings. It's a work of art, and I saw Ben's dad. He arrived at Chelsea Wash having driven all the way from the Welsh border and saying how enjoyable it is to drive on the roads. And Ben agreed with that yesterday. He drove it over yesterday, probably on a sopping wet road. Had a few flies in his teeth, but he says it's so enjoyable. The steering is deceptively light and accurate, and the brakes. It's only got brakes, of course, on the rear wheels, but they're okay as long as White Band Man doesn't overtake and then jam his brakes on in front of you. Oh, incidentally, Guy, you'll have to excuse me. Thrill on the Hill Rise. Julian Eckersley is kindly donating a raffle run up the hill in his 1923 Brescia Bugatti. It's a raffle. Tickets from Friends of Prescott, their shop behind the commentary, are £1 each. Raffle will be drawn at 1 o'clock. So if you want to ride up the hill in a Brescia Bugatti, go and talk to the Friends of Prescott and buy 100 raffle tickets, and you've got a good chance of winning. Ben has fired up the 120 horsepower 4-cylinder Mercedes engine. It's only 13.5 litres, but that's enough to get him off the line in 3.08 seconds. Storms under the bridge at 51, which is quick, hustles it round Orchard, and actually there's enough power to get some wheel spins and smoke from the rear tyres as Ben spins the wheels out of power. His handicap is 51 seconds. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he gets under that. Let's have a look.
Ben thundering round, he comes up semicircle, very calmly turns in, dab of oppo as the back end starts to whiz a little bit off to the left towards the edge, which isn't as steep as you fear it is as you go round.
No, a couple of seconds outside his handicap with a 53.14. That's a warm-up for this afternoon. We're looking at the Theophil Schneider Aero Special in the hands of Van der Straten. Oh, we've put the commentator's curse on him, but luckily his rear wheels didn't cross the start line, which means it isn't a failed run, and he gets another go. Now, it's an aero special because it's an aero engine, which looks like a straight 4-cylinder engine. I have a feeling it's a Hall Scott, but I must find out. 10-litre engine out of a World War I aircraft, probably a trading aircraft. Where were Theophil Schneider? Were they in Paris?
I genuinely don't know where they were headquartered, but Francois Van der Straten Ponthos is away. A good count.
Yes. Francois, I think he's recently acquired the Theophil Schneider.
Yes, it's a car that's reasonably well known within the club, isn't it? But you couldn't miss the Count's moniker. So new to this hill climb in this specific context.
And you might wonder why it's got a yellow square on the back with a black X in it. Indicates that he's going to race it and that he's on what's called a novice license, but that's a bit unfair. It's when you start racing, circuit racing, you have one of those X's on the back until the clerk of course has signed you off for 6 well-behaved races.
Is to warn those following that they should treat their overtaking of you with enhanced respect and awareness. 60.61.
Not bad. Followed by Chris Crook, another Sunbeam 1620.
Shared drive. This is Hickey's car with Chris at the wheel at this time. So in this little team, he needs to be beating 70.83.
Up to the line comes the classic recipe for an Edwardian racing car in the Vintage Club. Take a big old chassis, chuck away the body, and put in a Curtis Ox 5 engine, and pretty soon you'll see Pinot Lombardi in the Luxior, which is exactly that. But in the meantime, on the screen, we've got William Trees hustling the big Wolseley, Edwardian Wolseley, up the hill. And on the line, we've got another classic racing recipe. Neil Goff in the crit. Another chassis, another Ox 5 engine. Here is the Luxior.
And Christopher Crook has done exactly what you're not supposed to do when you're driving somebody else's car, and beaten the owner.
That's tactless, isn't it? You can see on the Luxior and on the following Goff, the exhaust from this V8 aircraft engine, produced in huge numbers by Curtis in the States during World War I, produced so many that lots were left over, and you could buy a brand new Ox engine for $25 at the end of the war. This is the crit.
Now Pino was handicapped at 59 and has just cut the beam at 57.78. That's impressive.
That's really good.
Neil Goff at 52.30 against a 54.5 handicap. The Edwardians are smashing their handicaps en masse.
And if you want to go Edwardian racing on one of these, the Romano Special, the Oakland Romano Special, is here, but it's up for sale, so they're not risking it. But you can buy it.
It's a very reasonable price as well.
Yeah, I think the telephone lines will be jammed. So another special, Jeremy Flann on the Curtis Le Zèbre, is followed up the hill by this immaculate Archie Miller's having a go in the Hudson Super 6, isn't it? Just wonderful.
48.83 from Jeremy Flann. He's handicapped at 48.5, so although that he's not hit his handicap, he is leading the class by a country mile.
And if you're just joined us from Australia, you'll be interested in this car, which spent almost all its life in Perth, Western Australia, came over to Europe, I think about 5 or 6 years ago.
Is this one of those devices that you saw pictures of in the automobile, of an engine and prop shaft driving a sawmill, that kind of thing?
No, I think it was a complete car.
Oh, excellent.
And used daily out in Australia.
Fabulous.
I shall be quiet for a second or two. I'm going to drink my mug of tea.
Very wise, though I'm not sure it'll be going cold down in the shower cubicle. So just waiting for 719. Matthew Burkett is climbing now, and that will complete the class. Almost a full class, only that Jack Bond in the Oakland Romano Special, modelled and styled after Pikes Peak title-taking car from back in the day. Matthew Burkett 62.88. Move on to 140. That's Jocelyn Jones in Class 8. Special sports cars and saloon cars up to 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged. So the blown Austin 7s will be seen here, as well as special sports cars. Austin 7 Specials, a very popular subsect of the breed.
We're watching on the screen Jocelyn Jones in this Humber with a very complicated numerical name. It's called a Humber 8, 18, 19, 28.
I think that's a Humber 8 from 1918 stroke 1928.
Don't spoil the fun.
That's my best guess.
You're probably right. But Jocelyn on it has finished with a 73.43. We're watching Jessica Reinhold in the Austin 7 Special, supercharged. I do like the number of people from Germany, Holland, etc. coming over to compete at Prescott. They're very, very welcome. Often they leave their car in the UK and just fly in for the meeting, but they're very welcome.
Yes, it's a broad and welcoming church, is the Vintage
I
Sports
think it
Car
was
Club.
Tom and Bayer down in Munster who commented that they love English hill climbing, although the hills are very short compared with the European hill climbs, which are sort of 10-15 kilometres up the Gross Glockner, because you see the whole thing from start to finish, whereas if you go and watch a European hill climb, you might see 100 metres as the cars flash past.
Alistair Bailey ascending the hill. Jessica Reinhold a 72.73.
Alistair Bailey is followed by James Mabley, another Austin 7 Ulster, and on the line we go from 4 wheels to 3 with a very early Morgan. The hands of Tom Golland, which we'll look at fairly soon when we've seen James navigating Pardon successfully. And here's the Morgan Aero from 1932, and the sporty Morgans, although they only had 3 wheels, will have surprisingly good road holding.
They do. They were very successful until the Royal Automobile Club decided to throw them out of car competitions, so they had to go and make friends with the Old Cycle Union then and be treated as a motorcycle and sidecar, which is why we often see them racing with a passenger, because they or with ballast, as they are racing under ACU rules.
Yeah, you have the choice of either running your girlfriend or putting ballast in there, and your girlfriend isn't happy if you describe her as ballast.
No.
Mustn't do that. Early 3-wheeler sporty Morgans only had 2 gears and only 2 pedals. They had a throttle on the steering wheel. I'm not sure if Tom's is one of those, but he records a 60.86. And we go back to France with Terry McGrath in this lovely Amel car that we've seen for many years, and Terry keeps it immaculately, drives it immaculately as well.
Yes, Terry started his VSCC career with an Austin 7 back in the 1970s, and moved on up to the Amel car, and has been conveying it with panache for many a year.
Must have the narrowest body of any production sports car, which is why the passenger is placed 6 inches or so. No, we mustn't talk inches, it's a French car. 12 centimetres behind the driver. Alongside but behind, if you understand what I mean.
You're doing it again, Chris.
I know. But the attraction for the young blades who bought Amel cars in the 20s was that their girlfriend had to sit with her arm round your shoulder. Sorry, I'm being politically incorrect again.
I'm just going to leave you to dig that hole, Chris.
Yeah.
Up Terry away.
Yep. Off the line goes Terry. Engine didn't sound all that happy, but now that the revs are coming, it's fine.
Yep, he makes the clean snick down change into Orchard. Takes the tight in and wide out approach there. Hesitating a bit into Pardon, I think. I'm not sure if that came across on the screen, but there's definitely a moment of fluff as he tried to floor the throttle. He asked for something that wasn't there.
It was a bit fluffy off the line, I thought. Class 8 special sports cars and saloon cars, up to 1100 unsupercharged and up to 750 supercharged. I don't know what the book definition of special is.
That's an eligibility committee decision. When you apply for your buff form, it comes back and you're put in your place by it.
Terry's handicap was 54 and he's done a 58.25. So it was a bit fluffy. Wow! The Austin Ulster of Oliver Cox lifted a front wheel as he turned and put on lock into Pardon, and luckily the wheel descended back to terra firma fairly quickly. There's a replay online. Rich, you'll need to go back a bit. It was about 30 yards further back. Oh no, it's lifted it again. He's having an adventure.
Overly stiffened suspension.
Wow. And something's dangling underneath. I think it might be a bit of exhaust pipe. Talk about an exciting run for the car and the driver.
Sure it's not a spring out of the leaves, given the way that the wheel was waggling in the air.
Yeah.
Shades of Jim Clark in the Lotus Cortina. But he still managed a 65.06, did Oliver?
Slight pause. Maybe a fear about the Austin Oliver going down the return road, which is a fairly bumpy track with the exhaust pipe falling down. But we're okay, we're under inaction again. Adam Oliver on the Riley 9 Special.
Masses of wheel spin from Kevin Morton there as he went round Pardon. Kevin really panicked slightly and went for a lower gear, and all that succeeding in was lighting up the rears. But great seat, lots of smoke, very impressive.
Lots of power, and it really hustles it into the first bit of the S's. So this might be a quick run. What's his handicap? 54 seconds.
Close, 54.40.
Good.
If he'd held his nerve and not had to change in the middle of Pardon, he'd have aced his handicap there. That's a note for the next run.
In the meantime, we're looking at Kevin Jones being followed by Graham Beckett, but Kevin driving the Humber, sharing the Humber
with Ms. Jocelyn Jones. I assume it's father and daughter a keep.
Beautifully prepared car. They've been at the silver polish again.
Chasing a 71.43, 68.81 for Kevin Jones.
Oh, there's a car coming down the hill, which is not the normal thing to do, which means we must have a red flag. And luckily, 745 Thomas Lee has been held on the line. We didn't want too much excitement. Let's have a look.
Can't quite make out the number nor work out who it is, for I have no one having failed for the last 20 vehicles. Well, no one's failed yet today.
No, we've had a replay online, but I didn't see. Well, we're getting it again. Yeah, it's a spin. Thomas Lee spun the Ulster Special going into Orchard harmlessly, and took his own decision to coast back down the hill, and he'll go back into the paddock. There he is, but he won't get another. Well, he'll get another run this afternoon, but that was a failed run.
Where was he? What's his number?
Thomas Lee, number 745, showing car number 45.
745. D. Burnage, Thomas Lee, Austin Ulster Special. I can't see him on the timing screen though.
No, I don't think he troubled the timekeepers, or they quickly saw him spinning and wiped him away, as it were.
That's odd, because you'd expect it to be there as a fail.
Yeah, it may come up as a fail.
But Graham Beckett has been given a fail in car 152. Was it Graham Beckett in 152, perhaps?
Well, this is Thomas Lee now, so I think it was Graham Beckett. Yeah, We apologise to the people we've maligned.
Besmirching Thomas's reputation. How very dare we?
Sue us. I'll sue you in court.
Sewers? That's the level of our commentary, is it? Sewers. Shame, Graham Beckett. Simplicity. A failure, but he does live to fight another day, as you say. And Thomas Lee, the Ulster Special, 1934, makes it a long wheelbase Austin 7. Going rather well from what I can see.
And off the line, David Furnell. Will catch up with him in a second, but in the meantime, the much maligned Thomas Lee rounding semicircle and up to the finishing line. Here's the toy. Austin 7 Special, played with by David Furnell.
He'll be toying with the opposition. David, of course, has won the Speed Championship, and for anyone looking at the screen who sees it's not an exotic surname, it's not David Furnell Bem, it's David Furnell British Empire Medal, which he has been awarded for services to charity.
Good for him.
.54.73 for David against a 53 second handicap. Although I think once you have won the Speed Championship, as David has, you've got no chance of beating the handicappers ever again.
Stuart Rose in the Curfew Special, Austin 7. He's very quick. Now, what's his handicap? 52.5. Just about as lightweight as you can get in Austin 7, if you have any bodywork on it. What?
.55.31 for Stuart Rose.
Here's Tim Stamper. He's sharing the Brooklands replica. And he's followed by Ian Patton, sharing the Amel car. Ian, for a long time, was general manager here at Prescott, did a great job, invented various events like l'Avion Bleu and the American event, the autumn event, which celebrated Americana. We've got a time for Tim Stamper, 54.4. He was in the Riley Brooklands replica, of course. Here's Ian. Acts as a scrutineer at Goodwood as well. A man of many talents. Rachel Blake in the BNC. BNC was a very popular French sporty car in the 20s, 30s. Characterized by their sloping radiator or radiator grille at the front. Rachel taking a fairly wide line round the semicircle and records a 58.24 and is followed by James Patterson in the MG PA. Quite a rare car, but following the J2 MG Midget. For 1 year the PA was slightly more sophisticated, but still had the characteristic slab tank at the back. I think it's got a supercharger on the front as well. Yeah, 939cc supercharged. I don't think that means all PAs were supercharged though.
No, I don't think it does, and that's why it's in the special sports cars category, because if it wasn't blown it would be in standard sports cars, I think, because that's its only departure being blown, this particular one. and a 59.07 against a 58 handicap.
Andrew Briggs has taken off the line in the Riley 12.4 Special. We'll see fairly shortly. Here's Nigel Harper. He's a J2, which preceded the PA, again with a supercharger in front of the radiator, above the front axle, adding lots of power. But talking of lots of power, Andrew Briggs in the Riley 12.4 Special. Unsupercharged 1500cc, nevertheless very rapid off the line. Andrew's handicap is 57. 12.4 Special means it's a 1500cc engine. Most of the Riley Brooklands were 1100cc.
Dr. Harper a 57.46, Andrew Briggs a 55.23. On the hill, Jack Butler, Riley Special. On the line, Neil Walker, another Riley 12.4 Special. First 64 feet in exactly 3 seconds, which is quick for Neil, despite the fact that the engine sounded a bit fluffy. 55 dead for Jack Butler, very, very clean.
Second inside his handicap.
To be applauded.
Rapidly round to pardon is Neil Walker, another 12.4 Special. It's very popular. It's a very popular concoction, isn't it?
Yes, the 12.4 engine is robust, more dependable than the 1089 engine in my experience, and lends itself to a lot of applications. There's of course David Pryke's very, very fast Riley engine, Morgan 4.4.
55.92 for Neil Walker. So within touching distance of his handicap, Jonathan Bowyer hurls another 12.4 Special into and through the S's. Jonathan Bowyer 56.42. John Fletcher, rapid start and 42 miles an hour under the bridge in his John Golder Special. Which again, with a 1500cc engine, is basically a 12.4 Special again. Immaculately prepared for Prescott. Let me quickly mention the raffle again. Right up the hill with Julian Eckersley in the 1923 Brescia Bugatti, which goes like Raymond Mays' Cordon Rouge, he says. That's car number 251. Ticket sales, raffle sales at Friends of Prescott shop behind the commentary hut. They're £1 each, £5 for a strip of 5. Raffle will be drawn at 1 o'clock. You'll need to be back near the shop when the raffle is drawn, because I think you get a sort of 3-minute slot in which to claim your ride, otherwise it is redrawn. But do have a go at getting a ride up Prescott in the Brescia. Tim Stamper on his way in the Riley Brooklands replica. middle of the road, around the S's. Slightly smoky, nice loose clearances in the engine, and records a 53.43 for Tim. Followed by Steve White in a Riley Falcon special. Spins the inside rear wheel out of part, plenty of power. He takes a tighter line through the S's, trying to straighten it up as much as possible. Over the line, recording a time of 52.51. Engineer, Diplom Ingenieur Tamo Voigt from Germany, I guess, in a Riley special. German registration, so it's not a car that I don't think lives in the UK. Tamo knows his way up Prescott and records a 53.53. David Morley's Riley special. Based, I guess, on a Riley Saloon or Touring Falcon, followed by Claire Furnell Williams in the toy again. Great to see more and more women competing here at Prescott and Wolseley, and I'm sure enjoying it, enjoying the family competition. Here's Claire. .52. Here's the Wolseley Aries Special with its Art Deco radiator grille. I think a bird got behind it and fought its way out. But confirming what we were saying, what Guy was saying earlier about Wolseley producing lots of very sporty cars before they subsided into the ownership of the dreaded British Motor Corporation. .51.68 for the Wolseley. Another Riley special. Dennis Bingham. Meanwhile, Chris Downham, Ulster Imp replica, as Guy commented yesterday, Mike Hawthorne really started his racing career in a Riley Imp TT special and made quite a mark, so that when his dad bought a brand new Cooper Bristol for him,
it wasn't his dad. It wasn't his dad, it was Bob Chase.
I beg your pardon, yeah.
Leslie was good, but he couldn't afford a brand new Cooper Bristol.
But his dad modified it, didn't he?
He put the long snorkel on it.
And didn't it run on methanol?
Allegedly, yes.
I was at Goodwood when it appeared, and Mike Hawthorne was the star of Easter Monday Goodwood 1952.
Yes, 3 races, 2 wins and a second. Not bad. For your debut meeting, beating Fangio, Gonzalez and others.
There's a famous photograph of the 5 new Cooper Bristols lined up in a Goodwood paddock, and among the spectators surrounding these cars is my teenage brother, and I was behind him, fighting to see what was going on without success. Greg, let it go, 47.39. Now, what did Greg, his hand against 46? Followed by Michael James, another TT Sprite.
He's outbraked himself into Orchard. He's gone across the grass, collected it, but that'll nullify Michael James's time completely.
Yeah, all 4 wheels off the track is a failed run, really, isn't it?
Should be.
If the eagle-eyed clerks of the course and course controllers saw it. Meantime, he's still enjoying a rapid run up the hill. I don't think, even if he beats his handicap, it won't qualify. On his way, Ben Briggs in another 12.4 special has, yeah, Michael James, sadly, it's a failed run.
That's a shame. He was going so well apart from that moment, but I understand the thought process there.
Yeah, we've got a new groundsman here at Prescott doing a brilliant job of maintaining the beauty of the place, and the last thing he wants is muddy tracks across his lovely lawn. Wim Butler in another Riley special storms off the line, making way for a car that we will shortly very much admire on the line, the fabulous 4.5 litre low chassis Invicta. So William Butler exits S's, and shortly we'll see Philip Milne-Taylor in the lovely, there he is, Invicta S-Type, 4.5 litre Meadows engine, and the low chassis Invicta guaranteed a top speed in excess of 100 miles an hour. They were built in Surrey, down near Cobham, by the Invicta company, Fairmile, and if you didn't believe them, they would take you and the car to Brooklands and demonstrate that it could achieve 100 miles an hour. Philip Milne-Taylor crosses the line with a 55.73, car number 99. Followed by Andrew Oliver sharing the Riley Special with David Morley. Unusual competition car, James Prescott in the Morris Cowley. Morris Cowley was very much the bargain of the Morris range, less expensive than the famous Morris Oxford.
Is this another, oh no, beg your pardon, we're up into class 10 with the Morris Cowley.
And Jane Corner had a rather adventurous leaving the line in the Luganda Rapier. We'll see, catch up with her later. It's James shrugging at the lack of performance between the S's and semicircle and the Morris Cowley. But here's Jane in the lovely Luganda Rapier Sports, which didn't sound terribly happy yesterday, did it?
No, it was waffly, to use a technical term.
And it blew out black smoke. So it's been smoking too much. What did James achieve? A 76.95 in the Morris Cowley. Where are we? We're with John Duffin, Frazer Nash Supersports. So back to Nash's. Class 10. Specials, but up to 3 litres unsupercharged, up to 2 1/4 litres supercharged. So they've got to be considerably modified to be classed as a special. On his way, Matthew Eade in a very special Elvis Silver Eagle, immaculate and very powerful.
John Duff in a 57.31 against his 55-second handicap.
Here's Matthew Eade. And Jeff Edwards takes off from the start line again with a very noisy Silver Eagle. Only 2.2 litres, but producing plenty of power. And plenty of wheel spin out of pardon. The first of our 2 Silver Eagles, it has a Matthew Eade, records a 65.33. Now we've got Maurice Gleeson in another Riley special. 2.4 litres, that's the big 4 Riley engine. And Jim Catnash, will see him shortly leaving the line. But with an engine of 1991, I have a sneaking suspicion that Jim's car has an AC engine rather than a Riley engine. Straight 6, 1991 cc. I could be wrong. It has been known. Maurice Gleeson, 54 seconds exactly. So we'll look for Jim Catnash on the Riley Grebe. Count the exhaust pipes, there are 6 of them. Followed by Jack Peppiett. We were talking about sporting Wolseleys. Well, this is about as sporty as you can get. His supercharged Wolseley Hornet Special. Oh, he's gone round Orchard. He's going up to Ettores.
Someone always does it. Jack Peppiett taking the opportunity of some early practice for long course. He's gone all the way up to Ettores and back down again.
No, he hasn't gone off the track, so he's a failed round.
I hope not, because he hasn't left the tarmac. He's only penalised himself by doing that.
Yeah. Jack's time in the Riley, 52.67.
So anyone who wants to come back in September and is thinking, oh, what does this long course look like? You've just had the perfect exemplar and illustration.
No, well, at the moment, where is he?
He's up at semicircle.
Yeah, he is. Still having a time recorded He won't want to know, but his 67.33 hasn't been recorded. Oh, hang
boo.
on. Oh, that's
Boo.
not fair. Put in a protest, quick.
Yeah, there's no bollards across the track there, so he didn't exceed track limits. Often there are, but today there weren't. I think that's very harsh.
Yeah, these course controllers, they're very strict.
Yes.
Where are we? Roy Newton. Riley J2, which is an MG J2 into which has been squeezed a Riley engine.
And then someone's bolted a supercharger to it as well. That is really going for it.
Hurling it nicely round semicircle, records 50.96. What was his handicap?
51.5.
Wow, good for him. Here's Barbara sharing the Riley Special with her man, Greg.
Drop back into class 9. It's complete.
On the line, a lovely, immaculate Frazer Nash and a nice dark purple colour. Very attractive. TT replica. See it in a second. Swatched.
Guessing that's Ian Roche. Barbara, a 55.87. No, it's David Knight.
Yeah, with a BMW powered Frazer Nash chain drive, chain gang. TT replica body. Doesn't mean it's a replica, it means it's a replica of the cars, Frazer Nashes, that were so successful in the Tourist Trophy.
Do you remember when Werner Oswald was making excellent Le Mans replicas? They became known as Le Mans replicas.
Yes, a friend of mine has just bought a Le Mans replica Crosswhite and Gardner, which were beautifully built. Made 5 of them until Frazer Nash sent them a lawyer's letter saying, please stop. But then when Aldington saw the car, he said, we should have continued making these.
Ha! I think he meant him. Frazer Nash should have continued making them. Oh, Archie has ceased to proceed. He's stalled coming out of pardon.
Yeah, the Labradoodle selected the wrong chain.
He's continuing.
People
If you
who
come to
are
a full stop, surely that's a fail.
People who are wondering what a Labradoodle has to do with a Frazer Nash, well, the chains are engaged by a sliding dog.
So it's a Labradoodle on ice.
Look at that narrow rear track. Paul Weston, TT replica, Nash, chucks it round. This one again, 2-litre engine, but this time it's an AC engine rather than a BMW. Paul Weston demonstrating typical Frazer Nash chain drive oversteer around semicircle, 50.73, followed by Roger Tarshingham, special built out of an MGN type, hence the big engine. Well, when I say big, 1500 supercharged. And the corner Lagonda Rapier is certainly not sounding happy. We'll see Trevor in the car in a second or two on the screen. Meanwhile, Roger Tarshingham heads for semicircle. There's Trevor rounding Orchard Corner. We saw Jane in this car and commented on the engine sounding a bit fluffy, and certainly when Trevor left the line, it didn't sound very happy at all. He's followed by a very famous vintage hill climb car, which we'll see pretty soon. Here it is, David Frank in the ACGN Beetle, not powered by a flat floor air-cooled engine. but it's a GN chassis powered by the 2-litre AC straight 6 engine, and it's well known both on the circuits and the hills in vintage circles. We've got a time for Trevor in the unhappy Rapier, 57.64. And sliding the Nash round pardon, Ian Roche, showing how chain gang Frazer Nash should be cornered. On the line we've got a very quick one, Theodore Hunt in his TT replica. Theodore races and hill climbs this car. Ian's handicap 51.5. Ooh, 700s, 200s outside his handicap. Well done, Theodore, whose dad races both pre-war and post-war Frazer Nashes, as does Theodore. He races dad's Tonka Florio, and he's just started racing the Le Mans replica Frazer Nash. Jeremy Brewster in the Frazer Nash Geoghegan. It's rather like the Emerson. We're not sure what Maurice Geoghegan did to this car. Meantime, Theodore's time 46.9, car number 196, slightly outside handicap. Jeremy heads for the finish. This is going to be quick. 45.45. Wow. Was he in the programme? No, he's not.
Jeremy Brewster, no.
We don't know what his handicap is or was. But we're admiring Jack Bond, who often drives the Romano special, but now getting a ride in the Talbot 105. And followed by Jeremy Holden in the Vauxhall A-Type. The A-Type isn't closely related to the 3098 and actually formed the basis of the Vauxhall staff car that the generals used to use during World War I, and which sold in large numbers to the military.
We've leapt up to Class 11, special sports cars and saloons over 3 litres unsupercharged and 2 1/4 supercharged. Jeremy Holden in the A-Type. Jack Bond, a 51.95. Jeremy
and on
still going.
On his way, Roger Collings, ex-president of the club, patriarch of the Collings family, in this very quick 3-litre chassis with a 4.5-litre Bentley engine. And Roger really enjoys driving these cars, including the 1907 Mercedes, on the road. They resist trailering their cars to meetings.
It's the proper way to be. Drive it, strip it, compete, put it back together, take it home.
When Roger was driving the Mercedes at Chelsea, he told me proudly that the combined age of car and driver was 205 years.
Yes, it's something to celebrate. He came and pointed out to me at Kerborough when it opened the season, when they hit the 200 mark collectively.
Very nice. Matthew Moore and another very nice 3-litre, 4.5-litre powered Bentley with the classic Van der Pla bodywork. Roger's time 56.03.
Matthew Moore 56.52.
On the line of Delage, the Collings family Delage with its aircraft engine. You probably know what engine it is.
I don't. I haven't the faintest, to be honest.
I have a feeling it's a de Havilland engine, but I won't swear to it.
Odd CC for a de Havilland lump, 4941.
Well, this one is 5 litres. 4 cylinders, straight 5 litres. What is the Gypsy? It's about that size, isn't it?
Rob Hubbard has climbed in 53.21.
On the screen is Craig Collings in the big Delage touring car. It started life as a big saloon with a Delage engine. It's now bodied with a very light body and this powerful aircraft engine. Trevor Hurst rounding Orchard.
Gypsy was a 6.2 litre engine.
Was it?
4-cylinder 6124cc.
Right.
So yeah, I thought that sounded a tad small for a de Havilland engine.
Yeah. Elvis Firefly Special, Trevor Hurst, followed by the Littlewood family Bentley, much modified, very light, makes a lovely noise. That engine's been considerably fettled. Trevor 51.61, car number 207, handicap was 49.5, which is pretty tough. Here's Alistair Littlewood chucking the big Bentley around Pardon and
he is
into the
utterly
S's.
hurling it through the bends, and great to see a red one, not a standard Commodore Garden BRG.
And I wonder if that body is its original body or whether it's a later modification.
I suspect it's a later edition, as it's a 3, 4.5. They probably did the body at the same time as the younger engine transplant. But a 49.43, so close.
It's followed by Peter Batty in a Frazer Nash. If you're listening to the engine, you think that doesn't sound like the usual Frazer Nash engine. Well, it's not. It's a Bugatti engine. 3.3 litres. So it doesn't half get up and go.
Fine.
Whether it gives the Labradoodle a hard time, I don't know.
I'm sure it sticks to the task doggedly.
Please.
47.30, smashes his handicap, which was a 48.5, over a second ahead. Well done.
We've got a bit of sweeping going on between the pre-start and the start line. Interesting. You see the two yellow lines. Between those two lines you are allowed to spin your driven wheels to warm up and clean up the tyres, but after that you have to sort of coast up to the start line. But it's good to keep that clean. Cars come out of the paddock with a bit of gravel and grit in the back wheels, so spinning them between the pre-start or up to the pre-start line does every now and then require a bit of a clean-up.
Like sprinkling some Glitto down there or something, just to make it sparkle, some Jif maybe? Or Sif as it is now.
So Peter Batty, a great run, way inside his handicap. Up to the line comes the Riley Big 4 Special, 2.5 litre supercharged 4-cylinder Riley engine. The engine in unsupercharged form was used after the war by Healy particularly. But this should be a quick run because Justin's handicap is 47 seconds. And he's under the bridge at 52 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour slower than Peter Batty in the Bugatti powered Frazer Nash. Just apart. Powerful Riley Special into the semicircle, followed by Dougal Corley, the go-to man if you want some vintage tyres, in the famous GN with its 3.3 litre Ford engine and famously known as the Piglet. Don't ask me why.
It was a bit of a runt.
Is that right? That's the official reason.
The former James Diffie mount.
Right. 46.57 for Dougal. Here's the Beetle again. AC powered GN chassis called the Beetle and well known and very quick. Andrew Frank at the wheel.
David Frank earlier recorded a 45.84 in the same car, so against a 46 handicap. Andrew is identically handicapped for 46 seconds, and he brings it home in 46.15.
Here's Inge van Vauxhall in this lovely Austin 7 Special, looking like an ERA that's been in too hot a wash and shrunk a bit, but it's beautifully built. Not sure whether it was built in Holland or in this country, but it's
up into Class 13, pre-1941 racing cars, up to 1100cc with Inge van Vauxhall.
So this is supercharged, and Inge's handicap is 65 seconds. She's hassling it nicely, middle of the road through the S's, keeping well away from the grass.
Taking it very cautiously round semicircle. I think she'll drift out slightly. 65.81, yes.
0.8 outside her handicap, followed by another famous GN, Kim. This is Kim 2, a replica of the original Kim. 1920 car, classic GN V-twin special. And here's the Littlewood Bentley again, with Mike at the wheel this time. Jonathan in Kim 59.72. Mike not quite as adventurous as Alistair in this car, but going quickly enough. What's the handicap for this car? It's...
You find it.
I'm struggling.
Yes, I can't find 708 either.
But anyway, his time 53.13. Matthew Craven, wow, chucking the little Austin 7 Special through the S's, hurling it in. Now he's facing a 53 handicap, and he's going to demolish it by half a second, 52.53. Mike Fountain in the Gillow Special. And we're not sure what it's based on or who Mr. Gillow was.
It's a Riley 9 special, 1089cc engine, the four-cylinder Riley 9. It's a Riley 9 based car. The Fountain family have been in Riley specials for donkeys.
So did they buy it from Waring and Gillow?
I think they might have done.
Mike records a 57.62. Sadly, the Beck Power Plus I don't think is here this weekend.
No, it didn't make Shelsley Classic Nostalgia either, did it, if you remember? Eddie was in something different.
I think that's right.
My mind's telling me he was in a Brabham, but that could be age playing tricks on me.
Here's James Burmester in the single-seat PAMG. Supercharged 937cc's, looking for all the world like the Works MG single-seater racers that people like Bert Hadley used to.
Mr. Hadley was an Austin 7 competitor, not an
I beg your
MG
pardon.
competitor.
Yeah, no. What am I talking about?
The Evans family and Captain Campbell campaigned
Yeah,
the
you're
single
right.
seat, the R-Type and the Q-Type and that sort of device.
I'm allowed one mistake a day. That was it.
We're up to a week on Thursday for me, by the same ratio.
We haven't got a red flag at the start line.
We haven't anywhere up the hill either. Looking at Bridge clear, Orchard clear, Pardon clear, and Semicircle Inn clear. So
We have got a red flag on the hill, so maybe there's some sweeping up round the finish line.
or through the trees where I can't see, perhaps S's or Rolt maybe.
We had a bit of a pause earlier because a car was stuck on the return road, which is quite a rough track back to the paddock. What it means is that we don't, unlike Chelsea and Lowton Park, we don't have cars congregating at the top of the hill and then coming back down in batches. Which actually was part of the fun at Cheltenham, especially in the days when you didn't have to wear a crash helmet.
You could see everyone and they would wave and smile. They still wave and smile, but you can't see they're smiling because they're in their crash helmets.
But the advantage is that the crash helmets often used to get detached from the roll bar that they were strapped to and went bowling down the road.
Necessitating the purchase of a new crash helmet before the second half of your next run. Keeping Bill Vero, Everoak and Herbert Johnson in business.
Did we give you a time for Mike Fountain on the Gillow special?
We did, 57.63, yep.
Great, thanks.
Which is a huge improvement over his time yesterday, but he was as I remember, he was climbing when it was coming in sideways up here. It was a very filthy climb, and he was very sensibly cautious. So just casting an eye. If anyone wants to take the opportunity of no hill action, they can go and avail themselves of some more refreshment over at Bonham's. They still have a couple of kegs tapped off if you fancied a pint of real ale across there and a chat with the motoring department. They're well represented today, talking to Tim Schofield and Guy Newton and Richard Hudson Evans last night at a very convivial hog roast and beer. Had some good wines as well. That's probably because Guy Newton's lady wife works for Berry Brothers, so she raided a very good cellar for them, I'm sure. We're having some medical attention to someone at Bonham's at the moment, which may be the reason for the pause, Chris, as the ambulance is not able to respond to anything that may happen on the course. It's off-piste, dealing with an issue. So the perfect opportunity to go and have a look in the tented village in the orchard. Some great automobilia, books, magazines, photos. Spencer Elton will even sell you a Formula 3 500cc car if you wanted one. There's a pedalled petrol device on one of the other stands there, a little autocycle. You can wander through the orchard, which, as we noticed, is as good a display of motoring history as you're likely to see anywhere as you wander through the orchard. And our friends at the Bugatti Trust, I believe Angela is open this morning, Angela Huck. So if you wanted to go and have a look at all things Bugatti, take a stroll down there. They'll have a little book sale if previous performance is anything to go by, just to keep the cogs of the trust turning. And a fascinating time can be had down there. So plenty to see and do. Or if you're on this side of the track, or that's the left-hand side as you look up the hill, drop into the paddock, talk to the drivers. They're always happy to see you. I mean, if someone's doing a headstand with spanners and there's expletives disappearing out the side of the car, then don't interrupt them, let them finish what they're doing. But usually they're more than happy to chat and talk.
It's quite a contrast, isn't it, from Stalag Silverstone, where you can't get near cars or people. Can I just mention again the opportunity, well, I'm going to anyway, the opportunity to get a ride up the hill with Julian Eckersley in his 1923 Brescia Bugatti. All you need to do is to buy a raffle ticket from the Friends of Prescott shop, which is behind me here. Buy a couple of hundred tickets and you've got a good chance of getting the ride up the hill. But the draw will be at 1 o'clock, which isn't all that far away. So if you're in the paddock, that's a good thing to do. And all for Friends of Prescott earning money to continue to do improvements to the Prescott Hill and the estate. So it's a worthy cause anyway. If you've got a ticket, you need to be somewhere within earshot of the Friends of Prescott, because they will shout out the number of the winning ticket, but only for about 3 minutes. And if it's not claimed, then there's another draw. I'm glad to say that we've got an engine starting up on the line. Car number 229 is James Burmester in the MGPA. So pretty soon the red flag's going to come in. And we are in action.
Nothing on the timing screens yet. There we go. James Burmester away.
The engine making a great noise. It's quick. 2.95. There's not many 64 feet in the 2-second bracket, but James has achieved it. And rushes round Orchard and into Pardon. Hope you're enjoying watching this on screen. We welcome any comments you might like to have, particularly from far, far away. If you're in New Zealand or Papua New Guinea or somewhere like that, do get in touch.
Thought you were going to say particularly complimentary ones then.
Well, we're happy with complimentary as long as they are addressed to me and the complaints are addressed to Guy.
Naturally. Well, you have the advantage there, Chris. You're the only one getting them in.
I shall delight in reading the complaints out. Now, Rachel Williams, lovely to see Rachel and her dad back competing. They've had a pause because of the rotten COVID, and Rachel is in the Harvey Special Mark III. She used to drive an Austin 7 with a 3-cylinder radial engine on the front. Didn't go very quick.
Great fun though. Do you remember there was a Sampson special that had a Sampson radial engine?
Yes, I do.
Unfortunately, that returned to France after a few seasons here. It was sold back to its homeland and we don't see it anymore, but it sounded fantastic, like a Gloucester Gladiator on takeoff. Wonderful.
So Rachel finishes with a 56.23, a replica of a very famous hill climb car. The Freikaiserwagen has retreated from the line. Freikaiserwagen built by David Fry, and was incredibly successful pre-war and just post-war. Then tragically Joe was killed competing in the car at Blandford Army Camp, and it's been immaculately restored or recreated. It was David Fry and Dick Caesar who built the original car, hence Freikaiserwagen. But now Steve Lister has recreated using as many original parts as he could find. And when he announced his plan to rebuild Frei Kaiserwagen. He was surprised the number of original parts that reappeared. But in the meantime, we're watching Simon Frost on Adro. Really quick special. Spindly wheels and tires. V-twin engine, of course, in the classic special concoction.
Yeah, Blandford course with a lot of famous incidents.
Yeah, one
Formula 3 on the roof of the guardhouse.
That's right.
And oh, brilliant! Typical Wolseley special cornering style. The back end almost sideways. There is a letter in Autosport from Jack Fairman, who would go on to better things, apologising for finishing 6th in a race, not in his Riley special, but on his backside, sliding across the finishing line.
We're watching online the Katipo, which is a relatively new, it's only a couple of years old, if that, chain drive special with a whole bunch of chains. Most of them are named after insects, including this one, well, arachnids anyway. A Katipo, I'm reliably informed, is a very vicious, poisonous spider found in New Zealand. So if you're in New Zealand, don't get bitten by a Katipo.
Would it be great if someone in New Zealand sent us a photo of one? If there is someone listening, that would be fantastic.
It would be good. I've seen a photograph of one. It's a sort of red and black spider. But its bite can be fatal, which is a bit scary.
What we want then is the Capito literally followed and devoured by the hummingbird.
Yeah, we're going to be instead we're going to be followed by another sort of insect, which is Granny, Gary Clare. But in the meantime, we're watching the hummingbird. Granny is through pardon. Here she is. Morgan front suspension, GN chassis, I think, V-twin engine.
Something put together by Julian Gauche and a number of his friends a number of years ago, and she's established herself as an excellent and very well driven, in Gary's hands, special.
Oh no, Winston has done the classic problem of going round the long course. Well, no, he's going wrong the medium course. And in fact, funnily enough, we used to have a crossover course for a couple of years. I wonder if he's deliberately done that because there was something wrong with the car. I think so.
Peering. Well, I was going to say under the bonnet, but there's no bonnet, of course, on the Wasp. But Winston was most assuredly a fail there, unfortunately.
I think the good news is that he hasn't spread oil around Orchard Bend.
No, but it does look as though it's totally become solid.
Really?
Yes, he was rocking at the wheels and there's nothing, it's not moving at all, so that could take a while. That's going to need a vehicle mobilised to recover it, because although it looks light, I wouldn't want to have to pick it up and carry it.
Gives us an opportunity to see the famous Prescott Tonka toy emerging.
Yes, and
that's rather bad luck on Gary.
No, Gary's fine. It's Winston.
Yeah. Winston, beg his pardon.
Yeah, we've got to be very careful because Winston is between two speakers, so he can definitely hear what we're saying about him.
Held on the line is Ken Hawes in his Austin 7 special. Katipo has not, someone says, C. Ayres tells us, Katipo has not killed anyone since 1901, according to Google, and anti-venom is available. Well, it's time somebody else. It's more than a century. That's no good. Good afternoon, VSCC, from Zach Morse, watching from sunny Crete. Well, I hope the fires have died down. That's been a horrible time on the Greek islands. Cheering on the Cravens. Yes, good for you, Zach. Hope you're enjoying sunny Crete. Croatia loves you too. Haha, great show. Thank you. FSX Noob Masters Inn. Great name. And that's another insect with a sting on the screen. Geodare, great to see that these fantastic cars are still being raced. It is indeed. There's nothing more gloomy than a museum full of dead cars, and it's not good for them. They crumble away. Now, is that...
He's on his way. He's been freed up and he's returning.
I wonder if it was a transmission problem.
Oh, it was him and 4 marshals that finally got it on the move again. So I think they were verifying it wasn't distributing or likely to distribute the oily bits on the track. So he's been allowed to return down.
So you might well see a lot of spannering and oily feet pointing out from underneath the car as Winston hopes to cure it for a second run this afternoon.
Yes, he hasn't lost everything. He is a fail, most assuredly, but as you say, he should be back, and he was doing quite well, although down on what you'd expect. Sub 3 second, good 64 foot, but only 38 miles an hour under the bridge, so I think he was lifting.
Yeah, there was trouble
already.
I think so. So thanks for any comments, we welcome them. And we're about to get back into action with the Austin 7 Special of Ken Hawes. Because there weren't really any I was going to say cheap, but unexpensive sports cars available after the war, except maybe the MG TC, but even that wasn't all that cheap. So if you wanted a sports car, you had to make your own, and you went off to the scrap yard and found a clapped out old Austin 7 Ruby or something like that, took the body off, chucked it away, and rebuilt the engine and gearbox and so on, and then made yourself, or got made, an aluminium body, later fiberglass of course, and you had yourself a nice inexpensive sports car, typified by the Austin 7 Special of Ken Hawes. And on the line is another Austin 7 that I urge you to go and have a look at in the paddock. It's Slippery Ann, with its beautifully constructed bodywork, the tail of which is just like a vintage airplane, Irish linen doped over a wooden frame. But meantime, let's focus on Ken Hawes' Austin 7 Special. His handicap 51.5. Has that long wait on the start line fired him up to 58.96 for Ken. Here's Slippery Ann.
Slippery Ann, a very famous and celebrated Austin 7 racing car, competed at Brooklands and Shelsley in the 20s. And Mark Atkinson and his son Peter have painstakingly recreated this car in every detail over several years, and it's now an established regular at our sprints and hill climbs, so it has a very genuine antecedent.
Slippery Ann is followed by the GN Arcala in the hands of Robert Brown. The Arcala was a very rare engine produced for GN and for Frazer Nash. And this really typifies the cycle cars of the late teens, early 20s, before Mr. Austin really put them out of business by creating the Austin 7. My mum had one.
Did she enjoy it?
She loved it. And she also had an American car, I think I mentioned this yesterday, called a Scripps Booth. And I don't know how many Scripps Booths still remain in this country. Not many, I don't think.
I wouldn't have thought so, no. Could look it up online. I think there's a website called How Many Left or something like that.
You're the man with the computer.
66.26 for Robert Brown.
Liz Corley, Austin 7 Special, going fine. And off the line, Oliver Tomlin, Normally, hill climbs are relatively modern, actually I mustn't say relatively modern, a modern hill beam single-seater with a 4-litre Judd engine very rapidly, as does his mum, or the Chapman Mercury Special, but now he's in a in a 3-wheeler, lifting an inside front wheel on the way into the S's.
We've dropped back into Class 8 again, haven't we, with this brace of runners?
Has Oliver not deigned to put a number on the car? I'm not sure. I think maybe he has. I'm not sure.
52.57 for Oliver Tomlin.
You can buy a very nice 3-wheeler from a company in Worcestershire called Pembleton, and they make a 4-wheeler version as well. I had a long chat with them down at Goodwood Festival. They're delightful, ultra-light 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler sporting cars. On the line is Julian Eckersley in the Bugatti Brescia, which you could win a ride up Prescott if you've got the right raffle ticket. But in the meantime, let's focus on the Austin Special of Martin Hunter, progressing fairly cautiously through the S's. Could be that this is, I don't know if Martin's competed here at Prescott before. Could be that he's
Prescott Virgin.
Say again.
Prescott Virgin.
Could be. Could be.
The Brescia. Fantastic. There's an original print of that famous photograph of Raymond Mays losing his left-hand rear wheel at a hill climb in Wales. That's available for sale with Graham Simpson down in the Tented Village. One of the absolute classic hill climb photographs, that.
Yeah, one of the Cordon Bleu or Cordon Rouge in the hands of the person who bought it from Raymond Mays was responsible for the government banning competition on public roads because he wasn't a very bright driver, and I think he injured a spectator. The government said, no, you're not allowed to do it on the public road anymore.
Cop Hill, 1924.
But they've resurrected Cop, haven't they?
They have. We've resurrected Home Moss.
Yeah, terrific.
Lasted for 5 years, 20 through 24. But Cop caused the end, as you say, an Act of Parliament to...
Time for Julian in the Brescia, 53.48. I don't think if you're the passenger, I'm not sure that Julian will hustle you up the hill that quick. Here's the MG Riley of Andrew Craven. Craven family are being supported. Was it from Crete? I think it was. And also on the hill, the first of the Norris Specials, built by the Norris brothers in the hands of Andrew Wilson. And up to the line, a good friend of hill climbing, Dick Smith, well, good friend of circuit racing as well, Dick Smith in the wonderful Frazer Nash Nürburg, the works car. But we're focusing on screen Andrew Wilson, Norris Special. His handicap is 49 seconds. He's not far outside, 49.72. So Dick Smith in one famous Frazer Nash is followed by Patrick Blakeney Edwards in another, one of the 3 single-seater Grand Voiturette Frazer Nashes. This one with the very rare Goff engine, which makes a good noise. Let's focus on Dick Smith in the Nürburg, which for the moment is unsupercharged. He's taken the supercharger off because I think it's seized up. So not a competitive time for Dick. But in the meantime, here's Patrick on the line in the Goff-powered single-seater Nash. 3 of them were built. They all still exist, but this is the only one with the original Goff engine, which was designed and built by a Frazer Nash employee called Mr. Goff. Had some strange features, including water-cooled main bearings, which didn't really work. So Patrick has wisely made some modifications to improve its reliability.
What class is Patrick in? I'm trying desperately to find car 15.
Yes, class 15.
Car 14, class 15. Car 15, class 14.
I can't answer your question.
He's at the top of class 14.
Right.
With a 46.19, he's at the top of the class in more ways than one. No handicap.
Well, he was very quick yesterday. What's he done today? 46.19. Just looking at Elizabeth Dobbin in the Austin 7 Special, but following her is maybe the most famous hill climb car of all, GN Spider, built by Basil Davenport, and huge success in the 20s and 30s, breaking all sorts of hill records and winning fastest best time of day on many occasions. Basil Davenport was a strange character, fascinating. Always raced wearing a brown farmer's cow gown secured by string, and he never believed in polishing the car, and James Edwards continues the tradition but records the 47.17. We saw Inge van Wortel in the green Mini ERA Austin 7 Special. I think this is her dad in the Vauxhall Special. I must find out more of this. They built it themselves. Makes a terrific noise. What's it made out of? We must find out. I don't think it's a DAF.
Don't be daft. It looks 12.4 Riley supercharged, powered, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Looks for all the world like an ERA, and it goes well. What is Hans's handicap?
46 dead.
And it's a 47.82. I have a feeling the car is new to them. In the meantime, here's Peter driving Slippery Ann. And I think it was Peter responsible for the immaculate bodywork. On the line, someone enjoying his final event. Robert Cobden has decided to retire. He will be sadly missed. I wonder if he can beat his handicap for the last time. Let's hope so. Car number 263. Robert is in the Riley Falcon Special, supercharged 1.5 litre. He's been handicapped fairly fiercely, 43 seconds. I think he might struggle, but in the meantime, give him a nice wave, because this is Robert's farewell run. Well, this afternoon will be his farewell run.
And I've received a note from the rest of the racing car class that he'll be much missed in that particular corner of the paddock, especially. He decided this was going to be his last season anyhow, but the timing of a procedure, surgical procedure, giving him a new joint, has decided him that he won't recover in time to compete again. So this is indeed his last meeting, and the car will, I am informed reliably, be available for sale after the meeting, essentially.
Has he had the medical procedure, or is it still to come?
No, it's pending, much like your own new joint. He won't be in a fit state to do much for the 6 months after that.
Yeah.
That op.
47.8. so rather cruelly handicapped, but you don't expect handicappers not to be cruel, do you? This is a great car, Michael James's Cotton Special, recently built, and I saw him driving it on the road into Prescott this morning. So it's road registered. A Cotton co-builder who actually built this immaculate aluminium bodywork, 44.38, so it's quick as well. And it's great to see the McEvoys driving the Bellevue Special, which was campaigned for a long time by other people, starting with the Evans family from Bellevue Garage. You could rent it from them for the weekend at Brooklands. Not sure, I think it was 25 quid or so. I'm not sure that Steve is prepared to rent it to you for 25 quid nowadays.
No, indeed not. He's had some success with the car in his season and a half thus far of ownership.
49.69. Now Andrew Smith, son of Dick, in the Frazer Nash Super Sports rapid car and driver combination. What has the punishment for the handicappers done to him? 45 seconds.
Achievable but stiff, I would say, that one.
I think so. Let's watch Andrew online through the S's. Chucks it through. Touch of oversteer out of the S's. What did we say? 45 handicap. He's going to be well within that. 44.06. Great. On the line, here's the Freikaiserwagen. We wondered why it had been retreated from the line, but it's great to see it with its characteristic aerofoil fuel tank. It was a very quick car. It broke the course record at Chelsea in the hands, I think, of Joe Fry.
There's a book about it, isn't there? About the restoration as well that's available. I've seen a copy on one of the stalls here this weekend.
But they were wondering, Steve Lister was wondering what colour to paint it, and could he find the original colour, and one of the parts that turned up was still painted in the original blue. So, oh no, I beg your pardon, it wasn't a part, it was someone who had a model of the car painted in the original colour, and so Steve was able to recreate the car. Brilliant. First of our ERAs. Oh, time for Andrew Smith was 44.06. Steve Lister in Freikaiserwagen 51.71. Now here's Tom Hardman, from whom you can, if you want to, buy all sorts of exciting cars. He's been plonked in this ERA courtesy of its owner, Ben Fiddler, and this is AJM1, the toolroom, well, the ERA built by Tony Merrick from a massive pile of spares that he had, so it's probably got more original parts than the other ERAs on the circuits. Time for Tom, 45.74. Here's Ben Craven. Grateful for the good wishes from friends in, I think it was in Crete, in the MG Riley, and we believe this is this Riley engine in an MG chassis or the other way around?
Riley engine and MG chassis, I'm pretty sure.
It's a good result though, isn't it? Looks great.
Yes, indeed. Harsh handicap at 50 seconds dead.
Up to the line comes 264. That's James, I think, driving the Crab ERA.
Yes, I think James is driving exclusively at the moment, isn't he? Haven't seen Terry out in it for a season or so.
This is R12C, which has got a tortuous history, owned by Prince Bira, who crashed it at Reims, and bits of it were used to build up another car. So it started as R12B, but it's now R12C, belonged to the Crab family, beautifully prepared. James 42.5 handicap. Tony Stevens was responsible for finalising the rebuild of this car, and it contains a lot of parts from Bera's car, so it's a legitimately named Handyman, because Bera's third ERA was called Handyman. But there is a Handyman 2 that belongs to the King of Thailand. 44.51 for James on R12C. Charlie McEvoy in the Bellevue, called an MGNA, which I suppose it is now. Why has he had to retreat? It was sulking a bit yesterday, wasn't it? Having to be fettled on the grass. And it's going to be followed by a glowworm. Roy Tubby in the GN glowworm. Very original GN special, powered by, I think, a unique engine. V-twin, air-cooled, you can see poking out at the front. You see the valve gear hammering away.
Is the glowworm going to be brought forward ahead of the NA, or are they going to give a little patience?
No, the Bellevue is languishing on the grass, I think, waiting for a bit of spanner work.
Oh,
but
dear.
But Steve is out of the car.
Roy Tubby away and through Orchard, and takes the middle late line in Pardon, and he's pumping, he's lost fuel pressure. He's come to a halt, 3/4 of the way round Pardon.
Well,
That'll be a fail.
Yeah, the Rob Lewis's Austin Special will be red flagged. Give you a chance to admire the bodywork. Now, Bellevue Special is getting a squirt through into the supercharger, squirt presumably of well, obviously of fuel, but whether it's petrol or... A lot of our cars nowadays are running on clean fuel, which actually is very encouraging, because there was a lot of worry about what would happen to historic motor racing when petrol became unavailable. There's a lot of hand signalling going on. Is the glowworm still stuck in the middle of the track?
It is indeed. And what is Rob Lewis, what is his device? What motor
It's
car?
an Austin 12.4.
Right.
Big saloon, and Rob spent a career as a bodybuilder. I don't mean sort of Charles Atlas bodybuilder, but building car bodies. He built this one, and he had some headlight. What's the headlight reflectors left over in brass, and that's why it's got this.
Careful.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a polite way of describing it, but the very attractive, shiny brass rear end. Where is the 12.4 Special? Is it coming back?
12.4 is coming up to be turned round at the triangle on the way to Tories, I think.
I'm being tapped on the back, which means I'm in trouble again.
Yep. I've got immensely long arms. Yep, the Austin being turned around. He has his novices cross on the back as well, so hopefully we'll be seeing him at Mallory Park in a few weekends' time, which is the last race of the Vintage Sports Car Club circuit racing season.
A couple of parish notices. People have been seen bringing a dog or dogs into Prescott. Dogs are expressly forbidden to spectate at motor racing. So if you've got a dog,
even if it's here to change gear in your Nash.
Yeah, well, that's the only excuse. If you've got a Labradoodle in your Nash, that's okay, but a living and breathing dog is not welcome at Prescott, and you can be in real trouble if you stay here with a dog. I'm afraid you'll be ejected. So probably the best thing to do is to maybe pop the dog back into the car, but make sure there are windows open we often have problems with people who leave dogs in their car with all the windows closed. The other parish note is in the disabled car park there's a white Citroen PJ11XAC. I think it's allowed in there by the club, but it's blocking other cars. So if this is your Citroen, please shift it to a more convenient place. Glad to see the Bellevue Special has fired up, and maybe it's going to need another squirt up the supercharger, which is getting. It needs to carry a passenger with a squirt to. It's 758, which isn't Steve, I don't think, is it?
That's Charlie.
That's Charlie, okay. Charlie is struggling to get the thing in gear and has summoned Steve. The gear lever appears to be seized, and so it's back to the grass again. They're not having a fun weekend. A car newly acquired by them. Tom Hardman had this car for sale last year. Great to see it hasn't left the country. But in the meantime, up comes this lovely Type 35 Bugatti driven by Sarah Tunnicliffe. Recorded an interview with her yesterday, which we'll either show today if there's a pause in the activities or at lunchtime, but also will appear, I'm pretty sure, on HillClimb.TV on YouTube. Sarah off the line, 3.39, supercharged, 2.3 litre, straight 8, famous Grand Prix Bugatti. Type 35 appeared at the 1924 French Grand Prix, was sensational, but unfortunately all the 3 cars entered by Mr. Bugatti suffered tyre problems, but nevertheless made a huge impression and was the start of a dynasty really of Grand Prix Bugattis, of which the ultimate Type 35 was the 35B supercharged, really rapid car. There was one of the magazines had a competition, a standing start competition between a Type 35 and I think a Porsche 911 Turbo, and the Bugatti won. Sarah, 60.21, is followed by one
your
of
fave.
my family car. This is Bob Druitt, actually not a member of the family, in the lovely Austin Maggot. One of my favourite cars for the number of chains it has. It's got 2 engines chained together, chains to the transmission. Somebody at Shelsley took it upon themselves to count the number of chains contained by a Maggot, and it came out at 11. So do have a chat with Bob in the paddock and have a look at this. Now that's Bob Lewis in the Austin, taking a wide line into Pardon. And you can see what I mean about the shape of the bodywork, particularly the tail of it. Richard Wiseman has left the line. We'll see that online, but if you're here, of course, you can see it. In a really interesting Bugatti. This is not like the Type 35. I think it's still a straight 8 engine, unsupercharged. I'm not sure whether it has the roller bearing crankshaft or a plain bearing, but it's the touring version or club racing version of the Type 35 Bugatti. So nothing like as powerful as the Type 35B, but still great fun and delightful to drive. Wonderful road holding, the Type 35.
69.21 from Rob Lewis in his Austin 12.4
Richard
special.
Wiseman, handicap of 56, does a 58.56. Here's David Ellison, who built this ERA. Fantastic job for Roland Deuce Took them 4 years or so. It's literally a two-room copy. Has an original ERA engine that used to be in R4D until it got rodded, as it were, at Goodwood, but it's been beautifully rebuilt. The tail is original. I'm not sure about the gearbox, but lots of original parts. But David and his partner had to make hundreds of new parts. Absolutely beautiful work in the workshop. Do have a look and have a chat with David in the paddock about this lovely ERA. It's just is sensational. And it's quick as well, 48.61.
Oh, so close to his handicap.
And here's David Pryke. We talked about Patrick in one of the three single-seater Nashes. This is another one. But this one powered by the AC engine. Meanwhile, another sensation took place here at Prescott a month or so ago when Ed Burgess broke the long-standing Bugatti record in the Type 51. Type 51, the twin-cam version development of the Type 35. And Ed always drives it with huge enthusiasm, sometimes a touch too much enthusiasm.
Chateau Emney.
Yeah, don't mention it.
David Pryke has beaten his handicap, 45.31 against a handicap of 46.
Well, what's Ed's handicap?
43 dead.
Might just nip under it. No, half a second over. R4D leaves the line, the most famous ERA of all. Started life as R4B, progressively developed, driven by all sorts of famous people. Raven Mays, of course, Ken Wharton, Ron Flockhart. Mac Halbert owned it for 18 years. Loved it. Others have not really enjoyed driving it because it's a very rapid beast. It was timed in a straight line sprint in France at 162 miles an hour.
And this is the car that holds the pre-war record here at Prescott, which is 8 years old now. And remember that afternoon so well commentating on that one.
And Ben Fiddler's had it for a couple of years. 42.57, half a second outside. Now, Ian Baxter in a car that might well make fastest time of day. Very rapid 2-litre supercharged Alta with its extraordinary design of suspension. No dampers at all. Solid front and rear axle with double coil springs at each end. Fascinating. And Ian would love you to go and have a chat. He'll proudly show you the car. Now, what's Ian's handicap? 41.5. That's tough, isn't it?
It is.
But can he do it?
Oh, he can.
He can. 41.15. Brilliant. Is that fastest time so far today? What did R4D do?
It's faster than 4D, definitely.
Yeah. Now here's Nick Topless, who has held a record here before. He's in R4A. Earlier ERA, the A-type, but not much difference between the A-type and the B-type. And Nick, highly experienced and very rapid driver, both on the hills and on the circuits. Now then, on the line, James Baxter. We'll just follow Nick Topless. He's got a 40.5 handicap. James Baxter following in the Riley ERA. Nice to see that back. What's Nick? 42.03. Now, James, nice to see the ERA Riley back again. It demolished its gearbox more than a year ago, and it's taken a lot of hard work by James and his team up in Yorkshire, and it's great to see it back. Now then, can James go quicker than Ian Baxter? No relation. No. Still betting in the gearbox. 43.77. What did Ian do?
Ian was 41.15.
Right. So I think by some margin best time so far today.
I think that's an indication of the handicappers basing James Baxter's handicap on the fact that he's got the course record rather than on the performance of the R.A. Riley.
Here's John Galley in the Sprint Model A, Dreyer Model A sprint car. Sprint car was dirt track circular racing, which was very competitive, very popular and very dangerous in the States. And this is quite a rapid car with its Model A Ford engine, 56.9. Here comes Rob Armstrong in the Ford MP Special, another one.
It's funny that John Galley is within 2 seconds of the time he did in the wet, in the dry.
Crumbs.
That's going some consistency.
MP understeering like crazy round Barton, but Rob safely through.
Up from the sound, there's a gypsy powered device thrashing itself up the hill. Yep, there it goes. Tom Waterfield in the GN Harlequin, Ford Model A power.
I've got a delegation approaching. Is it complaints time? We'll see. Tom Waterfield, GN, with its ex-Tiger Moth engine. But we're watching Tom Waterfield in the GN Harlequin. Tom Richardson takes off from the start. He's probably been fairly severely handicapped. 46 is expected from Tom. He busted the engine here a couple of meetings ago, but quickly mended it. It was one of the valve gear brackets split, and he had to retire. But it's great to see, in a surprisingly short time, to see Tom back. 46.65, not far outside his handicap. Now then, Norris Special 3, Julian Grimwade really getting the hang of this car. Particularly surprising to him that is as quick and more pleasant to drive on the narrower tyres which were mandated a couple of years ago. 42 is his handicap. Oh, he's just half a second above it. Followed by Robin Tului in the famous Riley Manasco Pirate. What does that mean? It means a Riley chassis powered by an American Manasco Pirate aircraft engine of 6 litres. Fearsome engine, although mostly used in training aircraft in America during World War I. Robin was a director of Bentley Cars. Now I think he's gone freelance. And it's a 43.53, so not far outside his 42 handicap. They're still working on the Bellevue Special alongside me. Otherwise, that would, I think, be the end of our first runs. I've got visitors. Let's see what I've done wrong.
Well, we're due to break for lunch in about 10-11 minutes time. I'll be having a chat to Peter Moss from the Society of Automotive Historians in Britain. Then Laura Plattman will return with Nick to discuss lady drivers, focusing on Kate Peter, I think, today. On track, you can enjoy the Trojan Parade, those wonderful Hounslow devices. With
Hang on, Guy, because we've got a famous and wonderful car coming out. Vijay Mallya in the Sunbeam Tiger, built for Henry Seagrave to beat the land speed record, which it just about did, but then he decided to make it into a Grand Prix car. It's got a fascinating 4-litre V12 engine, and Seagrave then commissioned a second one, which of course was Tigress. But I believe this is, I'm not sure if I'm right, but I don't think VJ has driven this car before. Incredibly quick car. Tigris does still exist, although a lot of parts from her has been used, or was used by Sir Ralph Millet when he owned both cars to complete a rebuild of Tiger. But I think Tigris still exists and probably has been restored. VJ's got a GoPro attached to the fuel filler, so we're hoping to borrow the onboard footage and post it online. Henry Seagrave, of course, then went for the water speed record and sadly crashed his boat up in the Lake District and died. I think he was only 33 at that time, but he had a great racing career on both the tracks and the water. 56.88, and we've got the Wolseley Special. This is an incredible contraption because it's got 2 engines, 2 gearboxes, and it was built, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and it's had a bit of a spin in the S's, much to the exasperation of Martin Bell, but it means the Bellevue Special has successfully been repaired, but it's going to have to wait, I'm afraid. Steve, if you're around, I think the engine might have to be switched off. It's going to be quite a long red flag while the Wolseley Special is recovered. I think it's spun because of a slight excess speed going into the S's. I don't think anything is seized. It's being pushed, and I think it'll return to the paddock down the hill under its own power unless they're tucking it in the slot. Quick online replay of the Wolseley Special having a fairly harmless waltz.
As you can probably see on screen, he's been he turned himself around and is returning the conventional way, or the unconventional way, back down the course. So he should be back through the gate. And as you've mentioned earlier, Chris, with the return road, this isn't something people are used to doing.
No.
Unlike Loughton and Shelsley and other places. I mean, Harewood, we're lucky. We have the paddock at the top of the hill, so there's a down road to the start line.
I think we're heading towards lunchtime anyway, so
I think if we can get the MGNA Bellevue Special through before lunch, that would only be fair, as they've expended such time and effort on it.
yeah. And Steve is still armed with the fuel squirt gun, so let's hope it can restart happily.
Whistle's blowing, flags in. With a little bit of luck.
Yeah, now. Ready with the squirt gun? Yep. Squirting into the supercharger. It started, that's good now. And it's in gear. So this is Charlie. Yeah, successful.
Excellent.
On the circuits it runs single rear wheels, but on the hills traditionally, lots of people ran twin rear wheels in period, and it's quite right that the McEvoy Special, the here Bellevue Special, should run twin wheels at the back.
It's popping and banging a bit and bogging down, but it's still progressing just about through Pardon and away.
Yeah, I think this is part of the learning process. A car that's new to the family. Great to see it. It's always impossibly shiny, beautifully prepared. MG engine blown with that big supercharger at the front, offset bodywork, so it was a 2-seater and then it became a single-seater with the offset body.
Still banging rather and popping.
Well, Charlie finishes with a 54.40.
Something of a fuel supply issue one way or another, clearly.
I'll try and find out what entertainments we've got during lunchtime.
We have the Eureka Jazz Band. We also have a parade of Trojan vehicles up the hill. I'll be talking to Peter Moss from the Society of Automotive Historians directly. Peter's waiting patiently outside the box up here. And then from 1 o'clock, Laura Plattman will be chatting to Nick about lady drivers with a focus on Kay Peter, the Canadian lady who had a heck of a career as a racing driver until she received the wrong end of Reg Parnell falling down the banking at Brooklands, and then went on to be a successful lady journalist and was colour and trim consultant to the Austin Motor Company as well.
But our first entertainment, or our first demonstration, is a very famous car. This is the 1922 Grand Prix Sunbeam with its very sophisticated twin overhead camshaft Sunbeam engine. So a very early example of a twin overhead camshaft engine. Unfortunately, in the 1922 Grand Prix, it was very strange. They entered 3 cars, and in practice none of them could reach the required revs in practice, so they thought the back axle ratio was too long, so they put a different ratio in, and it achieved the revs, but unfortunately it was the rev counter that was at fault, was under reading, so when they thought they were on the red line, they were way over it, and all 3 cars had to retire with engine failure. But the following year, Sunbeam came back to the French Grand Prix, and Henry Seagrave, I think it was Henry Seagrave, am I right, Guy, won the race, first British car to win a European Grand Prix.
We have 2 cars ascending the hill, 3 in fact. What are the others?
There, is it Kim?
Could be. And bringing up the rear.
Energetic waving by an enthusiastic passenger, but I can't identify the car at the moment.
So as there are course cars taking them up, that's heavily policed nowadays, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You have to not be naughty.
It's an Alvis. It's a very nice Alvis. And in rather Amilcar style, the passenger is...
is it Alvis race number 1, celebrating its centenary a fortnight ago?
I wonder
in the hands of Tom Hardman.
I wonder if it is.
I think that's what it is. Wonderful. We'll wait and see if there's... Is there more confectionery to parade before us on the hill?
None in sight or waiting to come out of the paddock. I think our next fun and games is our jazz band.
Right, well, I will introduce my guest in the box from the Society of Automotive Historians, Peter Moss.
Hello, Guy. Good to see you again.
You too. Welcome to the airwaves. How did the book sale go yesterday? I know the SAHB were alongside and abetting the library with their book sale.
We were helping them as much as we could, and they did very well indeed. But there's still some very nice books at ridiculously low prices, always very carefully priced below what they are on the internet, so I do recommend it.
Below market value, indeed. I spent more than I probably should have done, but snapped up some unconsidered trifles. Very pleased with my purchases yesterday. Now, you're here with other members of the SAHB, which I have the honour of chairing, the Society of Automotive Historians in Britain. Can you sum up in a nutshell, I've been trying to do it, what we are about, really?
Yes, certainly, Guy. This is my marketing hat. Let me just put my marketing hat on. I've actually got a hat here because it's sunny today. Right. We are a society of anybody who's really interested in the history of cars. And I run the website, and I deliberately try, and if I find some exciting car that's almost brand new, that's part of the history of cars. I've even had, although somebody did say that somebody would get upset, I've even had a hydrogen-powered fuel cell car on the website, right the way back to the very dawn of motoring. Nobody has to actually own one. They don't even have to be a writer. They just happen to be people who are enthusiastic, and we have 2 seminars a year which people can come to and natter. One of them is even a literary sale, so we have even more books to sale. And I think the wonderful thing also is we have about 4 magazines, or quarterly magazines, which members get free. And the whole thing is also a network, which is another important thing, where people say, do you know of anybody who's got this sort of information on this MG or this Alfa Romeo or this Austin 7?
Or this Ford, most recently, I seem to remember from the round-robin email you put out.
And this is it. You know, you get the widest range of interest, so we do recommend it. And we are down at the edge of the VSCC white tent, which is the library sales tent. And do come and talk to us. My colleague, who is also a director of the Society of Automotive Historians in Britain, which I always follow with the words snappy title, he will be there also to welcome you and talk to you any further if you want.
Yes, Peter mentioned the website. If you're going to go to our friend Google and look for the website, please put in Society of Automotive Historians in Britain, because otherwise you'll get the sensational Alex Harvey band if you just Google SAHB. In addition to those wonderful 4 issues of the Times we get, we also have the annual Aspects of Motoring History, of course, which is often very well reviewed as a learned tome, is it not?
It is extremely well reviewed as a learned tome. People quote it. And I was astounded once because I've only been able to call myself anything near a motoring historian recently, but I put an article in because somebody gave me some wonderful information about the Walker electric commercial vehicle, you know, these sort of electric freight vans that ran in America, and Harrods still have one. And I put one in. And 2 years later, somebody in Holland, particularly academic article, quoted me on the introduction of electric vehicles into America. So I nearly fell off my chair.
Wonderful to be cited as a source. And Peter and Mr. Roberts, down his co-director, your book, still available, the Rolls-Royce?
Absolutely. Richard is also, and I am too, a trustee of a charity, an educational charity in Stockport, south of Manchester, which is an advertising archive. And because of that, we were asked to write the book on the promotion of the Rolls-Royce motor car, and it ended up as called Making a Marque. M-A-R-Q-U-E, terrible pun, and it is still available from Dalton Watson or from Horton's Books, and we do recommend it, of course.
Well, you would.
So there it is. That's the sort of thing we get to. But as I said before, you don't have to be a writer. You don't have to do anything. Just come along or get involved or talk to us.
You're right. You don't have to be a writer, but you will find amongst the membership sympathetic ears. If you have a strange motoring story or you've unearthed a fact, you will find members who will be delighted to either hold your hand and advise you getting it out there, or do it for you. If you really say, I'm no writer, I've just got this bundle of information, take it away and do as you will, there's more than one of us who will go, thank you very much.
That's what happened with the Walker Electric. Somebody gave me a folder which had been in the hands of somebody who'd never got round to writing anything. And that's what happens often, you know. Oh, what do I do with this? I'll write you an article. There you go.
And it's to me, the raison d'etre of the SEHB is to record. You know, as I say, you don't have to write it. We have people who have never written a thing in their lives, but they're very good at talking about it, and they will give a paper to a room full of 60, 70 people, and they have disseminated their information between all of us there.
And sometimes they don't go on too long.
On the odd occasion, yes.
No, they're very good, actually. We're very disciplined, and all our recent people have been very much sticking to time because we control it beforehand, and they say, oh, right, okay, only 35 slides, I'll do that. And it's brilliant. We get some lovely range, again, as I mentioned before, from the oldest cars to almost the newest.
Absolutely. It varies. Last year's spring seminar at Gaydon, we had a talk on Dunlop, the history of the development of tyres at one end of the spectrum, and a specific history of a car which had belonged to a, how do I put this gently, a close associate of a noted fascist leader.
Talking about a car, I do recommend that if you're anywhere near the white tent, which is down very near the edge of the paddock, alongside our SAHB flag, is the Flatiron, which is a unique car, thought to be disappeared, belonged to J.G. Parry Thomas, built by him, raced before the war, 1926 design, very highly respected, thought to have completely gone, and apart from a brand new double reduction rear axle, which you can see, because not all of it's back there yet, it will be back there, the body's original. Do go and have a look at it. That's an example of something astounding that nobody else had seen for years and years and years. It'd just been languishing.
That's Geraint's car, isn't it? Is that Geraint's?
It is Geraint's car.
Yeah. And a Leyland basis? Was that part of Parry Thomas's
Not
work?
even sure. No, I'm not even sure about that. I remember asking just a few minutes ago, Geraint, what's the gearbox? You know, where's the gearbox from? Expecting, you know, Ford, Chevrolet thing. Oh no, it's Thomas.
Yes, he believed in taking great chunks out of the project, didn't he? Design as much as you can yourself. I believe Parry Thomas was chief engineer of Leyland Motors.
I think he was. He designed that wonderful Leyland 8. And the fun fact about the Leyland 8 is that the rear axle, the two half shafts, were at an angle to each other for a crown shape of an ordinary road, and then when you were racing at Brooklands, you turned it upside down, so it was the curved concave shape for the Brooklands banking. Thank you. You can have that one for free.
Thank you very much. And people can come and get some literature about the SAHB from the stand, talk to you guys.
We've got a few examples, and then, of course, if you give us your name, you can get involved, you can join. We'll talk to you. Please do come and see us.
We promise not to bite. So the SHB, we grew out of the Society of Automotive Historians, which is essentially an American organisation, and a British wing, a British chapter, was founded in the late 1970s, I think.
I think it was. The Americans, that's why we have a name, the Society of Automotive Historians. You would think in Britain we would call the Society of Motoring Historians, but we were a chapter. And then we declared Brexit years before 2016, but we're still very good friends. Well, I'm sure we're very good friends with the EU, aren't we? Isn't that the case?
Of course we are, just don't talk to Anders about it.
And so they're a wonderful group, and we now have actually Zoom calls with the president and some of the people in the SH in America on a regular 2-monthly basis, and we talk about things of common interest. And it's good fun, and we find out things. But unfortunately, Ruben Verdez, who is a very senior member of the team in America, is still looking for a photograph of the Landaulet par excellence, which was the V8 car invented by Rolls-Royce in 1905. If anybody's got a photograph, he'll hug you, basically. So some people have a passion which lasts their whole life.
They do. You go and track or try to track down that one particular little thing that will make your life complete. We also we run a couple of competitions a year. We have the Michael Sedgwick Award for the best motoring title that deals substantially with British motoring history, for which you get a nice plaque and £250. And the Malcolm Jeal Award for the best article in a magazine or periodical, for which you get a plaque.
Yeah, that's right. The nice thing about that is the Michael Sedgwick Award has to be because of his. He was a noted journalist and writer. His focus was often on British cars, so we specifically say that it's got to be about a British car. We've had our arguments about Louis Coattelin. How many years was he in Sunbeam and how many years was he in France? But we gave him the prize in the end. And but the Malcolm Jeal Award is lovely because as long as it's in a British magazine, it can be about any car, a French car, an Italian car, a Hungarian car, it doesn't matter. And we've had some wonderful things. It does often end up by being an article in the automobile magazine, but we were delighted, I think last year, wasn't it? We found something in Octane magazine about some history of Aston Martin that had never been published before, and that's what we love. And it was beautifully written and beautifully illustrated, which is what we were looking for.
Yes, both of them try very hard to follow the ethos of the gentleman after whom they are named. That has caused friction with 1 or 2 awards in the past, as noted, usually because of me. But it it prides itself on ploughing its own furrow, the SAHB, I think. We can say that, can't we?
Yes, we do. And talking of, as Guy has just done, about the attention to detail, let's say, of Michael Sedgwick and Malcolm Jeal. Malcolm Jeal used to produce the snapshots, which are about 400 words every week in our website. Again, not the sensational Alex Harvey Band. And he used to, in his later years, he used to get me to do the putting it up on the website. And one day I thought that we needed a comma between two parts of a sentence. I never did that ever again.
And Malcolm very generously in his twilight years funded a book version of some of the content from the website, didn't he?
He did indeed. That, I think, I don't know if it's still available, but it was a lovely thought that he did. He actually gave a copy to every member of the SAHB. He gave one.
Was it the first 100?
It was the first, I think it was the first 50, actually.
First 50.
Yes, because I took over from about 65 onwards, yeah. Because he was
That's not
well.
1965, that's the 65th example.
From the 65th example. And we're now, in his memory, we are on 434. So you can tell how long it's been going. And I know I've got to keep on doing it because Eunice Jeal, his widow, looks at it every week. Woe betide me if I don't put one up.
You keep getting prodded by the appropriate authority. And we've noteworthy members. Michael Worthington-Williams was a member.
Not only was he a member, he was
Founding chair.
Founding chair and made an MBE by Her Majesty the Queen.
Indeed so.
Oh, and one particular one I must mention, Carl Ludvigsen. Now, he is one of the most distinguished motoring historians in the world. Worked in senior positions, I think, with General Motors, Fiat, maybe Ford.
And Ford, yeah.
And he, I met him at the dinner before the seminar earlier this year, and I wanted to know something about a very obscure limited slip differential. And I said, Carl, you know, I was almost in awe of him to speak to him. And I said, Carl, was it ZF who invented that particular Kaman Paul differential? Or was it Ferdinand Porsche? He said, oh, no, Peter, far earlier than that. 1927, I think. I've got the patents at home. So I sent in the patents, and he sent it back to me with all the information. And I said, I can't believe how wonderful that is. And he sent me a really diffident email, which said, oh, in this particular occasion, I managed to nail it.
Yes, Carl, he usually manages to give us a paper once a year, doesn't he? He's
just given us a paper on the origin of road-going supercharging, which is basically Mercedes. And his book is coming out next year.
Yes, forced induction a la Deutschland.
You can't say a la Deutschland.
Oh, I can.
I say Vorsprung durch something.
Vorsprung durch Fromage, yeah.
He's doing it again.
So, Peter, thank you very much for making the effort to scale the Matterhorn yet again. Come up and chat.
It's steep.
It certainly is. Everyone's telling me it's getting steeper every year.
It is. I don't know why. I don't know what's happened. We had an earthquake.
Hard to disagree with that. So the SHB, go and find them down by the VSCC library sale tent, just at the top of the paddock before you get to the Bugatti Owners Club clubhouse. They'd be delighted to chat to you, and you can sign up on the spot, or they'll send you away with some literature to have a think about it.
Thank you very much for letting me talk to you today, Guy. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, Peter. And I will hand back to Nick Upton, who is stood behind me. Oh, he's got a coffee. I expected it to be a glass of champagne. And he's going to talk to Lara. As I say, I think he's focusing on K. Peter. That's a nod and a smile. So I will be back with you when the second runs to count start after about 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Guy, for that introduction and that essence in, or lesson in your library. Laura Plattman and I have been wandering round and picking up what Guy's just said. This is a wonderful opportunity with your VSCC members here today and the selection of stalls. We have just been talking to Spencer, Elton Spencer. Now, Laura and I are going to discuss, as you know, fast ladies. And Elton recently, well, I say recently in his years, he's 1979 in terms of age, sold to a French family all the love letters from a certain lady who is and was the sponsor of a gentleman who raced Type 37A Bugattis throughout France. And we've always understood that Tapper is the gentleman's name, was actually the recipient of a considerable wealth, and it was his money that bought the cars. John Staveley, who is writing in Bugantics a story about the family, has questioned whether in fact it was his money. Those love letters, if we could find them, Lara, would give an indication of exactly the truth, or not.
Nick, we are going to France. That's where they were sold to. We're going to Châtellerault, and we are going to find these love letters. They were sold into someone in the village, and we are going there. I've already looked at Eurostar, and we're off.
That's part of the fun of this search that Lara and I have been involved in the last 3 or 4 years. It really relates to the excitement and the opportunity that was grasped by these young ladies pre-1939 to tackle principally what was the male sport. In many ways, that has tackled our ingenuity, because Locke King's wife was the very first lady who actually opened Brooklands, and she also orchestrated what was called the bracelet race, whereby ladies with long dresses, which they had strapped a bracelet round their respective ankles. So at speed, and I use that word very advisedly and carefully, their skirts didn't brush up and shock the gentlemen who are watching on the side of Brooklands. Anyway, today we're going to talk about Kay Petrie, who of course competed at Brooklands, an extremely attractive 5'2", 5'3", 5'4". Introduction for you.
Well, I just wanted to... thanks for having me, Nicholas. I just wanted to say about Brooklands that as late as 1932 did they allow women to race with men. I mean, that's such a long time into the Brooklands racing, and they closed a few years after. But Kay Peter, yeah, so she was at Brooklands and she lapped 134 miles an hour in 1935 in her V12 Delage, and she was one of the fastest ladies on the racing circuit, and she wasn't very tall, as you said, so they had to change her seat and extend the foot pedals. And it's extraordinary to see so many wonderful young women here today who are all heights, and what are their seating arrangements, but it's so good that her speed was amazing.
I can give you one comment there, that Kay Petrie driving the Delage actually had wooden blocks put on the respective pedals, and subsequently they were sold at auction some years ago by one of the auction houses. Let's go back a little bit. When was this young lady born, and where was she born?
So Kay Peter was born in 1903 in Toronto, and she studied art in Paris. She returned to Canada in her early 20s and got married, but her husband passed away, and she became a prolific ice skating champion. And her second husband was an RAF Military Cross officer, Henry Peter of Ingerstone Hall, and he met her on a business trip to Toronto, and he whisked her back to Brooklands and whisked her over the threshold of Brooklands, to much of the amazement of everybody, because they just thought they always called him Peter the Monk. So
it was really a love affair, a proper one.
It was a proper love affair, and they stayed together forever. And so they started racing. He introduced her to racing, and she always dressed in pale blue overalls. And Nick, did you know, in the paddock today is a pale blue Delage? I poked my head in to see if the wooden blocks were there. I didn't know they got sold at auction. And I'm looking at the Delage going, is this Kay Peters' Delage? And the chap who was racing up the hill today wasn't there because he was looking for some ignition spark. And his father sat there, and I said, is this Kay Peters' Delage? And he said, it could be if you want it to be.
That's imagination of great style. So her first action, in fact, was, I have it down as a red Wolseley Hornet Daytona, because she also played around with Henry's Invicta. Well, the Invicta was very different from a little red Wolseley, so he introduced her very carefully into the art of racing at Brooklands, and more importantly, as you've already stated, in terms of the presence of males. Do you think the articles that, one, she was very attractive, she wore pale blue, she was very good in terms of her careful makeup with lipstick and the other accoutrements that she said. So people would fall in love with her, but more importantly, they actually enjoyed her performance.
That's it. They enjoyed her speed. She swiftly moved to a 2.5 litre supercharged Type 35C Bugatti, and she achieved her first Brooklands lap record in 1934 at 124 miles per hour. And she set another record, of course, as we know, in 1935 with the Delage at 134 miles per hour. So although she won many solo races, she performed with Dorothy Champney, who later, of course, became Mrs. Victor Riley. And in a Riley Works car in the 1934 Le Mans with Dorothy, they were really good at trials, and they came 11th place in that Le Mans race. And that race actually had a load of other women in it. So we had the Riley team, and then we also had the Dancing Daughters, who were the MGs with George Easton's MGs. And so he had, George Easton was a land speed record obtainer, and he was sort of always up against Malcolm Campbell in his Bluebird in 1937 and 38. And of course, George Easton had raced at Le Mans as well in 28 and 29. But the Dancing Daughters, I'm going away from Kay Peter here, but this is who she raced with, you know. So the ladies were Margaret Allen, Colin Eaton, Joan Richmond and Joan Simpson, and Barbara Skinner and Doreen Evans. And so she had a team of women racing around her, and to come 11th was amazing, right?
Absolutely correct. I'll mention the fact that she had won in 1935 134.24, which gave her the accolade of one of the, I think they were either gold or silver stars. I think it was a silver star for 120 miles per hour around Brooklands, but 130 was the gold. And I think from memory, I probably will be corrected in an email on Monday or Tuesday here at the Bugatti Owners Club, but I think only 7 women actually had that accolade of that. So that one took some determination and enormous courage, because anybody who's ever been to Brooklands and tried to walk up the bank track will know it's impossible to walk up to the final rim. And I think I've managed 2/3 and think, I'm going round here to 120 miles an hour on a concrete base. What am I doing?
But she, of course, got that record whilst competing against Gwenda Stewart. And Gwenda Stewart, who drove her 1600cc Derby Miller, which was, of course, a land speed record in itself, and Kay Peter was driving her V12 Delage, they wouldn't let them compete together. They wouldn't allow them to break the record together because of female excitability. They decided that the ladies should not race together, but they would do 3-time circuits of the track, and the one recording the fastest lap would be the winner. But so Kay reached speeds of 129 and 134, and Gwenda reached 133 and 135.95 after. But if they'd have raced together, they say Kay Peter would have won that outright. I've got to say, Nick, I've just had a look at my notes, and it was one of 9 women to get such speeds on the circuit.
Thank you. Dorothy Champney, most recently we had the benefit of Victor Riley here, and that of course is son of, and he came to an early event that we had here at Prescott. Dorothy had been viewed, I think maybe probably the correct rate, at the 1934 Le Mans when she was racing by Victor Riley. And he saw an opportunity. Not only was she an extremely attractive woman, but he also felt that from the Riley point of view, to have a woman within the Riley company would be excellent marketing. So he married her. But the clause was that in marrying her, she was not able to compete any further in motor racing. However, unbeknown to her, and it was a story that Victor told me when he was here, with much amusement, that his mother used to go after Bourne to test run with Raymond Mays the ERAs. Now, how about stepping out of the feminine nest to do that? You've got to have great courage.
So I was just thinking about ERAs, and did Kay Peter race in ERA as well? She raced in ERA, and the car suffered a lot of spin and misfires, and she sort of got covered back in the sand, and then was that her? Was that Kay Peter?
Well, the sand would either be Pendeen, where of course Parry Thomas met, unfortunately, his timely death just before competing at Brooklands in what was going to be the first outcome ever of the Brooklands Riley. And as we've already heard, Geraint Owen is down in the paddock somewhere with the flat iron, which of course is Parry Thomas's other land speed record proposal.
I've got confused as well, but I was just thinking where she changed her overalls. I was thinking about her overalls actually, and she raced at Donington Park in her Riley, and it broke, and she got covered in oil, and she was showered with hot oil, and making the way back to the pit, she met Marjorie Eccles, and she changed into Marjorie Eccles overalls and got back into the pits, and to the delight of the spectators, she roared back into the race in a pristine pair of oversized overalls, because she was quite short and Marjorie Eccles wasn't very short, and she made up for the lost time. But I was also thinking about her overalls and how pristine she was. Did you know about how Kay Peter, I always call the glove compartment box the Kay Peter glove compartment box?
Lara, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can, Christopher. Far away.
Just excuse me for a minute, because I need to announce the result of the raffle.
Go for it.
So, I hope you're listening if you've got a raffle ticket, particularly if you've got blue ticket number 166. You've won the ride up the hill with Julian in the Brescia Bugatti, and you need to be down outside Friends of Prescott by 1:30 at the latest to get your ride. Otherwise, we'll have to redraw. Number 166, pale blue ticket. You've got yourself a ride in the Brescia.
Thank you, Christopher. Well,
thanks, Nick.
Knowing that Julian is going to be the driver of that wonderful little Brescia, which is very similar in many respects to Raymond May's Gordon Bleu and Gordon Rouge, I'm sure that Julian would prefer Kay Petrie rather than the recipient who was won today. But
you never know.
All right, exactly. You never know.
Okay, back to Lara. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. The money raised, of course, for the ride up the hill with Julian, which I promise you will be spectacular, because that little Brescia is equivalent to the racing of 1924, which was, of course, where the Brescias won first, second, third, and fourth place. I'm sure Ettore Bugatti celebrated that particular race win for his new introduction of racing, gentleman's racing car, that particular period. Would be suitably won over with, shall we say, champagne and the other ingredients. So please make sure you're down there by 1:30 to enjoy that trip up the hill. I'm not sure whether Julian's going to take the long course or the short course. I would hope Julian would go for the long course because it gives a slightly longer experience for the lucky winner. The money all goes to Friends of Prescott. Friends of Prescott raise money for the environment within Prescott to improve the facilities for you as guests, you as members of the VSCC, and others who entertain their respective friends here at Prescott. So it's money that goes into a special pot. Some of it was highlighted to be put aside for the commentary box up here, but as the chairman of the Bugatti Owners Club and your commentator in conjunction with Christopher and Guy today, I would have to say that money has not been spent here at the top of the hill as yet. But I'm always optimistic. Right, back to Lara.
Are we back on? Oh.
Yes, we are back on.
What was I saying? I was talking about a glove compartment, I think, about Kay Peters' glove compartment, because she always...
Glove department or glove department? You have to be extremely careful how you dealt with that word. It's glove department.
Glove compartment. I was thinking about Eileen Ellison's love letters. That's what I was thinking about. But Kay Peters' glove compartment, because she always kept lipstick and all the different things she wanted, powder puff and comb and things, and always in a little box underneath her seat. And so Kay Peters was the person that invented the glove compartment, I seem to think. But and of course she was amongst all these other women that had invented. We have Dorothy Levitt, who had a mirror on a glass stick, who always said it's always good to see what's behind you, and then also put some lipstick on as well. So she had the rear view mirror. And then Mildred Bruce with the windscreen, because she was so fed up of all the flies attaching to her netting that they put a windscreen in front of her.
Kay Petrie not only obviously competing at Brooklands and other wonderful tracks, also tackled with great success the respective hill climbs. We, of course, here at Prescott didn't open officially until the 1938, where we had our first spring meeting, followed in 1939 by the International, where, as you know, a Tory came across and he was celebrated with his son, and they brought the Type 59 with us. But she competed, this is Kay, competed at Shelsley Wash in 1934. She was in a Type 35 and she achieved the hill climb ladies record at Shelsley, which is pretty impressive. She again competed in 1937 in her single-seater Austin at 43.8. What it doesn't tell me is whether she was sponsored in those days or her loving husband actually purchased these respective cars. Anyway, that particular record at Shelsley was held by Nicola Menzies Gould, subsequently a lady, of course, in her 3.5 Gould in 2021. So it took from 1934 to 2021 for that record to have been beaten. Pretty impressive.
I think it took a while. I mean, there was a gap, obviously. We had a bit of a war, and then women sort of stopped being in the limelight and racing for a bit as well. And I think it's only recently, I think in the last I don't know how many years, that women have started coming back to racing and seeing these women here today and seeing the women at Le Mans racing, you know, all the wonderful women's teams. I think it's sort of started coming back again. I think there's a renaissance.
I think the VSCC have actually pushed forward tremendously on that, because we now have the system where at Wiscombe early in the spring, which was the very first VSCC Hill Climb Championship point opportunity, we were sponsored there, or I beg your pardon, the boys and girls were sponsored. Those under 30 had all their applications or their entry fees cleared. And watching, as you clearly have stated today, we are seeing many young boys and young women under the age of 30 utilizing their respective cars that have been handed down or shared or borrowed from their respective parents. And I think that's something with great intelligence the VSCC have gathered to put together, because to be fair, they are our future of hill climbing and the care and looking after these wonderful pre-1939 cars. So congratulations to you, Mr. President, in your new role, and we have invited you up, but I know you're looking after your respective guests and fettling, no doubt, your wonderful Frazer Nashes, but you are always invited here with great enthusiasm. So I wish you fun and enjoyment in your 3 years of presidency, which has just begun, and we're here to help at the Bugatti Owners Club on any occasion.
I was just thinking, just before we finish, I think we've got to finish in a minute, haven't we? Kay travelled to South Africa, and she raced in the Grand Prix motoring season with her 1.5 litre Riley, but she didn't have the correct fuel on arriving, so she finished 11th, and despite the poor result, she met Bernard Rossmeyer at the race, who was racing for Auto Union, and he let her drive the 6 litre Grand Prix Auto Union, who Mrs. Rossmeyer was the only woman who was allowed to drive it previously. I mean, tell me about that car, please.
Well, it broached everything possible, because at that particular period of time, we were talking about really the RAs, we were talking about the Maseratis and early Alphas, and that was the competition. And of course the money had been pushed very carefully in by a gentleman called Adolf Hitler, who saw the great opportunity in the German Federation to actually push forward the prominence and publicity of what would be the German subsequently where he took over. So the money was put into Auto Union and to Mercedes. And the Auto Union was, as we say, 6 litres, but more importantly, it was something like 500 brake horsepower. And so to go from 1.5 litre little Riley, which at the best of the events might be between 70 and 80, maybe 85 brake horsepower, to something like 500, one took enormous capacity of an understanding of a car, of that ferociousness. Rosemeyer, in fact, was the champion, very much so, on both hill climb and on the motor circuits between 37, 38 and 39, pre-Second World War. So to hand over a car to a young lady of that diminutive nature in a car that he was called the Rainmaster, because he had that wonderful ability to be able to drive a car of that ferociousness in the most extraordinarily wet and difficult weathers. In fact, if we'd had him here yesterday, he would have enjoyed the hill enormously. I think we would have put him down as FTD, most certainly. So it took courage for both, him to lend it to her, although the Germans and the Mercedes were an extremely courteous and very generous trading company.
So on her return to Britain again, she then went back to a little car and she drove for the Austin team at Brooklands. But during the practice of the 500-kilometre race at Brooklands, the driver, Reg Parnell, lost speed and slid down the banking and hit her and from behind, and causing her to crash at 90 miles an hour. And she was seriously injured, or he was seriously injured, actually. But it stopped her racing again. And she did take part in the Alpine Cup in the Monte Carlo Rally with Joan Richmond, but afterwards she took to journalism as a food writer and then a motoring correspondent for the Daily Sketch. And I've seen some of her articles and they're absolutely brilliant. I just need to go back and secretly copy them.
But she also had appeared with British Motor Corporation. What was she doing with them?
So she was employed in the 50s with Austin as a colourist for the new A40 Cambridge models. And
has to be blue.
It was certainly blue. And then she was employed again, as you said, by the British Motor Corporation to make cars appealing to women. And she went on to design interior patterns for the 1970s Mini. And guess what? They were blue.
Lovely. So I have a note down here that her husband died in 1962, and she subsequently lived alone in St John's Wood Parkwood House, subsequently as a care home in Camden. So when did she die?
So Kay Peter died in August in 1994, and she was 91. I mean, that would have been amazing to meet her. That would have been super amazing to meet her.
So if we'd started this particular interest many years ago, we would have been able to meet some of those wonderful characters, wouldn't we?
We would have met them. But we met somebody today who knew Mildred Bruce, and she is my favourite. And I cannot wait to go and interview the person who knew Mildred Bruce. So I think, on that note...
would you like to share that secret, or shall we keep that secret together?
We're keeping it. No one's going to know until we tell you afterwards.
So maybe 2024 we'll be able to give you some of those additional secrets regarding the investigations that we are making. We're going to Retromobile in February next year, and we're going to visit the Louis Vuitton furniture and beautiful luggage makers. Just give us a hint why we're going there.
So we're going there to have a look at the luggage, because luggage changed from when it used to be on ships and aeroplanes. And when the motor car came along, Louis Vuitton changed their luggage to go on the backs of Bentleys, Bugattis, Delahaye's, Delages. And so we're going to see the luggage and the accessories and the fashion and the beauty that went behind these wonderful cars for the age of motoring, the age of elegance. So we're going to Paris to the archive. We're also going to the Roger Violet archive just to look at photographs, because that's my passion completely. So we're going to look at that. And again, I don't want to say why, though, Nicholas. I just don't want to say why.
No, we'll keep the secret. So thank you for being entertained by the Eureka Jazz Band and the glorious sun that is still high in the sky. It looks like a milk blue sky today. It does indeed. So let it stay, and make sure those respective runs this afternoon are safe, and we'll look forward who is going to win in their respective classes and who will be FTD. I think I put my money down already, but I'm going to keep my powder dry because Guy and I have inevitably a bet on today. So Christopher, we can hand it back to you, good sir, and you can do your worldwide journey into space from here at Prescott. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? It does make it, it is. It's a nice light. Now that Lizzie's meeting Matilda, I can.
When you said water, Tottenham.
I tried to be.
Oh, really? Did you do it for the presentation?
Have you? Pretty much. Thanks, buddy. 19. That's really good.
Is it a Mullen?
Do you? Oh, well, Willie. So Sholto,
No,
until recently, he worked with him. He now works for Tesla. He left
This trim in here,
and it's extremely and Willie Gilbert's in
I give George some money.
Alright. Apparently not. Didn't quite fit the spec. That's a special edition.
Shall we open yours as well?
Hey, that looks pretty cool. Have a look. That nice thing.
Mine is a zoo. But no, I do feel like I don't.
Okay.
They always run better after you leave the pub. Yes.
Okay, I'll try and hear what he's saying.
So if you're watching us online or hoping to watch us online, back to Prescott. We're having our lunch hour, which is due to finish at 1:45 with action on the hill. In the meantime, Richard is ambling the paddock with a camera, looking at these interesting cars. And the one he's looking at the moment is, I think, fascinating. This is the Mitchell Special, which was an American board racer. It was very popular in the States in the teens and 20s, racing on oval tracks made of pine planks nailed together and nailed onto a frame. And board racing was incredibly dangerous and incredibly popular. And this is the Mitchell Special, as you can see, built in Racine, Wisconsin, with an extraordinary engine. I presume is an aircraft engine, and you can see that the exhaust, if Richard wanders around I don't think Richard can hear me, so he might wander around the other side, but the exhaust exits vertically. The exhaust valves are directed vertically upwards to a sort of silencer, and then back through the exhaust pipe to burn the driver's hand if he inadvertently touches it. But it's a most extraordinary, and it's very quick and very powerful. It's a 4-litre engine, which I think must be an aircraft engine. And I don't think we've seen this machine here at Prescott before. I keep looking out for the owner of the car to drill him about the car, but haven't found him yet. Message from Roy Cousins. Hi Chris, from the exit of Rote. Well, it's a good place to watch hill climbing at Prescott. On Rote Corner is the exit from the S's, and it's lots happens there. It's quite a lot of entertainment, and quite a lot of drivers get a pain in the wallet as a result of overcooking their travel through Rote Corner. Richard is just looking at the 1910 Talbot. We found out yesterday that Talbot was a name for a medieval hunting dog, so I've told the owner he's going to find a picture of a medieval hunting dog and stick it to the side of the car. We're looking at Inge van Wertel's Austin 7 Special, beautifully built, looking like a miniature ERA, but it's a real work of art. You can see the Austin 7 chassis with its quarter elliptic rear suspension. It's for sale. Oh wow. So quickly make a note of that number if you want a very nice Austin 7 Special, and if you come to compete at Prescott, you'll be very welcome. And Inge's dad is driving another special, which again we know nothing about, so I've got to find him and chat to him about that. Or maybe he can come to the commentary box and just give me a rundown. But we got an incredible entry here, as you can see if you've been watching Richard's perambulations around the paddock. We're looking at the Romano Special, the yellow car, which is a big American touring car chassis onto which an American Curtiss OX5 engine has been grafted, and that actually has become a very fashionable way of going Edwardian racing by members of the Vintage Sports Car Club. Find a big old vintage car, chuck away the body, chuck in a Curtiss engine and gearbox off something else, and you can go Edwardian racing. And at the annual members meeting at Goodwood, I think it was started 4 or 5 years ago, we started having Edwardian races, and everybody thought that it would be a gentlemanly parade at fairly slow speeds. Not a bit of it. It was fearsome racing, and these cars are surprisingly quick. Oh, is that rain? That's not fair. We were promised some showers, and it looks as if we're just about to get a shower. We've had plenty of nice sunshine up to now. I'm told by Diana, who's clerk of the course here, that it's one grey cloud and it's passing through very quickly, and there's blue sky just over my left shoulder, so that's good news. And I think she's absolutely right. It's a 1 minute shower, and that's quite enough. We had a torrential rain all day yesterday. It was really horrible, but despite which everyone had the opportunity, if they wanted to have two practice runs. 1 or 2 people opted not to. They didn't want to risk their precious car, and quite right too. But nevertheless, we got through the whole programme by 5:30. On screen right now, got Julian Eckersley with our raffle winner, and the prize for the raffle is a ride up Prescott Hill in a Brescia Bugatti. So looks as if our proud winner is possibly one of our... No, it's not. I was going to say one of our competitors, but I don't think so. And proceeds from the raffle go to the Friends of Prescott. The Friends of Prescott's role in life is to decide on and manage improvements to the Prescott estate. And they do a great job, and they spend their funds very wisely. But Julian is about to do the raffle demonstration up the hill. Motorsport UK mandate that you must have a car in front and a car behind, which rather takes the fizz out of demonstration runs, but you can understand why they made that rule. So our clerk of the course's Mini has emerged, and there it is, back to the start line, ready to lead the way for Julian to take the Brescia up the hill. Brescia Bugatti celebrated. This is an early car. The first Brescia, I think, was sort of 1921-22, and called a Brescia in celebration of competition success that the Bugatti company had at a race at Brescia in Italy, which incidentally was the starting and finishing point for the famous Mille Miglia. So, up to the start line, you'll see behind, if you're watching online rather than here in person, the Brescia Bugatti is coming up behind the Mini with our lucky raffle winner. I think Julian, of course, is competing here in this car. I think his first run this morning was up the hill in 53 seconds. But behind the Mini, he's not going to be able or tempted, I don't think, to try and match that time. We are due to kick off with competition runs at 1:45, which is in about 2 minutes' time. So we won't be too late with that. And I can see our cars in Class 1 ready and anxiously waiting in the queue at the paddock exit to start their cars and come up to have their runs. We have a brilliant entry today for this wonderful event. Every year the Vintage Sports Car Club have an event at Prescott on the short course, the original course before 1959, when the extension up to Ettores hairpin was built. So from 1938 to about 1958, Prescott just had the short course. And because Vintage Sports Car Club actually discovered Prescott Estate was on the market and tipped the wink to the Bugatti Club, who bought the estate, and as a result every year the Bugatti Owners Club invite the VSCC to have their traditional short course meeting up the hill, and it attracts a huge number of spectators and a great entry of competition cars. Fields around Prescott are used as car parks, and they are covered in vintage cars, and lots of people spend most of their day looking around the car parks here, which effectively is a exquisite motor show of lovely vintage cars. Vintage officially covers the period, I think, from 1919 up to the end of 1930, which after that, cars from 1931 to 39 are called post-vintage or post-vintage thoroughbreds, and entry to this competition at Prescott today is limited to pre-war cars. You can be as old as you like. The oldest car, I think, here today is the 1907 Mercedes, 120 horsepower Mercedes, driven by Ben Collins, I believe is the oldest car. But we've got an Edwardian Class, and that really covers the from about 1910, I suppose, up to 1919, maybe slightly earlier, but around that. Before that, we have what's known as the Veteran Class, and the Veterans officially are the cars that can run in the annual London to Brighton Veteran Car Run, which is limited to cars built before the end of 1904, but some 1905 cars do make their way into the Brighton Run. So maybe Edwardian starts in 1905 and goes on till 1919 or so. Now we've got the clerk of the course leading the way. I think Julian's about to shove the Bugatti in gear, but behind, the other clerk of the course car, which is a Ford, I think a Ford Focus, is coming out as soon as Julian moves forward. The live stream of this meeting will be on various access points, particularly YouTube, and so it'll probably appear tomorrow. Richard Danby, who's done an incredible job developing these live streams of British hill climbs, works like crazy. He's got about 11 cameras now on the hill, so you'll see when the competition starts again all the camera positions we've got. And of course it stays on YouTube for a long time. There goes the Brescia with his happy passenger. Well, I hope he's happy. And as soon as they are back to the paddock, our competitive runs will start again. I think our quickest run up the hill this morning was 41 seconds. Ian Baxter driving the 1939, I think, Alta racing car. Alta. Geoffrey Taylor, who ran Alta, constructed quite a few single-seater racing cars and exotic sports cars, but the Alta company was always short of money, and Geoffrey Taylor saved money as much and as often as he could, with the result that often the Alta mechanical components were made from pretty unsatisfactory metals. And so I remember watching motor racing in the 50s, and Altas were always very quick, but usually after 3 or 4 laps they tended to break and had to pull off. But famously, the first British car to win a European Formula One Grand Prix was the Connaught, driven by Tony Brooks, that won the 1955 Syracuse Grand Prix on the Isle of Sicily. And the Connaught, the B-type Connaught, was powered by a 2.5 litre Alta engine, which was powerful and okay, but you had to be very, very careful not to exceed the red line on the rev counter, otherwise it would immediately protest and stop. Now, the car was driven by Tony Brooks, and rather in contrast to Formula One drivers nowadays, Tony, who was a dental student, he flew back on a scheduled aircraft, and he was about to do his dental exam finals, and so he spent the whole of the return journey swatting for his dentistry finals. And so there was none of the razzmatazz and the millions of pounds and dollars that current F1 drivers receive. But at the same time, the positive side was that nobody recognized Tony. He could go anywhere without being mobbed, whereas your current Formula One drivers are world famous, so they can hardly go anywhere without being mobbed by Formula One enthusiasts. Particularly at somewhere like the Goodwood Festival of Speed, where any Formula One driver is immediately surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic spectators, to the extent that Jenson Button, I think about 10 or 12 years ago, was due to be officially at Goodwood Festival on the Saturday and the Sunday, but he came down on the Friday wearing sunglasses and a beanie hat so that no one could recognize him, so that he could wander around the whole paddock or paddocks at Goodwood, looking at the cars, talking to the owners and drivers without being recognized. He really enjoyed that. The BMW i8 that's at the moment stopped under the bridge belongs to one of the owners of the nice houses at the top of Prescott Hill. This track, the Prescott track, originally of course was the drive up to the big house at the top of the hill. And so the advantage of having one of those houses is that you get plenty of practice up Prescott. The disadvantage is that half a dozen times a year your weekend tends to be rather noisy. And so we hope that the people who buy these houses, they do come on the market every now and then, are keen enthusiasts and aren't going to complain about the noise and the disruption. But unfortunately, some of them do. So, when the BMW has made its way back home, we hope that the first class cars can be summoned to the start line, kicking off with a whole bunch of Austin 7s. The famous Austin 7 introduced by the Austin Company in 1923, Herbert Austin, who ran the company, of course, owned and ran the company, was fed up with the popularity of cycle cars, the spindly little things that were incredibly popular for cheap motoring, both just before and just after World War I. Some of them were extraordinary concoctions with belt drive and wire and bobbin steering, if you can imagine what that was, and lethally dangerous. And Herbert Austin said, we're going to kill these things off. Produced the Austin 7, which was very small, but it had a 4-cylinder engine, had comfortable seats, proper brakes, and immediately the market just fell out of, dropped through a hole for the market for cycle cars. But a lot of them have been preserved, and a lot of our vintage racing cars are based on the GN, which was probably the best-selling cycle car of all. But there were some weird and wonderful machines. There was one called a Bedelia, which had 2 seats, one in front of the other, with the front one right at the front of the car, and that was the that was the passenger seat, and the driver sat behind him or her, usually her, who was first to the accident. But its transmission was by a long belt from the gearbox, or cross shaft from the gearbox to the back axle, and the way you disengaged the drive, in other words, you wanted to stop, you pushed a great big lever forward. That brought the back axle about an inch forward, and the belt became all sloppy and slipped. When you wanted to go again, you pulled the great big lever back went the back axle, tighter went the belt, and off you went.
It's horrible when things go sloppy and they slip, isn't it?
I can't make a comment.
Good.
What a Motorsport UK! Wow, we've been noted by Motorsport UK. What a fantastic prize to win! It looks like excellent fun. Thanks for that, Motorsport UK. It certainly was great for Julian to offer a raffle ride up the hill. Up to the line comes our first competitor. Is Mark Gold. The voice you heard was Guy Loveridge.
Honest, it was.
It was.
It was I. Did you find some lunch, Christopher?
I brought lunch with me.
Ah, marvellous. You maintained your position.
I did. And I met my friend Mike Rahag, and we had lunch together. He's got a Bugatti Type 30 that he's had for 50 years or so. I think he paid 40 quid for it.
I'll give him a tenner's profit. It's time for him to pass it on.
I think so. Now Mark takes off in the Austin Chummy. The Chummy was, if you wanted a drop head, in other words, a soft top, Austin 7, the Chummy was probably the one that you went for.
And Chummy wasn't exclusive to Austin 7s. It was a generic name. It's become associated with Austins, but I've got sales literature for other makes where they called it a Chummy.
You could have a Rolls-Royce Chummy if you really wanted.
If you really wanted, yes. Bought your chassis and engine and took it someone, and they put a Chummy body on it.
How chummy of them. Mark Gold is up the top, well, not the top, he's up the so-called the top straight into the S's at Prescott, where lots of adventures happen, particularly on a wet day when it stops raining and the rest of the hill is dry, but the S's with their overhanging trees stay wet, and that surprises quite a few drivers.
Mark showing that you don't have to have an all singing, all dancing, fire-breathing machine to have a lot of fun at the sport of hill climbing with the VSCC. Exactly,
and hill climbing really, very often, you're just competing against yourself to try and improve your best previous time.
Which Mark has, 72.93.
Good for him.
Nick Coates climbing now in the Austin 7 EA, the model that grew into the Ulster after it had done so well in Ireland, in Ulster, at the Tourist Trophy.
And of course, there was lots of Austin 7 racing at Brooklands, the Brooklands track, which was built in 1907, just outside Weybridge near London, and lots of amateur racing took place there.
Absolutely, 65.15. He's drifted out.
And he's followed by the chummy, the Nippy, I beg her pardon, Sarah Foster in the Austin 7. Nippy with its curved back containing the luggage boot. I don't think you can put very much luggage in there.
An overnight bag, a sponge bag perhaps, a grip, as we're talking 1934. But those extra inches in the wheelbase, by now it's 1934 and we've gone from 6'2" to 6'6" inch wheelbase. They make all the difference, those extra 4 inches. And Sarah completes in 64.70. She's found 4 seconds. Stephen Jones, well up on his climb now, heading through the woods as I look across, on a level with the top box. Heads up. Yeses. Through them. 39 miles per hour under the bridge, the fastest Austin 7 so far, although Julia Wolstenholme has just aced that with a 43 miles an hour under the bridge.
I've just had a distinguished visitor to the commentary box, Roger Collings, telling me that Archie Collings is the car that Archie is driving. A similar car was driven by his great-grandfather, the Earl of March, at Brooklands, with Sammy Davis on board. So remind me to not forget that when Archie comes to the line.
Blood orange. I think Aldi Halibi now owns that car. We had it for Goodwood when we first did the Kevil Davis and March motor, with cars associated with the family. We had that actual 500-mile race winning Austin 7 there.
Time for number 6, Stephen Jones. You've probably said already, 61.06. For Julia Wolstenholme, 60.12. And off the line goes Peter Howard in the third of our Ulsters. The Ulster was very much the racing Austin 7, celebrating the success that they had in the Tourist Trophy races taking place on Northern Ireland, i.e. Ulster.
Some people are getting a little faster, but others, Julia was almost a full second slower.
Now this is Archibald Collings, driving, I think, his mum's Austin 7 Ulster replica car, identical to the one driven by his grandfather, the Earl of March, with Sammy Davis, great racer and journalist, in the passenger seat at Brooklands. So we'll wish Archie all the best. Archibald has been driving, his father tells me, since he was about 7, racing round the garden at home. Then he competed in the 1903 80 horsepower Mercedes in trials from the age of about 14.
Does that make him the nephew of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon?
I guess a great nephew, yeah. No, he's
nephew of the current
Duke of Richmond. Yes, I guess so.
Gosh, genuflections all round.
Well, Ben Collings is married to the Duke of Richmond's daughter.
The current Duke's daughter.
Current Duke's daughter, yeah.
Right.
We'll work it out.
I doubt it. I won't be able to.
In the meantime, we're watching a change from Austin 7s in the shape of the Mati Type P, car number 20 in the hands of Michael New, kicking off Class 2. The Mati was built down in the corner of France and Germany in Alsace-Lorraine, pretty much next door to the Bugatti factory at Molsheim, and they built cars quite successfully and trucks and things up to about 1950. Then they either went bust or were absorbed into another company.
Given our discussion of dogs and cockapoos, that must make this an Alsatian, therefore.
It is indeed, yes.
You'll be looking to break 100, 100.56.
As are our two faithful viewers who live in Münster in France, which is in Alsace. This is, just appropriately, this is the Amel car, French car, in the hands of Charles Pither, the famous Amel car CGS, with probably the narrowest bodywork of any sports car of the 20s. To be followed by Matilda Jones in another Austin 7 Ulster.
Well, Charles Pither has found 3 seconds.
That's good.
It is. It's drizzling. Some people have their brollies up, some aren't bothering because it's light, but it's persistent, unfortunately.
Diana, the clerk of the course, promised that it wouldn't last very long, and you can't argue with the clerk of the course.
It gets you into trouble if you do, doesn't it?
Matilda Jones heading for the finish. She's going round semicircle, to be followed by Phil Dobbin. Round Orchard into Pardon, and then along the top will bring him into the S's. Matilda 64.56, 6.456
against a 60 handicap time.
Patrick Teague leaves the line. Car number 7 back to class 1. That's another Ulster 1929. But we do have some variety. On the line is the Vale Special. We'll talk a bit more about that. Phil records a good time, 60.2. What can Patrick do? I suspect he might be even quicker.
You would imagine so. More brollies are going up. The rain is getting visibly harder up here, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not right, is it?
No, get the clerk out to fix it.
Here's Patrick Teague. Yeah, it's beginning to make the track a bit wet. Annoying. Fortunately, if the rain stops, we've got plenty of sunshine and breeze to dry it up.
Let's hope so.
57.53 for Patrick. William Lowe in the Vale Special. Rare car. Vale built about 67 cars in Maida Vale in London. Company was run by Viscount Pellew, who became the Marquis of Exeter and invested a lot of the family money in this project, which very much diminished the family money.
58.94 for William Lowe in the Vale.
Now one of our Ulsters, car number 24, Charles Ping, stalled just beyond the line, or the engine stopped just beyond the line. It'd be unfair to say he stalled it. It stopped. Fortunately, whoops, he's trying a backwards push start. Maybe he didn't have it in backwards gear, but he has now. But it's still got quite a high compression engine because it doesn't like being push started, and he's retreated onto the grass. I think, though, that if he gets it going, he's okay for another run because his rear wheels didn't cross the start line. He managed, or the car managed to stop itself before that.
Daniel Hunter has just managed to reverse the last 2 digits of his time. 63.02 this morning, 63.20 this afternoon.
We have a number of Riley Brooklands, of which the first one has come to the line in the hands of Mike Dowell. The Riley 9 engine was revolutionary and astonishingly powerful for its size, and so Parry Thomas, the record breaker and driver of the Leyland, had the idea of using the Riley 9 engine in a much lower chassis and a low body, low centre of gravity, and produce the Riley Brooklands. And because his works were not far from Brooklands, he started building them there. And then Reed Railton, poor Parry Thomas died, as you know, at Pendine Sands in Wales, trying to break the land speed record. And Reed Railton took on the project and made, I think, a dozen or so Riley Brooklands at the Surrey factory. But then Victor Riley, the boss, saw this car and thought it was great and said, "Don't worry, Reed, we will build it in the factory." And they did. They built hundreds of them. Sorry, Guy, I'm talking too much. Mike Dowell is finished, car number 27. That's the Riley Brooklands, the first of them, the black one, with a time of 62.37. So I don't have the first run times in front of me, but I suspect they are getting affected by the slight dampness of the track. Roland Woodley, car number 28, Riley Brooklands. The engine in the Brooklands produced something like 50 bhp at 5,000 revs. Doesn't sound very much, but in the late 20s, early 30s, that was quite rightly regarded as a powerful engine, powerful little engine. And it had a very revolutionary cam design. Cam, of course, the shaft that operates the valves, in that it had two camshafts high on the block, pushing push rods that opened the valves and allowed it to rev much higher than cars tended to do when they had a single cam and long camshafts. So revving to 5,000 revs was sensational for 1929, 1930. We are watching Tom Reynolds in an Ulster replica. Lots of people have made Austin 7 Ulsters out of the remains of old Austin 7 Saloons and Tourers, but the ones that are here, they've all done a beautiful job. 58.85 for Tom Reynolds.
Yeah, sadly following the pattern of about half a second time lost in the wet of this afternoon. That's the way it goes. It looks
well,
as though it's getting brighter soon.
The rain down here has stopped. The start line is actually bone dry.
Still raining up here, I'm afraid.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see as William goes into semicircle that the track up there is still pretty wet. Shame. This has been well, I won't say it's been a dreadful summer, but June was, April and May were cold. June was quite nice and hot and sunny. July was miserable and cold, and August seems to be continuing the theme. But we are better off than people living and holidaying in the Mediterranean.
William Renner, an exact 57 seconds. So he's bucked the trend. He's found us just over a second over his first climb. Well done, William. Handicapped at 55, so exactly 2 seconds outside his handicap.
Duncan Cartwright in the first of our Ulster Imps, 58.38, and we've got a car stopped just before the bridge. It's Richard Ashford's Austin 7. Sensibly, he's coasting back. He'll be pushed through the side gate back into the paddock, but I hope it's not too serious a problem. Coming up to the line, Raymond Knight is having a go, sharing the Vale Special with Bill Lowe. And as we were commenting this morning, the Vale Special is quite sprightly for a little 900cc car. Didn't help Viscount Pellew make any money out of them. Oh yeah, guys, it's now raining harder down here. Coventry Climax engine in this car. Coventry Climax made all sorts of engines pre-war, not necessarily for cars. A lot of them went into things like fire pumps, which were much needed, of course, during attacks on London. And then in about 1954-5, Colin Chapman realized that the Coventry Climax fire pump engine 1100cc was very light, powerful enough, and would make a great racing car engine. And indeed it did. And it was a Coventry Climax engine that took Jack Brabham to his first World Championship. But that, of course, was 2.5 litres. They did also design and build a prototype of a V8 engine, didn't they?
The Godiva, yes.
Godiva.
Which went in the Kift.
So Raymond in the Vale Special heading for the finish, to be followed by Clive Bergman in the Austin 7 Supersports. We might find out what happened to Richard Ashford's Austin 7, which caused him to stop at the bridge.
Yeah, Ray Knight, 12 seconds slower than his time this morning. He was there in that little sudden deluge. Unlucky for him. And Clive, I'm sure, will be slower than his 55.60 this morning. Yeah, 61.78.
So Nigel Fullerton on his way into the S's. On the line, we've got car number 34, which is Fergus Gunn, sharing, I think he's sharing the Austin 7 Ulster Supercharged. Made an extraordinary sound coming to the line.
Not sharing, but driving his uncle's car.
I beg his pardon.
He has it all to himself.
I love the way it leaps into the air. The back axle propels the back of the car upwards for an inch or two as it leaps off the line.
Nigel Fullerton, the Brooklands, 60.99. Fergus into Pardon, takes the wide line and a late but tight apex, and he's away.
On the line is Ian Standing in O'Reilly Brooklands, unusual in that the long pointed tail is riveted onto the rest of the car. On the side of the car is Freddie Dixon's autograph. I wonder if this is an early prototype of the Brooklands. It looks to me as if the standard Riley 9, like the one that's just coming to the line, has an unbroken bodywork from the back of the cockpit all the way to the tail, rather than having the back end riveted onto the rest of it. But someone could come and explain.
62.17 Fergus. If Roger Rapson is about, if Roger would make his way to the shower cubicle, I'm sure he could enlarge and enlighten on all things Riley 9 Brooklands.
Well, he's very welcome to come to the commentary box and enlighten us. We need enlightening. We're too fat.
Fergus Gunner 62.17. Ian Standing 57.15 in his Brooklands.
Up to the line comes William Lear in the Alvis 1250 from 1927, and we've agreed it has a beetle back.
It's Roger.
Now, is he running because out of class because it's a shared car? Could be.
Potentially, yes.
As indeed is the MGPB of Colin Davis that he's sharing with Sarah.
Nigel Dowding at 54.02. This shows you why you have to be on maximum attack on every run, because the dry runs look like they're going to be the ones that stand.
Oh wow, understeer right round semicircle. It's a bit scary because you think it's a vertical drop outside, but actually lots of people go off at semicircle and just gently glide down the grassy bank. I've done it myself. MGPB in cream cracker colours in the hands of Colin Davis, and the Alvis is about to finish, having had an understeery moment round semicircle. 70.4 1:44. So that cost him a second or so.
Definitely.
Car number 43 has just left the line. Jane Arnold Foster, great name in vintage circles, in a lovely Frazer Nash Tourer with the side valve Anzani engine, which powered the majority of early Frazer Nashes, and then the Meadows and various other engines took over. But this is a delightful car. I think Frazer Nash bodies were very often made, was it peels of Surbiton?
And car bodies as well. They
certainly made a number of the post-war Nash bodies. So Jane taking as straight a line as possible through the S's to save distance and time. Her handicap 66 seconds, but the track is damp, so a 70.27 is okay.
Indeed, in Rufus Flam we drop back into Class 2. Rufus Flam was showing with Clive Bergman. It's Rufus's father's car, Jeremy's. Jeremy has dominated Class 2 for many a year in this car.
Good news is that the rain has stopped, the sun is shining, which means that the track dries very quickly, except under the S's, so it can catch people out. Rufus 59.27, John Wiseman in the Frazer Nash Interceptor, sort of like a TT replica, but without quite such a a bulbous and pretty backside, as it were, but still with the fuel tank slung low right at the back of the car. Simon Coates is another early Nash with the Anzani engine, only 11.9 horsepower, although from a BHP, a modern way of judging horsepower, probably what, 35 horsepower?
Probably, I should think, yes. It's the RAC rating of 11.9 bore very little relation to what was actually coming out at the flywheel.
No, it was crazy though, because it encouraged a long bore and narrow stroke, didn't it?
Yes.
Do I mean narrow bore and long stroke?
Lots of long stroke engines, yes.
It's crazy when taxation dictates car design.
Or a change of motive power source.
Indeed. Right, Simon Coates has finished with a 61.29. David Johnson in the Lee Francis with its touring Cross and Ellis body. But on the line, Aston Martin enthusiasts, X-Works Aston Martin will see pretty soon. In the hands of Tudor Roberts. Should we call him Two-Door Roberts from now on?
Let's just take a step to the right. But I like this style.
So here's the Lee Francis touring its way round a semicircle. Here's the Aston Martin LM2, X-Works Aston Martin. Early one, 1928. Their main success at Le Mans came in the early 30s. Particularly the cars of the Écurie Bertelli. Samik Mukherjee in the Frazer Nash Boulogne, celebrating success that the Frazer Nash team had at the races at Boulogne in France a year or two before this car was built. So it was built in 27. So I think the Boulogne trophy successes were about 1925. When we next see a car going into semicircle, you see the sudden division between the wet track and bone dry, just where the sun has been shining on it. As Richard Matthews comes out of the S's that he's just entering in his Frazer Nash special, and then suddenly you see the track wet, 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 bone dry.
Times are starting to tumble again. Now the sun and the wind have had a few minutes to do their work. Sammy Monk-G found a second over his time this morning. First one for a while to have improved.
That's good. Richard Matthews in the GN, a late model GN with the Anzani engine shared with Frazer Nash, and following on from the great massive GNs that had air-cooled V-twin engines poking out the front. He's followed by David Saxel, the first of our Riley TT sprites, blowing smoke.
David looking his usual composed, neat and tidy self. Around semicircle now. I think he's going to drop a second or two on his time of 54.97 this morning. Yeah, 56.40.
He's followed by Annie, famous GN in the hands of Mark Roston Edwards. It's another Anzani powered GN, hence the nickname Annie. Off the line goes Nicholas Lees in the lovely Riley Sprite, beautifully designed bodywork, inspired I think by the work of the Italians with Alfa Romeo. You'll see it on, here it is, elegant and immaculate. Safely round Pardon. This is the most difficult conditions to compete at Prescott, is where some of the hill is bone dry and some is still a bit damp. It's actually the worst sort of weather to compete in a modern racing car, because you're continually looking at the sky, trying to decide should you put slicks on or stay on the wets. Nick Lees in the Sprite, 62.23. Andy Corley, not in Piglet, but in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. And behind him comes Yushan Ng, who's a very enthusiastic driver. So if you're near Orchard Corner, near Pardon, watch Yushan, always as quick as he possibly can be. Time for Andy Corley, 56.41. Watch as Yushan chucks the car into the S's. Traditional burst of Frazer Nash oversteer and up to semicircle. .54.83. Colin Pointer rounding Orchard. Lee Francis Ulster Open 4-seater. Lee Francis had a lot of competition success in the Northern Ireland Tourist Trophy races. That's why it's called an Ulster. Did you get an Ulster fry for breakfast, Guy?
Not quite. I had sausage, bacon and eggs with a few slices of toast. Most pleasant it was indeed.
That's half an Ulster fry, isn't it?
Indeed. Not quite so artery hardening as the full deal.
Time for Colin Pointer. It was 57.66. We're watching Oscar Dobbin hustling the Ulster through the S's. Circuit races it, as you can tell from the yellow square with the X at the back. And off the line goes William Lear. Oscar Dobbin's time 60.81. William Lear into and through Pardon with the Beetleback Alvis.
Oscar Dobbin has improved just on 6 seconds from his time this morning.
That's pretty good.
It is indeed.
I seem to remember he had a fairly adventurous run on his first run this morning.
Yes.
The Alvis has a very nice, I think it's a bunny rabbit radiator.
It's a hare.
It's a hare.
Yes, it's an Elvis hare. Longer ears.
And legs.
Yes, but because of the way he's sitting, you can't tell. But you can see the ears.
Now who's this? Is this Jonathan Mellor? Another Boulogne celebrating Frazer Nash. Classic TT replica body. How many exhaust pipes? Can't see, but I think it's a Meadows engine. And a good time, 52.12. The cream and brown MG on the line, PB on the line again. Driven by Sarah Davis. And enjoying the power of the supercharged little PB engine. And I'm watching LM2 Aston Martin on the line and wondering, did Aston Martin build their own engines in that period, in the 20s?
Don't think they did.
It's not a Meadows because it's got too many exhaust pipes. We must find out. We've got a Blakeney Edwards family battle in this class with Joe on the line now. Short to be followed by Simon and then Patrick. All in Frazer Nash Supersports. All, I think, with Meadows engines. 1500cc. Producing, I think, well over 100 horsepower. The Meadows, well, when modified and tuned. In the meantime, online, on the screen, we're watching the Aston Martin. And now we've switched to Jo in her Super Sports, whizzing round Orchard and Pardon. On the line and leaving the line, Jonathan Fenning in the Emerson modified Frazer Nash. And up to the line comes Tony Wood in an immaculate Frazer Nash Super Sports. But in the meantime, let's follow Will Corley around Orchard and into Pardon, and keep an eye on Joe, who does a brilliant 49.86. Against a handicap of 48.5, so that's pretty good considering the track conditions. This is Wilf Corley. We're debating what role Mr. Emery had to make this a Frazer Nash Emerson. Suspect removing as much weight as possible. Another good time, 49.65. What can Tony Wood do in his super sports? Well, a nice oversteery passage through the S's. And off goes Simon Blakeney Edwards and out of the sunshine, into the shadow at Pardon. Tony Wood, 49.16. It's a very close run course, this class. What was Tony's handicap? 47, yeah. Simon, again with a 47 handicap. Tony did a 49.16. What does Simon do? And Nicholas Finberg sharing Frazer Nash with Patrick Blakeney Edwards. Guest drive, I think. Away from the line goes Weston Mitchell in the Frazer Nash Falcon. Nicholas, 49.24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Nashes in a row, all in the 49s.
Sorry for the pause from here. I was trying to ascertain who made the Aston engines in that early period, and I'm coming up with a blank. There isn't sufficient Wi-Fi up here for me to Google it.
Weston Mitchell, 54.61, followed by Bill Ruston on board Annie. And it'll be Richard Gatley next in this astonishing Frazer Nash Saloon, the Type 319, with its little straight six engine. Not with the exotic valve gear of the 2-litre Frazer Nash 328, BMW 328 engine, reminding us that Frazer Nash had the UK concession for BMW in the 30s, which enabled Aldington to visit Munich in 1945 and negotiate a deal to use the BMW 327 and 328 as the basis of design for his planned Bristol-powered range of Frazer Nash cars post-war. Guy, I'm struggling with a bit of a coughing fit, so if you could take the lead, do by all means.
I will. I was just trying to locate the answer to that posed question, but not a problem. So we are now. Geoffrey Delaney is climbing 73. And the 72 has just completed. We're up into Class 4, standard modified sports cars and saloon cars. 1501 to 2000cc unsupercharged, 1101 to 1500 supercharged. Richard Gatley was the first climber in this class with 58.15. He's dropped 3/4 of a second on his time this morning. Geoffrey Delaney, 61.41. He's dropped 2 seconds on his time this morning. Richard Hallgate and Michael Pallett are on the course right now. Hallgate 56.71. Well, he's found 2 seconds pretty much on his time this morning, but still a second 1.71 outside his handicap. Michael Pallett is halfway through his climb now. And semicircle at any moment. My left hand shoulder as I look. There he goes. 75. Michael Pallett.
I think I've recovered and my heart is still beating, so that's something.
52.37.
52.37 for Michael Pallett, that's good. He's followed by Eddie Williams, rapid in a Frazer Nash TT replica. He will be followed by George Scoley, sharing the Frazer Nash Emerson.
Eddie Williams, 37.38.
Lovely slide into the S's.
And 55.27 for Ed Williams.
Looks as if Paul Emery modified the rear suspension. It's a bit lower slung than the other Nashes, isn't it?
Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, I think he had a go at everything.
Yeah.
And the evidence that remains is most notable, as you say, at the back. I think he dropped the cog box.
Perhaps he employed a slimmer Labradoodle.
Potentially, yes. I'm trying to find, oh, there he is, back in Class 3. Looking to best at 53.99, but that was a handicap busting time, was George's 53.99. He was handicapped at 54.5. So 49, 50, 1. No improvement this afternoon. In fact, he's dropping out quite dramatically, 58.05.
Wow.
But that earlier run, still very impressive.
His Tigress, not the Sunbeam Tigress, but the MG Tigress, based on the MG 1800, which is a big and expensive touring car, but they built 5 of these racing versions, which had a good race history. Of the 5, sadly, only 2 are remaining.
The very first Aston Martins had Coventry Climax engines.
Is that right?
Coal Scuttle, Razor Blade, cars like that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So.
Here's Ian Warner, Jeff Radford, 67.31. Here's Ian Warner on the very rare-bodied 2-seater Bentley with its 3-litre engine. And we appreciate that this 3-litre still has a 3-litre engine rather than being re-engined with a 4.5-litre. Looking in very original condition, not over-polished. And he's followed by Alex Pilkington in this lovely Alpha 6C. Isn't that gorgeous?
It's hard to think of a more attractive packaging of the Alfa Romeo offering.
And I think that one's been in the Pilkington family for 20 or 30 years.
If not longer, I think. $58.12 for Alex. We're back to that average of dropping between the second and the second and a half. John Paulson now coming up to semicircle. Keeping it neat and tidy, bit of a blip of the throttle as he down changes, fighting the wheel to get it round. Lucy Delaney up through Pardon without a wobble or a pause. John Paulson 56.85. Well, there's that half a second. He was 56.33 earlier, 56.85 now, so yes, half a second.
We are entering Vauxhall 3098 territory with David Marsh.
61.94 for Lucy. Yep, there's that half second again. She's gone out from 61.41 to 61.94.
Vauxhall 3098s, the first one appeared in 1913. I'm wondering when they stopped production of them. Did they go beyond 1931?
I was tempted to say something cheeky, but I won't. I think they are entirely of the vintage era.
I believe they are, yes. Car number 92, this is Tamara Morley in this long Lagonda LG45, powered by a 4.5 litre Meadows engine, which in fact propelled the winning Lagonda at Le Mans, I think in 1935, driven by Hindmarsh and
Louis Fontes?
Louis Fontes, yes. Did they share the driving fairly equally?
I think it was more in Hindmarsh's favour.
Presumably he was the owner of the car.
Yes.
But here's Tamara. Big car for a slight lady.
It wasn't like the Selsdon Canetti Ferrari, where just because Selsdon owned it, Canetti knew he was the driver.
But Canetti did 23 hours of it, didn't he?
Exactly, that's what I mean. It was,
yeah.
It was heavily weighted, and
you're the chauffeur.
yes,
Go and chauffe.
They made it work. Where well, Louis Rosier did as well. Louis Rosier did all but 3 laps when he won. He only trusted Jean-Louis, his son, for 3 laps. Allegedly, the time it took him to go to the toilet, eat a banana, drink a cognac, and then get back in the car.
Saul Stevens has a bit of difficulty navigating Pardon. I think he's exited Pardon in too high a gear, so he's proceeding very slowly. Maybe he's searching for a lower gear, I'm not sure. Or the engine has flooded itself.
Oops.
He's given a friendly wave to the marshals, interpreted as, I know it's slow, but I'm okay. Let's hope. Well, no, Roland Deuce has been held on the line for fear of nudging him up the back. And Roland is in his lovely Delahaye from 1937. Delage and Delahaye and Talbot built these lovely straight 6 cars that raced at Le Mans.
Don't forget Hotchkiss, they were in the mix as well.
Hotchkiss, oui.
Lovely 3 litre 6-pot.
And the French government in their wisdom, sorry Saul, we're ignoring you while you struggle up the hill. The French government in their wisdom after the war slapped a ridiculous tax on the makers of expensive big cars, which effectively killed the French luxury car industry stone dead.
And they also decided they were going to dictate which market segment their producers could go for. So Panhard, before the Second World War, were building big luxury things. After the Second World War, the Panhard Diner.
Yes.
Based on a design by J.A. Gregoire, which he hawked around everybody and sold to 3 manufacturers. And then after the war tried to sue Panhard, and after a lot of time the judge said, well, you're right, it is your basic design, and well, I am going to find against Panhard, but you've been trying to sell your soul to everybody, so he fined him 1 franc.
Ha.
Panhard paid Gregoire a single franc, which they wrote in cheque form.
Roland's De La Haye does not have the Cotal gearbox. It's got a standard manual gearbox on the floor, 4 on the floor. I suspect this one was so new to England. Right-hand drive.
That's all the quality cars of the
Yeah, they were.
of course.
Lovely engine sound. Roland pops it into first gear, waiting for the go signal, and gets it off the line.
It can often be very distracting to be held like that, can't it?
Yeah, it can. Particularly if the plugs oil up. If you're here, you may see, and if you haven't been here before, you may see that on the start line is a traffic light, a green and a red light. As you approach the start line, of course, it's red. When it turns green, it's not like drag racing where you have to go the instant it turns green. Hill climbing, green means the hill is ready for you. I think there's a time limit that you can sit there revving the engine with the light green, but I think you're allowed 5 seconds or so to get off the line.
Which feels an eternity. Roland now round semicircle. He's looking to best a 63.51, which I don't think he's going to do, actually.
Have we published Saul's time in the stuttering?
I wasn't going to.
No, I don't think we should.
But well done, Roland. I was wrong. He has beaten his time of this morning with a 62.64. I think he was 63.51 this morning, 62.64 this afternoon. The track dries very quickly once you get a bit of sun and wind on it, doesn't it?
Here's Henry Lees. Early two-wheel braked 3098. Car dates from 1920. So I'm not sure when Vauxhall resumed production of the 3098 after World War I. During the war, they made a lot of money by converting I think it was the Model A, as a staff car and sold them by the 100 into the military. And here's Harry College in the Ford Model A. Do we dare repeat that joke for the third time, Guy?
Why the heck not?
Remind me.
It's called two-door because it only has 2 doors.
I love it. Which is why we asked whether Tudor Roberts should be nicknamed Two-Door Roberts. Probably lots of puzzled faces in the Roberts family, but it needed explaining. Here's Tigress.
Henry Lees, a 67.08. He's improved.
The Tigress is now a very, 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 very rare car. There are only 2 of them left out of the 5 originally built by MG. Competition version of the big MG Tourer. On the line number 98 is another two-wheel brakes 3098, dating from 1921. As we said earlier, if you had one of these and wanted them converted, you could tool along to the Vauxhall factory and they would put a later front axle on your car and wire it up for full-wheel braking. But on the way home, you would have discovered that your steering was now much heavier and less precise.
Tom Duffin ascending now. He's 3098. Tom, well, whizzing through the trees on the other side of the valley from me. Heading towards Midway, he's through Midway with the 32.43. S's 3909. It was 43 miles an hour under the bridge.
Attractive Wensum body with the split windscreen and the flared rear mudguards and only 2 seats. And on the line, we'll catch a glimpse soon of the lovely low chassis Invicta of Philip Milne-Taylor. Tom Duffin, 59.28. Off goes the Invicta, 4.5 litre Meadows engine roaring away. This was a sensational car when it first reappeared. There was also a high chassis sister car, which also is surprisingly quick. There's one that races at Goodwood, and it's astonishingly quick.
The Invicta was the first car where the guy who designed it won the Monte Carlo Rally driving it.
Whose name was? Of course, yes.
Everyone goes, oh, Sidney Allard. Nope. He was the first one to drive a car of his own name to win the Monte. So he designed the Invicta on behalf of Noel Macklin. And, well, literally nailed his reputation to the car and succeeded.
I was busy interviewing people in the assembly area at Goodwood a few years ago, and a very posh lady came up to me and said, I used to be married to Lance Macklin, you know.
Wow.
And she was. And she was Noel Macklin's daughter-in-law, but sadly Lance died quite young. And she married Winston Churchill.
Whistles and flags.
She married Winston Churchill's former secretary, Lord Brown. Now, Nicholas has finished his run, so we're not sure, and Roger Thorpe is still on the line, so we're not sure why we've got red flags.
He borrowed rather heavily, turning right at Orchard, so they're sweeping all the detritus back off the track.
Yeah, that's only fair for the following drivers.
Yeah.
Is there a pecuniary penalty for roughing up the grass?
There used to be, didn't
they? To weigh the detritus and charge you X pounds per pound.
The marshals are still there, sweeping up.
And car number 100, Immaculate 3098, driven by Roger Thorpe. It's a 1924 car, but it has got four-wheel brakes. Don't know why I'm obsessed with the number of brakes a Vauxhall has. I missed that. Max B, the sun shining off the damp course in the English hillside is quite magical. It's magical unless you've forgotten your umbrella. Scenery is half the experience of these hill climb events. You're right, Max. We've got all our hill climbs in this country take place on lovely countryside, particularly our three Midlands hills here at Prescott, Shelsley Walsh near Worcester, and Lowton Park near Shrewsbury. All of them. Well, it's a garden party with a bit of noise going on in the background, isn't it? So how's Roger getting on? He's heading into the S's. On the line, Robert Glover in another 3098, again from 1924, but confirming what we believe, that the standard 3098 body was the Velox. a bit later on we'll see a two-seater, which with the Wensum body, and the Wensum is a river in Norfolk. Now, were Vauxhall located in Luton in those days, or was that only after they were bought by General Motors?
No, I think they've always been Luton Town manufacturers. I think that's right. I'll check.
We have a time for Roger Thorpe of 60.94, identical to the time of the previous car, driven by Nicholas Morley. Couldn't get much closer than that. On the line, Alex Peacock driving the College family 1398. We're watching on the screen where we were watching Robert Glover going into semicircle. We're now watching Alex. And here on the line, which we'll see very shortly, is the Wensum body. And I think you're right, Guy, exotic, maybe cherry wood, on the top of the pointed tail of the Wensum body.
Perhaps Japanese bird's eye maple. That'd be lovely.
Could well be. Looks nice anyway. Long as you haven't run out of marine ply. This is Erica Pilkington. I'm not sure of the relationship between Erica and Alex. Alex, of course, was in the Alfa Romeo a few minutes ago. We've run out of things to say about 3098s, haven't we?
We have slightly. I mean, we've. Although today we haven't referenced the fact that the Pomeroy Trophy is based on the dimensions of the 3098. So all of the maths at the VSCC's traditional season opener is to see what will best measure up to the ideal touring car, which Lawrence Pomeroy Jr., being very loyal, thought was his dad's design of Lawrence Pomeroy Sr.
I didn't know that. I was tempted because one of the criteria is the distance between the brake pedal and the back axle.
The centre line thereof, yes.
I was tempted to buy a clapped out old stretch limo, which would have a nice long distance.
Stranger things have happened.
I'm sure they have. We could have champagne in the back.
Well, having chauffeured you around the club circuit at Silverstone, I'm delighted to volunteer again.
Unfortunately, that car has been sold.
You said, yes, it was a lovely machine.
It was.
Was that another one of the toys that had to go? That
Yep.
took away yesterday?
Yeah, airplane's gone, toy car's gone. I'm left with an electric bike, which is okay.
Is that what you came in on this morning?
No, that's a sensible car.
Ah.
An old supercharged Mercedes.
Very nice too.
From 2007.
Oh, I was going to say, what, 1926, 1927?
But it's old and it's supercharged. Annabelle Jones round semicircle and up to the finishing line. Now Mark Brett. Great to see Mark out again, having recovered from the tweaks that he put into his back, let alone the tweaks he put into the car. Bellamy made a fortune offering a modified front axle for Ford Pops, Ford 8s and 10s and things, which had a solid front axle. And you know, if you were a rep with a Ford Pop, your bragging rights were, oh well, my Cotswold. It's got a swing axle front suspension.
And if you really wanted to go posh, you'd stick a Shorrock C75B on it.
You
really
would.
Get some bang
Yeah.
for your buck.
Exactly. Good engine, the 1172.
Oh, it's gone on and on and on. My single-seater from 1958-59 has an 1172 Ford side valve in it. It's
Hang on, we're watching Patrick. Patrick Blakeney Edwards really hurling the Frazer Nash up Prescott. Understeer followed by oversteer and up to the line, 45.38. Does that match his morning time? Probably
He's
not.
drifted out from
Yeah, I thought so.
44.91.
Yeah. Here's Simon Scott in the lovely Talbot, early Talbot. Brings us into our Edwardians and brings us to number 111, the OTAF cycle car, and I can tell you all about it if you've got an hour or two, because
Well, it's not going to be the quickest thing up the hill, so you go ahead.
yeah, Graham Figg was kind enough to bring me some details of the OTAV, which was built from 1906 to 1912 by Mr. Max Tuckheimer, who was a pioneer of the Italian motor industry. He'd been commercially connected with Ariel since 1897, so his early products used various Ariel-built parts. The original car in 1906 had a voiturette body with a it's made it off the line with a 5 horsepower air-cooled single-cylinder OTAV unit with a built-in cooling fan. De-dum, de-dum, de-dum. The chassis has very interesting, I'll get to it in a second, the transmission. Chain drive from the engine to an unusual 2-speed epicyclic gearbox, cross-shaft unit and 2 belts to the rear wheels. The interesting feature of the original body is the front radiator, which is in fact the fuel tank. So you hope that people don't pour water into it. The remains of the car were found at some point in the 70s and 80s in a private collection. The car has now been rebuilt over the last 7 to 8 years, featuring an 8 to 9 horsepower Jap side valve V-twin, in keeping with the original 1912 proposal for a bigger engine. But having said which, it's coming to a halt, trailing something underneath, probably a belt or a broken chain. Oh dear, so going backwards, it's like a snake underneath the car.
Zoot alors.
Wait. So Graham, poor old Graham, he's had a bit of a... Of course, that's part of the fun of old car racing.
Fun in speech marks.
Indeed.
Yep, the marshal's directly across from me on the other side of the valley, dealing with that. And I'll point out that a quarter of an hour after the end of proceedings today, we will be giving out some trophies live outside the clubhouse. So if you haven't got to dash off, do come, have a glass of something in the clubhouse, and if it's fine, on the terrace, if not indoors, we'll be giving out 4 or 5 awards. And perhaps most notable among those is our new award.
Got a replay of the chain breaking.
Oh.
And it broke, interesting, it broke on the way into Pardon, and Graham managed to struggle all the way up to the S's and then was forced to bring it to a halt.
Did very well then.
He's had just about every problem you could imagine. Yesterday it kept coming up to the start line and refusing to get off the line. We were speculating that it was the starting beam across the start line which was interfering with the advanced engine management system of the OTAV, but somehow I don't think that was it.
No, and as I was saying, the awards after 15 minutes after the competitive runs conclude, so about 5:45 if we run to schedule. The Mays Burton Trophy, which goes to the fastest time of day. The Pete Hampton Tankard, fastest time of day in a Bugatti. The Silver Conrod Trophy for best presented car. And new today and this year is the Gary White Trophy, which will be awarded to the quickest competitor on handicap, born after the 28th of October 1987. Gary White, of course, a great friend of the VSCC and particularly of Nick Topless and James Baxter, who was sadly to lose his life following an accident at Silverstone. And Gary's parents are here with us to oversee and make the presentation of that rededicated award. So well worth coming down and supporting the prize giving after the end of the day's play. Flags are in. I'm guessing the OTAV has been pushed off the side of the cliff or something.
No, it is coming serenely under gravity power into the side gate of the paddock.
That's jolly good. I was concentrating too much on the programme.
On the line is Hickey Hickling in the Sunbeam 1620 that we believe, well, Hickey's car dates from 1911, so we suspect that Hickey bought it new. But he's kept it in beautiful condition, particularly the basket weave suit. His race suit is undone at the waist, but luckily the marshals haven't noticed. And he's struggling to get the engine to rotate, which it does. It's 4 litres, Sunbeam 1620. Sunbeam were Wolverhampton, weren't they?
They were indeed.
And am I right in thinking that the record-breaking Golden Arrow is being rebuilt and restored?
It's a long, slow process, but yes, indeed it is.
Wonderful. Henry Seagrave's parents were American, weren't they?
Yes, and he was a Northern Irishman. He was a Republic of Ireland Irishman, basically. But a service in the British forces. I think he was Major Seagrave. But didn't tend to use it as much as his contemporary and rival Mr. Campbell.
I was going to say something rude, but I will. The Wolseley leaps into the air at the back like a dowager duchess who's had her bum pinched.
And here ends Christopher Druitt's career as a commentator.
All those duchesses will be phoning in. Roger Twelvetrees on the Wolseley 1620. On the line, Jonathan Miller in the lovely Hudson Super 6 that's come back from Australia. A few years ago, Roger had a nasty argument with the Armco at the exit to S's and quite severely bent the front of the Wolseley. Happily, it was very quickly repaired, and Jonathan Miller has safely navigated the Hudson Super 6 around Pardon. Off the line comes 705. I think it's the last of our 3098s. It's Noel Runnels Moss.
Yes, these shared drives tend to crop up later down the order, don't they?
Yeah, he's sharing the Quartermain car.
Which one of the Quartermain ones? The Quartermain Special or the pure 3098?
The Velox, the pure 3098.
Thank you.
116, showing the scars of a good long life, is Robert Frankam's Talbot 2550. So another medieval hunting dog. Followed up to the line by this glorious Talbot 25 horsepower sporting model. Long wheelbase, immaculate paintwork. I suspect another Coulson masterpiece.
Noel Runnels Moss has found 0.12 of a second.
Oh, good for him.
One of the rare improvers. Well, that sounds a bit sporting.
David Jones. I don't think the engine is super happy. It was fluffy, and now it's
machine gun fire.
Yeah,
isn't
it's a
it?
sporting party, shooting party.
I'm not convinced that's going to make it through. Pardon misfiring as it is, but let's hope. Let's hope.
I don't know what it could be. Could it be a mixture problem? Too rich or something?
Changed down twice, and he's made it through. Pardon with a big backfire. Excellent stuff.
So we'll follow it with interest. It's so immaculate. It's absolutely beautiful. That's a work of art. It looks it's going quite quickly now. Does it sound okay to you?
Yes, it's round semicircle, so its top half of the climb was accomplished very speedily, with utmost dispatch.
68.83, so it gets there, followed by Ron Burkett in the Dodge Hornsted. Who was Hornsted? Well, he was the UK importer for Dodge cars.
Was he a concession holder in those days? Is that how we would have marketed himself?
Yeah, I think so.
It's getting awfully dark again up here, I'm afraid.
Listen to that. There's Mike Sharp's Mitchell Special Board Racer with its extraordinary engine, which we are convinced is an aircraft engine from First World War time.
I'm not so convinced, because it's not entered as being aero-engined. So I think it's one of those city-to-city Leviathan lumps.
So it could well be, yes.
Ron Burkett 61.97 Horsted. He lost 7/10 of a second there.
Here goes the scat. You and Ella Fitzgerald would make a great couple.
She gets 200 for dinner at 8.
She loves the theatre, but doesn't come late. Andrew Howe Davis in Scat Racer, again showing the scars of age. 1911, 9.5 litre engine. Targa Florio winner. The model, but not this car, I don't think. But it's still a quick car and looks as if it's fun controlling it. Suffering, not terminal fortunately, but quite a lot of oversteer out of Tom Road corner. There's working hard at the wheel, Andrew House Davis, fighting to keep the scatting. 54.9 is a good time.
Improves on his time this morning, but is just behind the Mitchell Board Racer for fastest. Well, we'll find out, because there is a prize for first automobile engined car, and if it goes to the Board Racer, well, then we'll have our answer.
Here's Julian Gauche in Vauxhall 3098, number 6, the 6th car built, and
Is
the
it
first.
the oldest survivor, do we think?
I'm not sure, but he told me this morning that the first few cars were powered by a racing boat engine. Was it hydroplane racing in those days? I'm not sure. Which was very powerful, and the 3098 developed, of course, from Lawrence Pomeroy Sr.'s Prince Henry Vauxhall. Prince Henry competition. Oh, we got heavy rain. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is looking more like real rain than the shower we had before. It might not worry Julian very much, because the track still looks pretty dry. I'm not sure if it's raining up the top there, but it's certainly pouring down the bottom here. And but Ben Collins is used to sliding the Merc in the rain, and it won't, well, it'll slow him down a bit, but it won't diminish his enthusiasm, I don't think. Did you see the pictures on the news today of the hailstorm they'd had in Germany, which produced really 6 inches of effectively of snow?
It is absolutely
teeming.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
There's people in bikini tops dashing for the cover of the trees behind the
I'm not
commentary box
surprised.
here. That has come out of nowhere. I said, what, 2 minutes ago it's getting dark?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if you can hear. I've actually got the drum of what could be hailstones on the hut here.
Yeah.
Astonishing. From poor Pino Lombardi.
Yeah, indeed.
Ben Collins was a 59.39 just before the heavens opened. I mean, literally just before the
Well,
heavens
he got the open heavens at semicircle. Pinot and the Luxor with its Curtis. That looks like hailstones, doesn't it?
It is hailing up here.
That must be painful. I suppose you've got a full face helmet, so it's not too bad.
Well, depending on who you are, some are still open face with goggles.
Really?
Yeah.
Luxor with its big touring car chassis and the V8 aircraft engine look like Curtis. Not much fun.
No, not much fun at all.
And on the line is car number 130, that's Count Francois van der Straten Pontoise in the Theophile Schneider Aero Special, but not with a Curtis engine, with probably a Hall Scott straight 4-cylinder aircraft engine, and Pinot records a 69.94, 70 not very enjoyable seconds.
And he was a 57.75 earlier, which is 2 seconds inside his handicap, near enough. So he can be happy with that. He's achieved it. I'm going to have to close the window up here. It's getting decidedly chilly.
The screen is showing a lovely picture of the heavens having opened on Prescott. Well, this is why the English countryside is usually so green. We shouldn't complain. But I think we've had enough rain. Thank you very much for July and August.
Have we stopped for some reason, Chris?
We have.
My word,
I think
it's raining inside the commentary box again, so I'm just going to take a moment or two to move all of Nicholas's books out of the drips.
we're not red flagged. Geodaire must be interesting to race these in the wet. Interesting is probably an understatement, but thanks for the message. Open cockpit racing in hail takes major dedication. Thanks, Max, you're right. So Count Francois van der Straten Pontoise, maybe he has special privileges that allow him not to race in heavy rain. But it looks to me as if it's slowing down a bit, restarting once the shower has passed. Yeah, well, that's sensible really, isn't it? Looks as if our clerks of the course are going to take the Mini up the hill for a... Hi everyone, watching from France, hand pink waving, William Harven. Thank you, William. Mark Woolley. Hi Chris, hi Mark, watching from the Now that's not fair. Hi Chris, this is Mark Woolley, for whom I worked at Carfest South, watching from the Caribbean. I envy you and the family, but enjoy your holiday. Vintech. The motors on all cars are stock? That's a question mark. I think the simple answer is no.
Very much no. Not all, some, but not all.
That sounds like a question from the US of A. They talk about stock motors, don't they?
They do, stock and crate, yeah.
So there's a picture of the paddock. Lots of umbrellas up. Hickling. Well, that's cars co-driven this meeting, isn't it? And our Class 1 again, I think, lining up again. No, it's not Class 1, it's the Specials class, isn't it? The small Specials. Class 9 queuing up, ready to come. Our course controllers are very concerned about the state of the track, so it might be a few minutes before we're back in action. Hopefully it's a shower that is rolling through. I think it's coming down from the north, isn't it? Or it's heading across easterly.
Yeah, it's following the line of the valley at the moment, so it's coming from Pardon over us. It's pants.
We have a distinguished visitor to the commentary box, who's jumped out of the Theophil Schneider.
I have a message from Robert Grounds, whose brother and sister-in-law and niece are with us here. I'm sad not to be there with you, but YouTube are giving us wonderful coverage, so that's very kind of him. Thanks, Robert. Had the pleasure of a 5-day trip to Monte Carlo at the end of January 2020 with Robert in a Daimler. Very entertaining and thoroughly good company as a travelling companion.
Come on! What's that? It's a bit of rain. Bit of rain. It's only wet. It's not going to get any drier, is it? Even if it stops raining, the track is still going to be just as wet, isn't it?
We got some notices. Nice time to buy an ice cream. Yes, Kevin selling ice creams. I'm sure he's having a great day. Thank you, Bartley. Shout out to the new, somewhat damp Prescott Marshals. Indeed, I'm not sure how new they are. To the now somewhat damp Prescott Marshals. Listen, Marshals, you're getting a shout out. And it's well deserved because our Marshals. Hi all, watching from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, USA. Thanks once again, Oracle Guitars. Hi, Oracle Guitars. Philadelphia and Pennsylvania is a nice part of the States. So please keep your comments coming. As you see on the screen, and for the information of people here, logically we're restarting once the shower has passed. And Francois has confirmed to me that the engine in the Theophil Schneider is a Hall Scott. American aircraft engine, First World War period, so powered a lot of trainer aircraft during World War I. What I don't know, I don't think Hall Scott engines were mounted upside down in the aircraft like the Gypsy engine and the Tiger Moth. I think they were the right way up. But of course they have to be turned round back to front, because in the aeroplane the propeller was driven from what would now be the back of the engine. So our hard-working marshals are busy sweeping as much of the deluge away. I can see blue sky in the distance. And the surprising thing, when it does stop raining, of course it's August, so the sun is pretty strong. When it does stop raining, if we do get the sun, the track should dry fairly quickly. How are you dealing with your leaking roof up there, Guy?
I have about 3.5 square foot of dry floor that I can cope with, and I'm not touching anything metallic except with another object that does not conduct.
Very wise.
There is a drip on the junction box.
How many buckets did you bring with you?
I've filled 2 coffee cups so far. And a champagne flute, obviously, because this is Upton's commentary box.
Yeah, of course.
Well, given this weather, I'll remind everybody that the last of the season's race meetings is coming up on Saturday the 26th of August at Mallory Park. And then we can look forward to Loughton Park, a double header, 2 rounds of the Speed Championship at Loughton on the 9th and 10th of September, and then we round up the speed season back here but on the long course on Saturday the 23rd of September. And it's not too early to notify everybody and put you on notice. We'll be celebrating the 90th birthday of the Vintage Sports Car Club in August next year at Stratford-upon-Avon Racecourse in Warwickshire. There'll be more details of that coming soon. And once we have finished the speed and racing season, we will be into trialling. And dates for forthcoming attractions. We've got the Herefordshire Tour on the 12th of August, then the Light Car and Edwardian Section Autumn Weekend in August. 26th, Mallory, as I said. 3rd of September, the Cheshire Tour. 17th September, driving test at Madresfield. In October, both the Somerset and Sussex Tours are occurring. Then the Welsh Rally, the Welsh Trial, 14th, 15th of October. The Lakeland on Remembrance Day, the 11th. 18th and 19th of November, back here for the Cotswold Trial. And on the 2nd of December, it's the Winter Drivings Tests. So there's plenty of VSCC action, no matter what the weather throws at us, even if we've reached a hiatus here. But I am able to report, Chris, that shock upon shocks, it is sunny now on the upper reaches and only drizzling.
Well, keep your fingers crossed that we get some good sunshine. Down the hill comes Diana and Andrew in the Clerk of the Course Mini. You think, oh, Imcal Videos, what part of Britain does that wonderful accent come from? You're talking about me or Guy?
They've got to be talking about you, Chris, let's be honest.
I don't know where it comes from. It comes from my parents, I think, mostly. But I'm glad you think it's wonderful. This is for you, Guy. This is Miss Ayres. The commentator sounds like James Hunt, very educated man. Maybe F1 should draft him in to add sophistication to the modern F1 races. Well, right, okay. I'm ready to fly all around the world, and so is Guy.
At the drop of a hat.
He sounds much more educated than I do.
It's the E word, isn't it? Erudite.
Erudite, indeed.
But for both of us to be compared to the late, great James Hunt, wow, I'll take that any day of the week.
Well, yeah, but we don't do on airplanes what James used to do.
Shh.
Well, I hope we don't.
Well, either shush or speak for yourself was the answer.
Yeah, exactly. But the great advantage of having lived in foreign parts, particularly Germany, is the ability. I could commentate in German if you would like me to, but you probably wouldn't.
I am so tempted.
Here's the Theophil Schneider on your screen, if you're watching on the screen. Francois has had it since April, so this is his first visit to Prescott. Really enjoying driving the car around the Cotswolds and up Prescott until the rain started. But he's a great enthusiast, and as I keep saying, it's so nice to see lots of people coming over from the other side of the channel to enjoy Prescotts and Chelseas and Loughton Parks. Actually, I don't commentate at Loughton anymore, so I'm not sure how many people from Germany or Holland come over there, although I do know that the Van Wortel family came to Loughton certainly last year. You commentate there though, don't you, Guy?
I did last year's Loughton on the Sunday, and we were 45 minutes delayed by the fog.
Oh, at the start of the meeting?
Yes,
presumably.
at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
I was sat talking to Peter Hughes and just making it up as we went along, because literally from the first commentary box across from the restaurant and signing on, I couldn't see halfway around the bend. It was that thick.
It's crazy.
It was pea super.
Well, Francois was standing next to me looking anxiously at the marshals sweeping and hoping that they finish the sweeping before he's summoned onto the Theophil Schneider again. Certainly the sun is quite strong. There is a bit of a stream across the track near the side entrance to the paddock, but it's not exactly on wide slick tyres, so the chance of aquaplaning is probably fairly minimal.
Let's hope. The clerk and secretary are returning in their Mini Cooper. Red flags being waved and taken in as it goes past, so they're clearly intending to get things going fairly soon.
And the brolly has been removed from the cockpit of the Theophil Schneider. Friendly marshal is sweeping the puddles off the seat. And Francois has now got his helmet back on, or getting his helmet back on. Lovely meeting you. Have a great run. Restarting shortly. Oh, deutscher Kommentar von Chris wären gut. Danke, Erich. Aber fast unmöglich. Vielleicht. Es war 40 Jahre, seitdem ich in Deutschland wohnte. So Francois fires up the Hall-Scott engine. We can see the flywheel underneath. Quite a small engine for an aircraft. 10 litres only. Well, I suppose 10 litres is big enough, isn't it?
Does the job.
Yeah, it does.
Given the Collins Mercedes is nearly 14 litres and that's a car engine.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, we did have things like flying fleas with very tiny capacities, and they did actually fly.
Gently off the line, no wheel spin. And now the power comes in. But you can see how slippery the track is. Braking for Orchard, a bit of a snake from the Théophile, and successfully round part. I feared that it was going to understeer into the Recticel, but no.
It did seem to be hanging there for ages, didn't
it? And he's followed by Neil Goff in the crit. Again, Italian, I think, chassis, the crit, or American maybe, with a Curtis engine. Francois safely round semicircle as far as we can tell, and finishes with, actually, under the circumstances, a good time, 62.17. And here's Neil on the crit in S's, showing the advantage of narrow tyres on a wet track. And I've often wondered how an F1 car would get on if it had tyres half the width of the current ones.
Dennis Brown takes a very wide line at Orchard, and similarly late in at Palm.
Time for Neil Goff, 59.43.
Jeremy's best time this morning was a very strong class leading 48.83. He gets to handicap at 48.5. I don't think he's going to beat his handicap, but I do think he's going to go.
And Chris Cook has borrowed the Sunbeam from Hickey Hickling.
.54.94 for Jeremy.
Neil Goff, 59.43. William 12 Trees is on the start line in the Wolseley. I won't describe how it leapt in the air because I'm in enough trouble as it is.
Startled rabbit.
Yeah. Why didn't you say that before I put my foot in it?
Because I was enjoying listening to your mind work.
Such as it is. Archie Miller, Hudson Super 6 on the line, admiring the paint. Hard to believe that a car of that age was painted such a lovely colour, because in those days it was either brown or black. Smashing.
Chris Crook, 70.44.
Good to see that the Wolseley is road registered. It would be fun to drive on the road. You don't need lights and mud guards.
Daylight use only.
Exactly.
Just don't tarry long at the pub.
And Matthew Burkett back on the start line in the Dodge Hornsted. Burkett Family Transport.
66.90 for the second 12 trees in the Wolseley.
And having looked at all these 9-litre cars, it's refreshing to see car number 140 coming to the line. Jocelyn Jones on the Humber with only 1 litre, the Humber 8 from 1920, 19 and 28.
Archie Miller, a 66.33.
Jocelyn nicely controlled start off the line. We are in class 7, we're just coming to class 8. Well, Jocelyn starts class 8. Class 8 is for special sports cars and saloon cars, 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged. So we've got some blown Austin 7s, one of which is on the line.
Matthew Burkett, a 64.54 to close out class 7.
Another lady driver, Jessica Reinhold, takes off in, well, it's not supercharged, this one, so why is it in this class?
It's a special sports car.
How does it differ from an unspecial sports car?
Quite. It is a special, but it shouldn't be in this class, should it?
Well, if it's unsupercharged, I don't think it should be. It certainly is up against some pretty strong
Special sports and saloon cars up to 1100cc unsupercharged, so yes, it does qualify for that.
It does.
So it's a special, not a modified.
Right.
That's what puts it in this class.
Okay.
Jocelyn Jones, 81.04.
Interesting to see that one of the record holders, vintage record holder in this class, Geraint Owen.
Morris Japp, yes.
Yeah. Geraint, I think, is giving up his lecturing job in, was it Cardiff University?
So he has accepted the offer of early retirement, yes. Good for him. Jessica Reinhold coming to the conclusion of her climb. The 79.84.
What we don't know is whether Jessica is another of our visitors from over the channel. But she's very welcome anyway. We're watching Alistair Bailey in the Riley 9. And on the line we've got James Mabley and the Austin 7 Ulster Special. Again, unsupercharged. Up to the line comes Tom Golland in the Morgan Aero. Is this the one that Oliver Tomlin was driving previously? Don't think so, but it's very similar.
Similar, but not the same machine, I think.
I'm looking. There are 2 levers on the steering wheel. I'm looking to see if one of them is the throttle, but I don't think it is. So it's probably 3 pedals rather than just 2.
Well, they could have hand throttle as well. Austin 7.
Yeah, they could.
A repeater hand throttle, and as well as advance and retard.
Yeah, no, he didn't use it to get off the line. So there is a throttle pedal down there somewhere.
Yeah.
He's wisely showing his red light on the tail in case someone creeps up behind him. James Mabley, what was his time? 70.35. Tom Golland, safely through Pardon, now into the S's. It's a shaft drive to the rear wheel, isn't it?
On what?
On the Morgans, or is it a chain?
It's a shaft. It's
a shaft.
Enclosed prop shaft.
Yeah, now
with a bevel box on the right-hand side of the rear wheel.
Yeah. Whereas the Pembletons, which are still being made in Worcestershire, have a V-twin engine and front-wheel drive.
Right, yeah, the modern three-wheelers use an MX-5 gearbox behind their V-twin engine.
They do they?
Yeah.
The Morgans.
Morgan three-wheelers.
Yeah.
Ones, yeah, the ICE-powered ones.
Yeah, I drove one up here, and halfway up towards the Taurus, there was a hell of a bang from the back of the car, and I thought, oh God, I've broken it. Took it back, confessed to the owner. He said, oh, that's right, it's a belt drive to the back wheel, and occasionally it jumps.
Takes up the slack. James Mabley finishes his climb with a 70.35. 63.47 Tom Golland in that Morgan Aero. Morgan employed all manner of V-twin engines. The Matchless and the Jap are the best known, but the early ones, the pre and into the First World War era, he used a Swiss V-twin engine called a MAG engine, M-A-G.
Which used to power the motorcycles that led the way round endurance bike racing. Do you remember? Round and round and round, in Paris particularly. They built a special car for that. Yeah, a special car for that. And one of them appeared here at Prescott a couple of years ago. Back engine, it had to fit a gearbox, so they put an Austin 7 gearbox into it, as far as I remember. We haven't got a red flag. Have we got any action on the hill? Do we know who's on the line? Is it Oliver Cox in the copy of an Ulster replica, Ulster Rep copy, which is very honest? We've got a bevy of marshals on the start line wondering what's going on, looking anxiously at course control. Guy, we have a small problem with the timing gear.
Perhaps
So
water has got in.
I wouldn't be, yeah, water or champagne. No, champagne's restricted to your commentary box, isn't it?
Well, not when Upton isn't present, which he isn't. Unfortunately. You could do with another glass of fizz, actually. It'd be very nice. I'm going to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors while we have a pause in proceedings. Class 1 sponsored by Austin 7 Components. Very appropriate, it's largely the Austin 7 class. Class 2 Louis Latour, the official wine partner of the Vintage Sports Car Club. Some fantastic vintages that they do provide. Class 3 Bonham's Cars Department. There they are, they're still with us on the outside, and we're back in action. Oliver Cox is climbing. Longstone Classic Tyres, Haggerty, Green Farm Racing, Octane Magazine.
So Oliver Cox. Course is drying slowly, but it's still pretty wet. Question is, under the trees in the S's, do they stay dry longer than the rest of the course, and also stay wet longer afterwards?
I think that is the case, yes. They are sheltered up to a point,
Yeah,
and then the sun and the wind can't get in there up to a point.
I think that's right. Adam Oliver, the Riding 9 Special, rushes off the line, 3.93 for first 64 feet is okay.
Oliver Cox, 68.55. He's drifted out 3 seconds, which does seem to be the average between 3 and 5 after a shower.
Meanwhile, Adam Oliver, Riding 9 Special, safely through Pardon and into the first part of the S's. Meanwhile, Kevin Morton takes off in another Riding 9 Special. And up to the line comes a minimalist Austin 7 Special called Simplicity, which is just about what it is. Simplicity simply round and into Orchard. Graham Beckett wisely braking pretty early for Orchard. How does he get on at Pardon? Looks like it's everybody's understeering, but actually there's plenty of room on the outside exit from Pardon. And David Furnell hustles off the line in the little toy. Must be nice to still have toys to play with. Our village has 2 electric cars that we use for social purposes, and we won the Queen's Award for social service, which is that thought was triggered by David Furnell's British Empire Medal. The Queen's Award is equivalent to an MBE.
That's right, I believe so.
Right.
61.02 for David Furnell.
And for Ian Muir, 58.56. Where's Kevin Jones? He's out of Pardon. And on the line, number 745 is the Austin 7 Ulster Special. This time driven by Thomas Lee. And up to the line comes the McGrath Amel car, this time conducted by Ian Patton.
Kevin Jones, a 77.60. Carrying on the noble tradition of sporting Humbers from pre-First World War era, the trio of Humbers. Judy Portway's father campaigned one for many years. Special spectacular cars. The Shape Humber took the arguably safer and more prudent route, but it would have been fun to have seen if they could have developed some more sporting devices through the 20s, like Austin and Wolseley perhaps managed to as well.
So Ian exiting the S's in this lovely Amel car, and he's followed by Rachel Blake in the BNC.
Taking us into Class 9. Ian Patton in Terry's Amel car manages a 61.95, 5 seconds slower than his first run. That does seem to be the measure of it in these damp conditions, and I hate to say that the vestiges of sun are being blanked out by some more slate grey clouds. I hope they don't deposit anything upon us.
I very much second that. We've got a pair of MGs in reverse order because the PA came after the J2, which is going to follow this car of James Patterson, but it's a special because it's supercharged.
A flash of lightning. Oh joy.
I hope you're not standing on a steel floor.
It's wooden. Oh, there's the thunder.
So that's not very far away, is it?
No, that's about 3.5 seconds. Up to go a second a mile.
Yeah,
so
me too.
It is close. The difference in the speed of light and the speed of sound. We'll press on. James Patterson, 62.51 in the PA.
Guy, I'm going to have to leave you to do a little nature ramble. I'll be back very soon.
No problem at all. Have fun. Nigel Harper climbing now with Jack Butler. Borrowed drive. Jack there getting away. Car 164 in the Riley Special Jack. James Patterson, 62.51. Nigel Harper coming to the top, 64.31. Looking out across the way there, many of the Bonhams cars have gone under sheeting. Still a healthy throng around the trade areas as far as I can tell. I hope everyone is taking advantage of the trade partners who've come to join us and shown the support. The least we can do is support them in return. Neil Walker. Jack Butler achieved a 63.02. Waiting for Andrew Briggs in the Riley 12.4 Special. We had seen him before now, but we're obviously climbing out of order just momentarily. Yeah, Walker was a 55.92 against a 55 handicap on first runs before lunch. It's drifted out to a 61.06. There's that 5 or 6 seconds again. Very good, Steve White. Here's Riley. Falcon Special. Steve from just down in Leicestershire near Mallory Park sorted out my Riley 9 Special for me many years ago. Jonathan Bowyer successfully climbed in 62.49. Underway, 38 miles an hour under the bridge, 3.72 seconds, 64 foot, and he's into Orchard in 9.74 and hits Pardon in 21.97. Steve White, 55.97. Tamo Voigt pushing on well. He has a 53.53, very symmetrical time this morning. He won't be beating that, but then not many people are going faster this afternoon at all. 60.56 Tamo Voigt. John Fletcher in the Golder Special, currently missing. We hope to see him. David Morley on the hill now, as is Paul Compton, charging from the start up towards the hill. And unfortunately, it has indeed started to rain again. Oh, another flash of lightning and a crackle on the PA. Wait for the roll of thunder to catch it up. There's the thunder. David Morley achieves a 60.10 climb. In his Riley. Paul Compton in the lovely, classic, beautiful Wolseley Aries Special. And a very good 51.68 time this morning. Pushing through the rain. Paul was on the hill when the rain started coming down, but still manages a 57.77. That's very respectable given the change of conditions we've experienced, not just from this morning but also during his run. Dennis Bingham now on the hill, another Falcon Special. Numerically the same as Steve White, so there's a 3-second difference in their handicaps. Steve's best time was his 52.51 this morning. Dennis had a 47.79. He's done a 55.84 this afternoon, has Dennis. Dr. Christopher Downham. He's into Orchard. Blip for the down change into Pardon. Gets grip, manages to keep grip. Nothing untoward occurs and powers away to hit midway at 30.16. That's a good time. That's our best time of this screen, so since before Rachel Blake, so it's definitely the best time of the class so far to midway. And Greg Larigo is active and on the hill, although a slow 64 foot for Greg. I suspect wheel spin is to blame there. Christopher Downham, a 53.08. That's a good time in these conditions. Greg is through Pardon at 19.53, so he's down on Christopher Downham. Let's see his midway time, 30.64. Yes, half a second down. And we'll see how he manages through the S's. Yeah, it's gone out to 3/4 of a second. Expecting to see a 54.5 from Greg Larigo. 44.84 through the semicircle. $54.47. Lots of sound and fury from Michael James in his 12.4 TT Sprite replica. Had a fail this morning, you may remember. So I hope he can at least achieve a climb. Round semicircle he goes. This is quite a rapid climb. He may be the first in the class to break 50 seconds. Not quite, 50.35. That's obviously first in the class in the wet climbs this afternoon to achieve that. Tim Stamper now. 8.55. 5. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54.47. 54
Guy, I'm back and I've got some good news.
Welcome back. What's the good news?
Sandwiches have been reduced to £1.50 in the paddock calf while stocks last.
Did you pick some up?
No, in a word.
You packed your lunch, didn't you? Had the advantage. Claire Fennell-Williams on the hill now. Tim Stamper at 57.47, number 855.
Now, have we ever seen a Morris Cowley competing? I don't think I have, certainly. But it's certainly a Morris Cowley chassis and as light as possible for the body. But it sounds okay. Seems to go okay, and here's the toy on the screen.
58.52 was Claire's time earlier. .67.33. Claire taking no chances and brings it home nice and cleanly. James Prescott, car 180 on the hill at the moment. Sees us up into Class 10 special sports cars and saloon cars, 1501 to 3 litre unsupercharged and 1101 to 2250 cc supercharged.
So, does Jane's Lagonda Rapier sound healthier now? I've only just got my headset on.
Yes, it goes round and through semicircle. Yeah, nothing to complain about there at all.
I've been kindly given some Welsh fruitcake with an unpronounceable Welsh name.
It's not Barabrith, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. How do you pronounce that?
Barabrith.
Barabrit, that's exactly what it is, boy.
Look you now. Lovely. There's lovely then. Has it got lots of butter on it? Thick butter.
Not yet.
Slice of cheese.
I suggested that they bring some up to you in the top box, but my suggestion was declined.
I'm sure you did, Chris. I appreciate the gesture massively. Ice creams gratefully accepted at the top box. A bit of a recap. James Prescott an 80.23. Jane Corner in a rather TT Sprite Riley looking Lagonda Rapier Sport achieved a 62.18. And John Duffin followed her up with a 65.38.
On the line is Jeff Edwards. Alvis Silver Eagle, 2.2 litres.
You're enjoying that cake, aren't you? I can tell.
You can tell. I have to speak between swallows.
Yeah, one swallow does not a summer make, okay? And Matthew Eade in the Alvis Silver Eagle, just going round to finish his climb. Goes around semicircle to my left. 66, 67, 68, 69, oh, 70.52.
Followed by another one in the hands of Jeffrey Edwards. I must say, I didn't realise the Silver Eagle was as early as 1929. You can get made for you in Kenilworth, Warwickshire, a brand new Alvis.
You can, by Red Triangle, yes.
Yeah, they're beautifully built.
They are. Well, the Guild of Motoring Writers had a tour of the facility, and very impressive it was too, I understand.
Great. The Guild of Muttering Rotters.
That's us. We've heard from two of us today. Laura Plattman is also a
she a guild
fully paid up member of the Guild.
That's good.
I'm lucky enough to be a life member. Only because I was chairman for 3 years. So
I think
get me life membership.
I think commentators should start a Guild of Rotten Mutterers.
I'd be up for that. It'll be a small clique, an elite carder. Jeffrey Edwards was a 61.49, I think we said that. Maurice Gleeson hasn't reappeared yet, but Jim Catnach, 57.16.
Meanwhile, Jack Pettiat in the Wolseley Hornet Special, quite a quick little car, struggling on the wet road as everybody is followed by Roy Newton in the Riley J2 Riley Special. No mention of the MG origin of this car.
60.12 for Jack Pettiat, and that's his best time to count, as he had a fail on his first run. He'll be delighted to have finished the day with a clean run.
I think Roy Newton's car is more accurately described as an MG J2 Riley Special, in that it's got an MG J2 chassis extended to accommodate a Riley engine.
That would work. It's usually named after the chassis rather than the engine, isn't it? Whatsoever. Roy rounds the corner at semicircle and finishes his day with a 64.14. William Butler now, 764. We drop back to Class 9 for Will Butler. 12.4 special, 1498cc. Much older chassis, it's a vintage Riley chassis under this one, 2027.
Right.
Andrew Butler coming up now. William Butler, rather. And finishes in 58.83.
And Greg Lerigo is brought the Riley Special. Actually, it's Barbara in the car.
It's the shared drive, yes, Barbara.
Yeah, and she's being talked to.
Not being given a talking to, is she?
Yeah, she is. And
oh dear.
Because her number on the bonnet needed covering, the one needed replacing with a 7.
As it's the last run of the day for the car, I would imagine they could actually probably pull it off. Andrew Oliver in action now.
No, it's been, oh, hang on. Red tape going over the number in the front of the car as well.
Well, yeah. 60.87 for Andrew Oliver. His 55.19 will stand though, of course.
Oh, that's better. 778, Barbara. So Barbara heads for Pardon on the line, immaculate grey Frazer Nash TT rep. And we were questioning what engine this is. I still think it's an AC engine and a slight misprint because it's described as having a 1911cc, but I think it's 1991. Another immaculate Frazer Nash TT replica, this time with the BMW engine in the hands of David Knight. And up to the line comes Paul Weston, another TT replica Nash, but this time again with the AC engine. straight six engines make a nice noise, don't they?
They do, especially if they're of the XK family. They make a gorgeous noise.
So, David Knight, TT replica Nash. Where is he? Probably the finish, 59.21. Paul Weston in a similar car, same specification, slightly different engine, still 2 litre.
Is that the AC engine, the 1991?
Yes, it is.
Herlock, yes. The longest lived English production.
Incredible, 1919 to 1960-ish?
60-ish?
Yeah, the early AC Aces had this engine, didn't they?
Yeah, the Ace and the Asika.
Yeah. So Paul Weston, 55.42. Followed by Roger Tushingham in the elongated MGN type. So a bigger engine, bigger car, with a supercharged 1.5 litre engine. Nice number plate.
Now, if you're building a special and you lengthen it, widen it, change the engine, change the gearbox back axle, does it not cease to be what you started out with?
Yeah, if the side beams of the chassis are the original ones, just put further apart, probably you get away with it.
Yes, I think that's the thing. If you have to widen it for a bigger lump, you are allowed. Roger Tushingham, a 55.90. In these conditions, that's pretty quick.
David Frank and the Beetle, 53.52. Theodore Hunt on his way in his lovely Frazer Nash TT replica.
How much cake did they bring you?
A slab.
Clearly.
Yeah, but I'm eating it slowly. I'm savouring every mouthful.
Every morsel.
Every morsel, indeed. Theodore with 3 lights on the front of the car. Oh no, there are a few glowworms on the back. Jamie Brewster follows.
He's through into Pardon. Takes the middle apex.
Did Maurice Gagan have an ERA? Or was that somebody else?
Dudley Gagan did. Dudley definitely had an ERA for years and years and years and years.
Could never afford to run it properly.
No. But he had one, and that's the key thing.
But is it the same family?
I've never known. Right. To be honest, I've never known.
Jeremy Quick on the wet track, 49.69.
That's our first dipping into the 40s in a long, long time. Theodore, 53.46.
Here's Jack Bond. Out of the Romano and into the Talbot 105. Talbot 95 and Talbot 105 were deceptively quick cars in standard, weren't they?
They were. 105s were, of course, a very successful endurance rallying mount. The Go team cars did very, very well. Jack is through at 56.94.
Jeremy Holden in the A-type Vauxhall.
Takes us into Class 11, special sports cars and saloons. Over 3 litres unsupercharged and over 2.250 supercharged.
And on the line and leaving the line with a howl or a roar of 4.5 litre Bentley is Grandpa Collins. Archie's grandpa. And a distinguished member of the Vintage Sports Car Club, past president, and I think did we have 4 generations of the Collins family? No, I think it was 3 in one class at Cheltenham. So Roger demonstrated the old saying, if you've got it, you don't lose it. And it's very interesting to see Grand Prix drivers, ex-Grand Prix drivers of a certain age, like David Franklin, for instance, still, and Richard Atwood, still as fast and accurate as ever when they're racing. Followed by Matthew Moore, another 3-litre Bentley, classic Van der Pla body, 4.5-litre engine, and up to pardon comes Rob Hubbard, Vauxhall 3098 H-type. And this car dates from 1924, so I'm not sure what H-type means. But interestingly, it's got what looks like the Velox body, but with very flared wings and a swinging rear number plate. Just so the cops get dizzy as they follow you.
That's because it's also a trials car. It's won the Lakeland Trial, is that combination? Rob at the wheel.
Wow.
58.07 for Rob Hubbard.
And Trevor Hurst in a nice Elvis Firefly special. 1933. Really pinnacle period of Elvis production. Rather like Lee Francis, Elvis struggled on until the early 60s and then sensibly decided to concentrate on military vehicles. But as you rightly pointed out, Guy, last time, Elvis did make a radial aircraft engine which powered a lot of training planes and helicopters, I think. The Leonides.
My first service flight at the controls was in an Elvis Leonides powered aircraft.
It's a good engine, they made lots of them.
Yeah, the Havilland of Canada Beaver.
Oh right, yeah, that's a good way to start your flying career in a
With
Beaver.
the Army Air Corps, yes.
Yeah. Have you visited the Army Air Corps Museum at Middle Walham?
Did indeed, early this year, had a very enjoyable afternoon down there.
I bet. I drive past, I've got in-laws living just around the corner. I keep meaning to stop and call in. But
it's super, you would enjoy it.
I'd love it, but my wife keeps saying, no, we expect it at lunch. I hope she's not watching the live stream.
Is that likely?
No, I don't think so.
She doesn't miss you that much. She would need to be glued to a screen. 56.79 from us, Littlewood. Here's 4.5 litre Bentley.
Next week I shall watch the live stream from Shelsley with great interest. Championship hill climb from Shelsley Walsh.
Yes, I'm anticipating not saying an awful lot at crossing in the championship round.
No,
if Mr. Ponsford is on the line, he won't let me say anything because they'll all be in the S's before he pauses for breath.
You have 0.5 of a second to describe the car in detail.
Exactly. Bugatti 52.33 in his Super Sports. Justin Hart just finished at a 60.24 in the Big Four Special. And Dougal Corley hurling Piglet, the GN Ford at the hill. I expect this is one of those cars that probably knows its own way up, Prescott. Around semicircle. It's 56.57 against a 44.5 handicap this morning, but finishes at 50.50. That's a very fair
That's
figure.
fair enough, isn't it? The Beetle, Andrew Frank, the Beetle probably also knows its way up. Prescott. Don't know why it's called a Beetle. Well, they were all named after bugs, weren't they?
Yes.
Bugs of some sort.
I'm trying to find it now. Andrew Frank Beath. There we are, back into Class 10. Shared driving Class 10, of course.
Good time.
It is in the wet. That's a very good time. But his time this morning of 46.15 will stand just outside his handicap, but very healthy in class.
Matthew Craven family got the supporters club on the beach in Crete, I think. Mike Fountain struggles to get off the line without excessive wheel spin, does in the end.
We're up into Class 13, pre-1941 racing cars, up to 1100cc, so these are not road-going cars, they must be pure racers. Mike's Gillow Special will be a bit of a trouble dragging itself round Pardon, but he manages it and is away.
Two to 9 off the line, that's James Burmester, MGPA, supercharged 1 litre MG. Up to the line, Martin Hunter in this nice, unpolished single-seater Austin 7.
.66.70 for Mike Fountain. Sound and Fury with James Burmester. That is an impressive noise soundtrack to his climb. Round semicircle he comes.
And completes his climb in 57.9, followed by Martin Hunter in this, for all the world, an X-Works Austin 7, but it's not. It's an Austin 7 special with the body that either was built by or inspired Chris Ragg. And he's followed by the Adro special. The Adro special has an orange blob on the side of the body, and people might be wondering, what does that mean? Well, it means it's running on methanol.
Yes, to warn the marshals, because methanol burns invisibly. So the car could be ablaze and you couldn't really tell in the heat of the moment.
And fire extinguisher doesn't put it out, you have to pour cold water on it.
Yes, you have to dilute it into submission effectively.
Martin Hunter in the single-seater Austin 7, 65.15. Adro special. Very nimble, skinny wheels and tyres, which is an advantage on a wet track. And Rachel Williams in the Hardy Special, Mark III Hardy Special.
55.74 for Simon Frost, just to interject there.
And this Hardy Special has the twin-cylinder V-twin air-cooled engine. But this time I think it's fore and aft rather than across the frame.
Yes, it's a very sleek, slender, narrow device, the Hardy Special. Rachel Williams, 64.25. Back to the top of the class, Inge van Wortel, our Austin 7 Special, 65.81 this morning with a handicap of 65. I'm just going to stick my neck out, so I doubt she's going to crack 70 seconds this afternoon.
The other special, owned by the Waughall family, the red one, driver confirms it's all based on Riley, which we suspected.
We suspected from the engine size, yes.
Yeah, we did. Mike Littlewood, Bentley. Lightweight Bentley, powerful Bentley. Noisy Bentley.
Adjective Bentley. 7862 for Inge van Waughall.
And on his way, Steve Lister on Fry Kaiserwagen. Joe Fry, Dick Caesar, built down in Bristol. Both members of the Fry chocolate family, which helps if you want to build it.
Whistles. No red flag out yet. They've waited for Fry Kaiserwagen to come through before they put the red flag out at... he's pulled over at the exit of Pardon. You can probably see what the reasoning for that is. Mike Littlewood had finished in 64.28, so perhaps something has fallen off the Fry Kaiserwagen.
The result is a red flag. Gary Clare came steaming up to the start line, put the brakes on, went sideways over the line, but he's now back where he belongs, but might have to switch the engine off. Oh, hang on. That's why we've got a blockage after the finishing line. So nothing wrong with the Bentley and nothing wrong with the Fry Kaiserwagen. They've been red flagged. Now, who was in front? Was it Rachel in front of the Bentley?
Inge van Waughall.
Inge in the little
Austin Special.
Austin Special.
She was slow. I mean, no disrespect in these conditions. I would have been slower, I guarantee that. But she was a 78.62. Was it ailing and it's gone after the line, maybe? Just surmising. I'm trying to find 708, Mike Littlewood.
I was struggling in the same way.
Yeah. There we are. I've put him at the end of class 11 in my shorthand. 708, Mike Littlewood in Beetle. 64.28.
Beetle? Is that what? Yes, I can see 208, but you've quite rightly put 708 in there as a late entry.
Yes, so a 53.13 and a 64.28 for Mike. And things are starting to steam up here. The sun is beating down so strongly.
It's good, isn't it?
How far are you away from here, Chris? Your domicile?
Exactly 1 hour, about 40 miles. But it's a nice drive, country drive, down country lanes most of the way, and then a bit of Foss Way to finish with.
And if you were still in your Subaru, it would be about 27 minutes.
No, it would have been even slow. I treated it very gently because the weakness of the Subaru SVX was its gearbox, which easily overheated.
I do remember you telling me that about every 200 yards around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, and in between shouting, "Slow down!"
Quite. Slow down! Its gearbox says it's Achilles' heel. Don't down change here. Slow down! Have I mentioned the gearbox? It was jolly good fun to be allowed to do that, and I thank you again for the opportunity. Another
It was a great pleasure.
Obscure beastie to add to my personal logbook of motor cars.
I think it was the only time in my life that I was a passenger in that car.
Oh wow! Well, that's an even greater honour. I've just been dueling a wasp with my programme, and I've managed to backhand it into a spider's web. And if it comes out, it's going to be really angry.
You telling about Gary Clare searching for a first gear in Granny reminded me of a correspondence in the Times about things written on gravestones. One was by a husband and wife, well, a wife. Husband was always losing things, and wife always said, "It's in there somewhere." And that was printed in the Times, and it applies to Gary Clare.
Isn't one of the famous ones Spike Milligan's? I told you I was ill.
Yeah. I got a letter in in the same correspondence, saying, my wife, whose tendency to anxiety and panic has tested my empathy for the last 45 years, on her gravestone will read, relaxed at last.
Ooh.
She thought it was funny.
Well, that is a miracle, frankly.
Well, we're coming up to a diamond wedding, so she's survived and I have. I'll tell you what I'm going to get her as a 60th wedding anniversary present.
A divorce? Well, no, go on, do tell.
Well, I've decided I can't afford a diamond, so she's going to get a can of double diamond. Gary has found first gear, brings Granny up to the line. Morgan front suspension, sliding pillar, but the engine has given up again.
Did you know that there is a sliding pillar rally every year in Europe?
Is it for Lancia Lambdas?
Lancias, Morgans.
Oh, really?
Anything with sliding pillar front suspension is welcome.
That's fantastic.
So you can go.
I think Gary might be giving up because he's waved following cars through. Although I'd be surprised if he did.
It's not like him, is it?
No. So his battery is being plugged in again. Is it going to start this time? Yes is the answer.
Fantastic.
Will it be interrupted by the electronic beam at the start line? Probably not, because it's got a more advanced engine management system than the Olaf cycle car.
Indeed. So Steve Lister got the flag, so he will be rejoining us ere long.
Yeah.
Excuse me, in 233. So Louis McNair, Capito. William Leith, Hummingbird.
Right. Off the line goes Gary. Out of the paddock comes a very special Austin 7, car number 235, William Leith, the Hummingbird.
Now, do you think Gary Clare writes all his expensive off on his motor racing to the taxman by claiming he's looking after an elderly relative?
Well, he would be wise to do so, wouldn't he?
Yeah. What did you spend that on? Oh, it's for Granny. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Drinks a lot of Castrolada sheep years. Emollients instead of lubricant, you probably get away with it.
Yeah. Difficult to add a comment to that without getting cancelled.
Again.
Again.
Yes, your repeats are being cancelled now. 54.12 by Gary Clare. I'm glad he persevered.
And Hummingbird is humming her way into the S's quite gently and sensibly.
Now the Hummingbird is preceding the Deadly Poison Spider now.
Followed by Ken Hawes on a beautifully aluminium-bodied Austin 7 Special, and up to the line comes Slippery Ann.
58.40, William Leith. Slippery Ann, Mark Atkinson at the wheel, I'm guessing. Ken Hawes is away in the pure 7 Special.
I don't think we're going to see 722 Mr. Sam Ely in the Singer Junior, because its engine is very full of fresh air and very short of pistons, conrods and crankshaft.
Indeed, fully ventilated crankshaft.
And here's a car that I don't think is in your programme, Robert Brown on the GN with the Arcala V-twin engine, rare engine.
I think Arcala is in there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the running order rather than the programme.
Yep, it's in the programme. 240, Ken Hawes has just finished his climb in 67.58.
Mark Atkinson heading for semicircle. Good run, finishing with a 62.02. Alcala on his or her way. Was Alcala a character in Jungle Book?
Yes, indeed, like Kim and Bagheera and all those good folk. That is what Stubborn was. Wow. Thumped it, entangled it in the spider's web, tried to drown it, and it's still kicking. Stinger going like a piston.
Wow.
Stay away. Know when you're beaten. Of course, he's going to recover now. Sting meter. King will come.
Robert unusually selects a different gear halfway around semicircle, but it gets him over the line in Alcala doing a 71.12, followed fairly closely by Liz Corley. Corley family have a great deal of fun with their motor racing and with their business.
We have to go back 4 classes to find Liz Corley. All the climbs she's done today, she's been massively out of position.
She's followed by Oliver Tomlin. I still wonder if this car's got numbers on it, but yes, it has, on the bonnet. There they are. Good to see Oliver having a change from very fast hill beam or wildly difficult Chapman Mercury. She resolutely steers on the throttle.
It's the only way, isn't it? 55.84, he records.
And great to see Frey Kaiserwagen back on the start and off the start. Steve Lister has spent a huge amount of blood, sweat and tears and time recreating Frey Kaiserwagen, which, believe it or not, looking at the rather shapeless thing, was a hugely successful hill climb and sprint car before World War II, and indeed shortly afterwards as well.
Has anyone compared times? Is she as... I know everything has got faster and things have improved, but it would be interesting to know if Frey Kaiserwagen, without the benefit of those years of development, say the ERA's lost in 70 got, is it still recording similar times to what the Freys were doing back in the day?
No, and he's astonished, he told me, by looking at the Freys times and Dick Caesar's times, which were times that he can't get to so far, considering the state of the track and the state of tyres in those days. He can't believe how quickly Joe Frey got the Frey Kaiserwagen going.
That's interesting, yeah. 234, Louis McNair in your favourite.
Did I mention that my first posting when I did national service was Blandford Camp?
You did. You mentioned that yesterday evening, yes.
Only 10 times, probably.
No, only the once. And that brought me to...
At a weekend when there was nothing much going, all the young officers had clapped out old cars, and we used to race round. I don't know whether it was on the original sprint and hill climb track, but we made our own track.
Were you not posted there while it was an active motorsport venue? I know motorcycles went on into the 60s.
I think it was, but I was only there in the winter months. I then got transferred to Piddle Hinton, which was great.
Of course
fun.
you did.
I did. And I was in a Royal Artillery Regiment with guided weapons. Thunderbirds.
So did you go through Lark Hill and do time at Woolwich and all of that good stuff?
Yeah. Well, we went into Croyce, which is now a racetrack.
Yes, my late grandfather was a regimental adjutant to the Royal Artillery at Woolwich.
Wow. He probably sentenced me to a week's orderly officer.
Week's Jankers. Yes.
Jankers, yes. Julian Eckersley has thrown his passenger out of the Brescia Bugatti.
It's a bit harsh.
Finishes with a 57.78.
And Capito rounds out its weekend with a 53.70. That was the sting in the tail.
Andrew Craven in the MG Riley is followed by Norris Special number 1, Frazer Nash based, built by the Norris brothers.
Eckersley, a good time there.
Dick Smith on the line with the Nürburgring sensation at the Nürburgring when Fane brought this car to the German Grand Prix. And Norris number 1 of Andrew Wilson, 52.42, good run. I'm not sure if it was the Nürburgring that Dick acquired as a wedding present from his wife instead of a bedroom cupboard.
Sorry, just dealing with another wasp. Now I think it is, yes. That's a story.
A lovely
I'm sure
story,
I've heard Nick
wasn't
tell,
it?
yeah. There's a choice.
Here is Hans van Wortel in the Riley-based Vauxhall Special, which lives when they're not hill climbing. He told me, I think I didn't misunderstand, it lives at Prescott.
Actually here, or Prescott on Merseyside?
No, here.
Wow.
I'm not sure that I interpreted it right. He was hurrying to drive the Austin 7 back to its place in the paddock.
Dick Smith, 58.11. That's a good climb. That's a very good climb from Dick Smith to only be 2.5 seconds slower than his totally dry time this morning. That's very impressive in these conditions.
Now we've got the single-seater Gotthard Nash. Is it driven by Patrick this time? Car number 15. Makes a good noise, doesn't it? Hunts's time, 55.58 in the special. It is Patrick driving, so, well, he's handicapped by a damp track, so he won't be down in the 41s as he was yesterday. I don't think. Well, hang on. It was damp yesterday as well, wasn't it? Ish.
Yeah, it was 46.14 this morning, or 46.19. I can't read my own handwriting. If Patrick keeps it in the 40s, I think he'll be doing tremendously well. Dick managed to be within 2.5 seconds, so you never know. Feathering
Spider.
Semicircle.
Spider twitches off the line. James catches it quickly. 53.54. It's still quite a slow hill. I accused him of bringing out the T-cut, and he said only where he had to paint the numbers on.
Edwards in Spider. When was the last time we had Spider and Spider 2 competing?
I think at Chelsea we had both of them at one time, relatively recently.
Oh, grand.
Not sure.
52.30 for James Edwards in Spider.
Robert Compton, his last competitive run ever. He is retiring. So give him a wave and a cheer, because he's been a huge supporter of vintage hill climbing.
Yes,
Lovely.
everyone at the fence at Orchard, give Robert a wave and a round of applause as he comes past you there. Fanfare as well, what a perfect idea. reliably informed that that car will be for sale as soon as it gets back into the paddock. Robert is firmly stepping away.
And he's giving the marshals a nice wave, and I'm sure they waved back.
Yes, with both their fingers.
I don't know how long Robert has been competing. Quite a while, I think. Well done, Robert. Been a great hill climbing career. Congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. You'll be busier than ever. He's followed by Peter Atkinson on board Slippery Ann.
Need to lean backwards. I'm trying to find Elizabeth Dobbin, 757.
She's in there somewhere.
Of that I have no doubt, but where is the challenge to find number 57? See if she's with that. There she is at the bottom of Class 8. Elizabeth Dobbin, 67.89. Robert Cobden, 8:54.30, and Peter Atkinson, 59.25.
On the line, Andrew Smith, again methanol powered in the Frazer Nash Supersports, superbly fast car, powerful Meadows engine.
Problem, of course, with Peter Atkinson is he's in the programme a 7.41, not 8.41.
Yeah.
Anyway, 59.25, a good climb. Benjamin Craven is probably 7.53. Yes, he is, but he's on screen as 8.53. 53.73.
Do you remember what our best time was this morning? Because it will probably remain as best time today.
Yes, I think from memory that's Ian Baxter in a 41.15.
That rings a bell, yes. Tom Hardman on board AJM1. The ERA, 1.5 litre ERA, probably contains more original parts than most of the other ERAs, because it was built by Tony Merritt out of his mountain of ERA spares. Did he buy those from Reg Parnell?
Crumbs. It's either Reg or Bob Gerrard.
Right. But in the meantime, let's watch Tom enjoying controlling the ERA on a wet track.
He's very much on tippy toes. It's fingertip stuff here from
yeah, who could blame him? I think it's sensible.
From our Tom.
On my screen, we've got a screen in screen. In other words, we've got a mini screen on the top bottom left-hand corner. I don't know if everybody gets that, but it's nice to be able to see what's waiting on the start line while watching people up the hill. Tom Hardman, 56.8. Here's the Wolseley Special. Glad it's been mended. Something went horribly wrong. 2 engines, 2 gearboxes, lots of chains. It's an extraordinarily complex special, but they had great fun building it relatively recently. I have a feeling it emerged 4 or 5 years ago. In other words, it's not a 1920s Wolseley special.
But very much in the ethos of.
Yes, plus 54%.
271. Rob Lewis is rounding semi now. Should be finishing with about a 69.5. 69.96.
And on the line, James Crabb in Dad's ERA. R12C. Doesn't that Riley engine sound lovely?
Riley derived engine.
Yes, exactly. I don't know who did the deriving.
Peter Bertham and Humphrey Cook.
Well, Humphrey Cook owned ERA, or financed it.
Yeah, so his money paid for the...
Peter, I think, claimed to have designed the engine. Somebody rather rudely said, Peter's only contribution was the ERA badge on the bonnet.
Oh, that's harsh. Richardson? Ken Richardson, perhaps?
Could well be. Now, Maggot on the line. We'll watch James in R12C first. Being sensible, not going crazy. Just a nice smooth drive up the hill. Getting the hang of ERA handling. And Maggot, the car with the greatest number of chains here today, 11 in all. James, 53.5 on board R12C, but Maggot navigates all its chains. Something's flying off. Did the marshals notice? It looked like probably a vital piece of the car's anatomy, but no one seems particularly concerned.
No, I see no movement, pardon. No.
Least of all Bob. He's got plenty of those on the rest of the car.
He rounds a semicircle at the nary more than a walking pace.
Meanwhile, David Pright takes off in the other single-seater Frazer Nash. The third one has just been sold. I think Geraint's car, which, rather like this one, I think had an AC engine or a BMW engine, whereas, as you know, the Blakeney Edwards car, the green one, has its original Frazer Nash Goff engine. So we need two lots of eyes because we're watching David Pright at S's, but on the line we've got Ed Burgess in the lovely Type 51 Bugatti. And I'm sure you know by now, but maybe not, this car and driver combination broke the Prescott Bugatti record, which had stood up to a month ago for 18 years. So it was a brilliant run by Ed. Only broke the record by a couple of tenths, but a record is a record. And Ed is followed by Richard Wiseman in the Type 35T for touring, but it's not really a touring car. It's a sort of amateurs race car. Ed, 47.8. Up to the line, Ian Baxter in the very powerful 2-litre Alta with a big supercharger, so it produces masses of grunt and is quite a challenge to nip around, particularly on fast corners. Engages the Wilson pre-selector gearbox into gear number 1, depresses the gear change pedal, and away he goes. 3.44 under the circumstances, pretty good start.
58.01 for Richard Wiseman in the 35T.
And Ian, 61 miles an hour under the bridge, which is going some under these conditions. Ed Burgess was 60 miles an hour there. Now, Ian, I don't think is crazy enough to try and beat yesterday's this morning's time, because that would be too exciting. He almost got it out of twitch going into the S's anyway, so I think it's a light right foot on the right hand pedal, or right foot pedal.
Yeah, 5 seconds.
Yeah, 47.
6 seconds.
But still the quickest time for the last hour or two. Now, what could James do in the newly mended ERA Riley? ERA engine, Riley chassis, I'm right, I think?
Correct. And it's raining again up here, so James is driving into the rain now.
It does get driven on the road, as you can tell by the headlights and the number plate. That would be a fun car to drive on the road, except you'd have all sorts of people taking photographs with their telephones. Ben, very gently off the line in R4D, but it was 4.5, not too bad.
54.38 for James, took it very circumspectly indeed. Nothing to prove, no need to break the car.
And just the same for Ben in R4D. Just get the car up the hill, enjoy the run. Have we got Nick Topless driving R4A, easy to confuse with the Terry Cram car. Meanwhile, Ben Fiddler, 43.77 at semicircle, 53 seconds dead. Sensible run. Now, what can Nick do? Well, he's not going to go all out. Nicely controlled start. 3.76. Competitive with Ian and James, the Baxters, unrelated Baxters.
Yeah, next time this morning was a 42.03.
I don't think that BJ is going to drive the Tiger up the hill.
That's a shame.
I can't see it emerging from its lair. But in the meantime, we've got two ERAs to watch. We've got Nick Topless on R4A and David Ellison in the lovely newly constructed ERA, which doesn't have a number yet. It ought to be donated a number, really, shouldn't it?
It should be RMD1, given that AJM1 was AJM1, so Roland's Juice should follow the same numerical system.
Yeah.
But that's up to the ERA club, I believe.
Now, we've got Julian Grimwade, who really does enjoy driving Alvis powered Norris Special 3, beg his pardon.
Yes, Julian, he's passionate about everything. I mean, those who know him, he disappeared in his Edwardian electric launch to go and do the traditional boat rally up at Henley-on-Thames. It took 4 or 5 days, potted up from his home near Brooklands in Weybridge, enjoyed it, and potted back down again. Brilliant stuff. David Ellison, a 56.90, which I think is pretty impressive for that car. In these conditions, within 8 seconds of its time this morning.
With the owner watching with a beady eye.
Well, I think the arrangement is probably you built it, you bend it, you fix it.
Yeah, I think so. Tom Richardson, Tiger Moth powered GN chassis from 1923. De Havilland Gypsy engine, beautifully engineered by Tom. We're watching the sprint car, the Dryer Model A, John Galley just about to finish, followed by Tom Richardson on the GN Gypsy, and then they will be followed by Rob Armstrong on the Fred MP Special, track racer from the United States, mostly Ford parts, particularly the 3.3 litre Ford Model A engine. Tom Richardson is 44 seconds at the exit to the S's, 54.71 overall.
10 seconds from exit of S's to completing the course in the rain. That's pretty good.
How's the MP getting on? Well, Rob is being relatively circumspect.
Rob Armstrong, I suspect, will be looking at a 59/60.
Followed by Tom Waterfield on the GN Harlequin. What we don't know is what engine this GN has got, but it's quick. Rally style round, hard, brilliantly controlled.
59.70 from Rob Armstrong. Tom Waterfield, he's giving it bags of off the lock, isn't he?
I think we do know what engine it's got. It's a Ford Model A.
Yeah.
He had to lift off seriously, in danger of understeering into the Armco on the way into Tom Road Corner. But yes, let's see. 54.54. Robin Toulouse, Manasco Pirate powered Riley chassis, brilliantly engineered. And really good news that the Manasco company, having built aircraft engines during World War I, are still in business making undercarriage sets for airliners, and indeed in the old days, well, relatively old days, for the shuttle spacecraft. They're still doing well. It's great. Robin finishes with a 52.32. Is that our last climber, or are we going to see Tiger? I don't think we are.
Julian Grimwade, perhaps?
Julian's been up, hasn't he?
Oh gosh, yes, beg his pardon. 52.59.
We've got Marshall still looking up at the paddock as if someone else is going to come out. Well, of course, we've got a fastest time of day owner who might well be given a lap of honour to celebrate, and I guess it would be Ian Baxter. He might decline to do it if the rain gets much heavier.
It's steady. It seems to be settling in, unfortunately.
I'm afraid so. Forecast for next week is getting gradually better. Thursday is going to be a very hot, well, a hottish day by our standards.
Gary Bedford just having a sterner word with the paddock and reminding everyone with road-going cars that you really shouldn't have your competition numbers on when you're on the public highway. That's a big naughty no-no. So a timely reminder from Gary as people start to prepare themselves to depart. But do come down to the clubhouse at about past. I'm going to assume we have finished the day's competition. There will be 3 or 4 presentations made at the clubhouse, presided over by my colleague Nick Upton.
I don't think we're going to get a climb of honour because we've got our two clerk of the course cars doing a final sweep up the hill. So it's been a really interesting day at Prescott.
Fascinating weekend.
It has, much more cheerful than yesterday, which was grim, although the action on the track wasn't grim at all. It was determined. Today, this morning, we had mostly dry runs and some exciting hill climbing. As we say on the screen, thank you for watching VSCC Prescott. Subscribe for more hill climb live streams. There will be one from Shelsley Walsh in a week's time. Championship, British Hill Climb Championship live stream from Shelsley, which is amazing to watch. Shelsley Walsh, a narrow country lane up a steep hill. Speed trap before the sharp left-hander halfway up. 140 is the fastest registered speed through that speed trap. Over the line, after a 1,000-yard run, 162 miles an hour. It is impressively quick. And it's well worth coming to both Prescott, Wolseley and Loughton Park to enjoy both vintage and top-class British Hill Climb Championship hill climbing. Guy, thank you very much for your contribution, major, and the contribution of your laptop, even more useful.
It's my phone.
It's your phone, is it? Oh, right.
It was all done through the wonder of Google on my Android phone. Great pleasure as ever, Chris. Looking forward to the next time. Best of luck this week.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll be texting me if I make a Horlicks of it from Wolseley next Sunday.
I will indeed. I'll pepper the app with comments.
Splendid. Safe home, everybody. Do come down to the clubhouse and join in for the presentation. I've had a fantastic time, as ever, at Prescott. It's such a lovely place. It doesn't really feel like work, does it, Chris?
It doesn't. And thank you particularly to our marshals, who had quite a lot to do this weekend in pretty inclement weather. Many thanks to our course control team and our timekeepers next door to me here. We will be back in action at Prescott. What does the programme
The
say?
VSCC are back here at the back end of September to round out the end of the speed season. There's another couple of rounds to contest at Loughton Park first, and of course the races will be out at Mallory towards the end of this month.
In the meantime, we've got the British and Midland Hill Climb Championship meeting on the 2nd and 3rd of September. Then you'll see 120 miles an hour under the bridge, and that sort of thing. As you rightly say, Vintage Prescott on the long course, Saturday the 23rd, Saturday the 7th of October, season finale, and then we got Rally Prescott, which runs off into the night on the 4th of November, which is well worth coming to. Great fun. If you're watching us in foreign parts, do make a determined effort, if you can, to come and visit Prescott in person. You'll be very welcome, and I'm sure you'll greatly enjoy it. In the meantime, everybody have a safe and comfortable drive home, and we'll talk to you as soon as we can again. Good night.
Good night, all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment. Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video.